Once was a ship that put to sea, and the name of that ship was the Billy O.T. The winds blew harder, bow dipped down, blow me bully boys blow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tanning is done, we'll take our leave and go. She had not been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tanning is done, we'll take our leave and go. Before the boat had hit the water, the whale's tail came up and caught her. All hands to the side, harpooned and fought her when she dived down low. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tanning is done, we'll take our leave and go. The line was cut, no whale was freed, and the captain's mind was not on greed, but he belonged to the whalesman's creed. He took that ship in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tanning is done, we'll take our leave and go. Da 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 da.
Army hearties, good morning, good afternoon, good evening and good night. Welcome along to another stop on the Flesh and Blood World Tour here in Taipei. My name is Howling Minds. This, of course, in the booth, Hayden Dale joining us for this adventure. How the devil are you?
Aye, Captain. I am ready for an amazing day. We have so much to see. You also, props to that. That was such an intro. And also, I didn't know you were going to do that, so I'm blown away.
I really should have told him, but...
No, it's better. It's better that I didn't know. Honestly, I am so excited to be here in Taipei. We have got an amazing world premiere coming up for High Seas. This set looks phenomenal. I can't wait to see, honestly, cards, because we still haven't seen all the cards, but also what the players are going to do when they open their packs today.
There's so much to understand here. I think for the folks at home, we've kind of had that little bit of a taste during the reveal season earlier on. There's so much left in the unknown. And the best part about this whole weekend, we're going to see some of the best players in the game getting to grips with these cards for the first time, seeing what they can do. But today, everyone gets a taste on the same playing field. None of us know, including you and me. There's an awful lot of secrets that we haven't been told for this world premiere that we're going to find out at the same time as everyone along at home. And I'm not sure we've ever seen anything like that before.
Well, that's what I've, from the bits and pieces that have been dropped to us, because again, we're going to be, and we're as Justice in the Dark, we're going to be finding out along with you at home, watching here in Taipei. But yeah, I don't know. What do we expect? It's going to be crazy, surely.
It's a real tough one to try and figure out this early. What I do know is that we're not the only people who have made their way to Taipei. We have a stowaway, may have joined us from across the pond. One DMArmada made their way over here. I believe they're a bit of a known pirate enjoyer, from what I understand.
I heard they like pirates. Yes, I've heard that may be true.
So it only makes some amount of sense that we speak with them, make sure they are enjoying themselves this weekend, and maybe follow them along for a little bit of the journey to start this weekend.
I would like to see how DMArmada approaches deck building in a set that is probably basically designed for him at this point, I would have thought.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that would be nice to see, I think.
Well, thankfully we've got a really good guide for Stephen as well. Bryan Gottlieb, you heard of him before?
I might have heard of, yeah, I've sat next to him a few times.
Yeah, I've heard he's not bad at Flesh and Blood. So if anyone's going to give Stephen the guidance needed to get to grips with this format for the first time and learn about all these cards alongside you, me, and everybody at home, I can't think of a better face. So how about we make our way over to the deck building pool where those two are currently getting to grips with High Seas for the very first time. Let's take a look.
Maybe it is High Seas finally after months of waiting, and maybe for some of us, years of waiting.
Years is a good way to describe it. 100%.
I believe it, my friend. I am joined by none other than DMArmada. Stephen, I'm so glad you made the trip out to Taipei. You braved the High Seas to be here.
That's true.
It would not feel like the High Seas world premiere without you, my friend. How are you feeling right now?
I am so floored. I am so incredibly excited to dive into this set. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Are you kidding me? There's pirates in Flesh and Blood. It's its own class. I'm ready to trim the topsails and dive in. I mean, how can you not be at this point?
Let me also take this moment to apologize to you for just lying to your face for years, because you would always, we did a bunch of shows together. We'd always see each other at these events. Always, pirates when? Pirates. Steven, why would we do
little bit.
pirates? We're not doing pirates. Just drop it. Seriously, like, what's this all about? And I'm sitting there thinking, like, man, this guy's gonna love this pirate set. So
I am ready to love this pirate set. I mean, it's sealed time, right? We got 8 packs.
Yeah.
8 packs. I'm a big fan of 8 packs.
Me as well.
It's a really cool thing. We're going to be able to open this, and then we're going to play in the world premiere.
Yep. And we'll bring that action as well. We'll make sure we get to see your games. But first, we're gonna do deck building. It's time. It's time to crack our first packs ever of High Seas, and let's just get right into it. Show the folks what you're working with. Show what you have as part of your world premiere kit here.
Yeah. So with this kit, we got. I think this is one of my top 5 playmats of all time.
Beautiful.
At this point.
Stunning.
This is incredible, and it's coming off of the back of just a really cool effect, like a really cool card, a new macro that y'all have added to the game, Treasure Island, and I think that's going to change everything about how you play the sealed format.
You're gonna learn so much more about Treasure Island, just like the rest of the world. You know, we do these
can't wait.
preview seasons. We keep a lot of stuff under wraps.
Sure.
Especially kind of the meat and potatoes of the set a lot
Yeah.
of the time. You know, all the commons and rares. And I don't want to talk about it anymore. Be about it. Go ahead, crack open. We'll start with our pre-release kit here. These cards part of your pool.
That's right, yeah. I can play these if I can crack it open well. There we go. I can play these. These are playable. We've got a Peg Leg, which is action, pay 3, destroy it. Your next attack this turn gets go again. It itself has go again. It blocks for 1, but it's blade break. So you can't really dive into blocking with this and getting the effect out of it. You got to choose one or the other, which is great. I mean, Peg Leg as well. It's super on point. Big fan of that. You got Fish Fingers. I like this one a lot.
Me too.
This one is so
Me
cool,
too.
and it looks great in the cold foil. I don't know if the camera can pick that up, but that cold foiling looks really, really good. You know, the artist went on and posted on social media like the whole process of designing these gloves, which was really fun to look at, and it makes you appreciate the art more.
It really does. I mean, look, this game would be nowhere without our incredible artists. So much of what we're presenting here today is rooted in that team, our team of global artists, our creative team back in Auckland. I played with this set before all of this was present.
Yeah.
Totally different experience. It just sings now.
Yep. Action, pay 1, destroy it. Your next attack this turn gets +1 and go again. So it's a simple buff. Also has blade break, very similar to what we've seen in previous sets with a +1 effect attached to a gloves. Comes along pretty often, but here it is in blade break and very well themed with a really cool pirate tattoo as well.
It was not called Fish Fingers in development. And the first time I saw the name
What was it
Fish
called?
Fingers, I don't remember at this point, but
man.
it was not Fish Fingers, I will tell
Okay.
you that. And when I saw that, I just laughed.
Fish Fingers is a pretty good name.
Yeah.
Buccaneer's Bounty. Now that is classic pirate. Look at that.
Classic.
That is so classic pirate right there. That makes me feel all sorts of happiness. Destroy this, gain 1, go again. So you're getting your resource, you're getting your energy so that you can spend it to do more piratey stuff. Blade break as well. And then this was the one. This was the one.
The one you were
that
waiting
made me-
for,
I was
right?
waiting for
Yeah.
this. Just give me a pirate hat
Have to.
straight up.
Have to.
If there's not a pirate hat in this set, we riot. Let's
Look,
be honest.
we're going to open the pack soon. There's so many things where we were just like, if we're doing a pirate set, surely this thing has
Gotta
to be
commit.
there. And yeah, we absolutely committed to it. You'll see them as we open the packs.
Blue Sea Tricorn. Now this one was the hidden one that we couldn't see the text of. So it says, action, pay 3, destroy it, draw a card, go again. Come on. My
Pretty good.
favorite thing in
Pretty
trading
good.
card games is drawing cards. And all I have to do is pay 3 for it. It's kind of like a gold, but worse, but not that much worse. Because
Yeah.
it's attached to the board, right?
I think backup gold is a good way of looking at that card. You know, a lot of these heroes are very focused on being able to go ahead and manipulate gold, and there's a lot of gold in this limited environment with Treasure Island present. But sometimes you just don't have what you need. There's your out.
Maybe an early play as well,
Sure.
if you're looking for a gold early. I could see that being a thing. Hammerhead, Harpoon Cannon. So this is a pirate ranger weapon. It's a bow cannon, so it counts for both of those. It says action, pay 4, and you tap it, which is a brand new thing to all trading card games ever, is tapping, but specifically in Flesh and Blood. Your next arrow attack this turn gains +4 power, and if this has Harpoon in its name, it gets overpower. Go again. Now this is one of the 2 weapons that you could use for
What do you think about the 2
Marlynn.
weapons? Like, you've seen them at this point. How are you kind of processing that as you get ready to go ahead and build your deck?
I love the options. I love having options to say, based on my pool, I could lean this way or I could lean this way. It almost puts the onus on you as the player to decide what you like. If you end up liking to play this style and you're supported, then you just play that style. It also kind of gives you the opportunity to make like a meta call, if you will,
Sure.
in a sealed environment or maybe even in a draft environment. If you've seen everything that people are drafting and you go, there's a weakness here, maybe I exploit it with Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon, or maybe exploit it with The other weapon, which, is that in the back here? Let's
I think
see.
so. I think it's in there somewhere.
Yeah, I want to talk about that one. Oh, yeah, it's on the back, because that was the rainbow foil. So the red spine manta,
Right.
which action tap, put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal, go again. So
Very different.
Yeah.
Very different.
You don't have to
bows.
pay anything for it.
Yep.
You just tap, put it in the arsenal, and then you can fire away. So a lot more enabling of like red line builds, maybe.
Exactly.
Multiple ways to possibly give go again if we find that in the set, but you could play a wider style. I love that. Like I said, I think it's a great option as far as building around a hero, especially when you have 8 packs. Am I off base there?
No, I think you're spot on.
Seems-
And I think we're going to see it develop as we go through your deck.
We'll find out, right? Cogs, I'll do this one next because I think this is the same sort of thing. If we flip it to either side, there's 2 different weapons.
Yep.
And this is the mechanologist weapon. Only mechanologist. It's not a pirate mech weapon. So this could be
Available
played
to everyone.
Could
Yep.
be played by other heroes in the future. Action pay 2 to attack, tapping as well. It attacks for 2, and it says instant tap a cog you control, and this gets go again. So a little bit lower to the ground and has the ability to give itself go again, which is pretty cool. On the other side of things is Spitfire, and then action tap this and a cog you control. When this attacks, you can tap a cog, and this gets +1. So how do you feel about these 2 weapons? Because I was looking at them and I was going, I don't know if it's as clear cut as something like Hammerhead Harpoon Cannon and Red Spine Manta.
Yeah. It's less of a range, but it is still that same type of deal where it's sort of red line builds versus
Okay.
more resource intensive builds. And opening up both those approaches, I think, was an important part of really getting this limited format into fighting shape.
Okay.
Are there preferences that players developed in our internal testing? Absolutely.
Sure.
Absolutely. There's some that, certain players say, I always draft it in this fashion. But there's voices on the other side too. And then there's players who say, nope, I'm staying open. I'm floating between the 2. I think you can use both in the right situation.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to see what type of player you are when we go through deck build.
I guess we will, right? We have the heroes here. Puffin. This is the Puffin with the tiny yelling bird.
Yeah.
Which is great. Polycrancus shows up there. We can go through Puffin. Action, tap, destroy a Goldie control, create a golden cog token. And then the second time you crank each turn, draw a card. She's got 4 intellect, 20 health. When I was looking at all 3 of these heroes, I was wondering if there was like a range of... usefulness is not the right word, but their ability to get gold. Is it easy? Is it more difficult? Is it somewhere in the middle for someone like Puffin?
There is a lot of exploration that's going to happen over the
Yeah.
course of this weekend. I'm not giving it away up front. We're
Okay.
going to see.
Well,
We're
I
going to
figured
see
I'd
how
try.
that develops.
I thought I would give it a shot.
Good effort.
But
I don't
me-
blame you for
yeah,
trying.
for sure. But to me, I look at her effect, and drawing a card on the card itself, on her hero
powerful
effect,
stuff.
is very powerful. So how easy will it be for me to create golden cog tokens and, of course, create gold? That's going to be a big selling point for me to play someone like this.
I'll
But
say in limited, there's always Treasure Island, right?
Yeah,
Every
exactly.
hero
That's
gets
true.
to engage with Treasure Island.
That's true. Gravy Bones, everybody's favorite new pirate necromancer hero. He's got 4 intellect, 20 health. Instant tap, destroy a gold you control, draw a card, then discard a card, which I have always, in every TCG I've played, been a fan of that effect.
Looting effects.
Love it.
Yeah,
I love
good
being
stuff.
able to just cycle through cards. Like I said, drawing cards is like my favorite thing because it gives you more options, right? And this being able to draw and filter your hand, and then his effect kind of ties into it. I'm sure the same thing is true in the set itself with other cards, but if a blue card has been put into your graveyard this turn, you can play cards with Watery Grave from your graveyard. I think everybody has had their eyes on Gravy Bones going up to this, including the fact that we're going to get an armory deck,
Yeah.
right? Coming soon.
We'll learn more
as
about
well.
that over the course of the day.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yep.
I'm going to keep my eyes peeled to the stream because I am excited for that armory deck. What's this? This is an arrow card.
Yeah, just
Is this the
defines what arrows do.
Sure.
Obviously different experience levels we
Right.
expect to show up here at our world premiere weekend. Very easy to just go ahead and understand arrows because we don't have as much reminder text on the cards this go around.
It's a good point. And just attached to the back of the hero that would make use of it. Makes a ton of sense. Marlynn. Probably the hero I'm most excited for. All of them are
Interesting.
pirates.
Okay.
But I was kind of leaning this way. I've been playing a lot of Riptide over the past month and a half.
Yeah.
And I don't know if there's ever a connection between these two heroes, but just the feeling of being able to skirt some of those effects of like drop an arrow into your arsenal, and she's got that as well, is really fun.
There's a little mechanical
action-
overlap there for
yeah,
sure.
right.
Yeah.
And so if you've played a little bit of that, you can kind of see the through lines on her effect as well, which says action tap, destroy Goldie control. You create a Goldfin Harpoon, which we can look at here. I think it's in the pack. go again, and whenever you draw a card during your action phase, you can put an arrow from your hand face up into your arsenal. So drawing cards means you get to skirt that effect a la Riptide with a little extra step, and I think that's a cool differentiation. She can dip into the Ranger card pool as well, but she also has access to the Pirate cards, which we haven't seen a ton of yet.
We'll see more.
And we're going to see more right here coming up, and I can't wait. Are you a fan of Marlynn?
Absolutely. I'm a fan of all 3 heroes in this set. You know, I guess people expect me to say that, right?
Sure.
It's true. Like, I do legitimately love every hero we put out because we work really hard on them. But, man, does the flavor just sing on all 3 of these heroes. It feels like, you know, for folks who really love to get into the theme of a set, really embrace what a set is about. I know we're going to see folks dressed up as pirates throughout the course of this weekend. And I think this set just does a great job of embodying that feel throughout.
Good, because I think one of Flesh and Blood's greatest strengths has always been its theming.
Agree 100%.
It's always been just right there. You know what it's trying to say, and this set really seems like it's sold out all the way on the theming, and as it should. All right, stop. There's a companion here. This is new to me. Sticky Fingers is a Scurv companion. A Scurv companion? I don't know what that means, but it's an offhand ally. It attacks for 2. It has 2 health. Action, tap to attack. If this is equipped, unequip it. So you bring it out. Is that what that? Assuming that's what that means.
Yep.
And then it says when this attacks a hero, steal a gold they control. That's a pretty cool effect.
Sounds pretty good.
I mean, if I ever made a card of Flesh and Blood, this might be close to what I would make.
That's the celebrational card right there?
It's pretty close to what I was interested in, but it has perched as well, the keyword perched. This can be equipped in addition to a 2-handed weapon. This can't be attacked while it's equipped, which is kind of interesting. But you can target it, right? It says this can't be attacked while it's equipped, but you could target it with certain effects.
That is correct. I'm just looking for where it's. I'm not finding a Scurv.
Scurv is interesting. A Scurv companion. I don't know what that is, but I have a feeling we'll find out later.
Maybe.
And this is the same. I'm looking at the border. It doesn't change the border because the companion border is the same as Polycranker. So it's not border change, but Scurv is an interesting effect. I have a feeling that might tie into this big secret sometimes y'all have maybe hinted towards. Nah, you got my head spinning, man. Okay, I'll keep looking.
We will see,
All right.
I guess.
Goldfin Harpoon. We saw this one earlier. You can create this off of the Marlynn effect. Attacks for 2. If this would be put into the graveyard, instead it remove it from the game. So it's literally just an arrow that you can generate. I thought when I first saw this that this was a great way to prevent Rangers from going to the classic fatigue states. Is that kind of why this exists?
Yep, there's some of that for sure. Just getting a little bit more per deck arrows, basically. And there's very much end states you can play to where you are the fatigue deck now as the Ranger.
Because you have access to this.
Very different state.
Right, that is really interesting. That was my first thought when I saw Goldfin Harpoon, and I'm glad to hear that that's like kind of the thought process. Because it means that there's not like this binary, I just fatigue a Ranger, let me just go into that play style. The engagement back and forth when playing that great game is now a little bit more nuanced.
I think Goldfin Harpoon does a great job of that.
And then finally, the one we got to do it. You know we got to do it.
Pop it open.
Will it snap? Will it snap?
So satisfying.
Oh no, we're just gonna have to
pop
pull.
that time. Okay.
But I'll tell you the tactile pull.
Yeah.
We said this before. The mini tokens are incredible. The mini tokens are so good.
They were a big advancement. Like I know it sounds a little silly, but pack space is real. You have to be able to fit in all the pieces you need, and typically you want to get them over the course of a single box is what we shoot for, to make sure you have all the game pieces you need to play with.
Yeah.
Without these, that becomes very challenging, honestly, in a lot of sets. And this just simplified the whole process, and they are a tool that we have in our toolbox that we'll keep using.
And the best part about this to me is that you can store them and use them over and over again. Like you don't need a full-sized golden cog that can live on the board.
We keep these in the dev room. This is what we use. We keep them in our boxes next to the tables.
Exactly. I have agility tokens that are the mini size, literally in my dice box, in my deck box. It's just throw them in the box. It's like they don't take up any space on the board. It's beautiful. It really is.
Yeah.
And speaking of, I mean, Gold Kiss Rum, I wore the shirt for a reason.
Yep,
this is so cool. I love this effect, and I really hope that there's more to do with Gold Kiss Rum in the set because it's one of my favorites alongside of the gold. But, I mean, that's great. It's pack time.
It is pack time.
It's pack time.
This is the moment everyone has been waiting for. You have about, just so you know, 45 minutes in your deck build now.
Okay.
So I've done this before. You're going to feel the pressure at some point. I'm just warning you, but go ahead, get into it.
Let's do it.
And see what you want to do with your first ever sealed games of High Seas.
Who should we start with, Brian?
How
You
can
pick.
how
You make the
can
choice.
Not start with
you got to go
Gravy
Gravy Bones? Okay,
Come on.
deal. We got to go Gravy Bones. All right, Gravy Bones it is. I will gladly kick us off into the packs.
Good
we
at
go.
opening packs. I'm so bad at it. I would just be sitting there fumbling.
I
for-
got the skills, man.
Yeah, I guess
I'm
so.
a professional for a reason. Sick'em Shot makes a return. I like that. Again, I told you I've been playing a lot of Riptide over the past few months, and Sick'em Shot's actually a card that you could technically think about including in
Sure.
Riptide because you just drop it in and fire it off, and it has Go Again built in. So really excited to see that as a reprint. I think reprinting some of these old school cards gets it back into the hands of newer players and kind of breathes new life into some of the heroes.
Also, just sometimes we already have the best tool for the job, right?
Yeah.
We know exactly the effect we want in a limited format, and
Yeah.
you can just go to something like Sick'em Shot again and use it.
Red Spine Manta with Marlynn. I
There
mean,
you go.
makes total sense.
Yep.
Perk Up, which is a fun one. This is a Mechanologist. And I'm going to separate these like this.
Yep.
I think that is what I would do as I sit down to actually play this event. Perk Up is going to give my next mech attack +4. And then you can untap your hero. I don't know. I think cards that allow you to untap your hero are going to be quite good. At least they seem to be quite good on the face of them.
Well, we know what Puffin can do if you're able to go ahead and tap twice. You
That's
potentially
true.
get access to that card draw via your cranking. So, yeah.
That's a really good point. And being able to untap off of the back of just a single card seems pretty solid. Burly Bones, who is a Pirate Necromancer action attack. This looks like it should be an ally, but it's just a guy who's going to come in and punch. 2 cost, 5 power. When this attacks, you can discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. Oh, that's cool. If this card has Watery Grave, this gets overpower. If that card that you discard has Watery Grave, then you can overpower. This seems like a pretty solid little card. Now it's a yellow. That's sometimes a struggle, but it's also a block 3. I feel like you'd want a lot of block 3s in a good old Pirate Necromancer.
Just want to bring up the
Oh,
compass.
we didn't
of
even talk
Sunken
about
Depths,
compass.
where now we have access to some very valuable information, Stephen, that
That's
could
true.
serve you quite well when you're using that Burly Bones.
That's a really good point because being able to see the top card of your deck off of draw and discard effects for his effect is one thing, but then now being able to see the top card of your deck and going, yeah, I'm fine discarding that. That's a whole other thing. Okay, I like that a lot. We didn't even talk about that because it was on the back of the Goldfin Harpoon.
It's hiding.
Yeah, as are all the cool things in this set apparently, because
A
we
lot
got
of
some
them,
more
for sure.
Salvage Shot Blue makes a return as well. Again, allowing you to not really worry as much about the fatigue state if this connects, forces that. So we got the blue.
Yeah, this
Draw
one
back the-
actually, I just want to call out real quick, super important for clearing out allies potentially.
Oh, that's a good point.
Really good to just hit an ally and then reset and get to do so again.
Yeah, you basically don't waste the card
Correct.
clearing an ally. That's a really good point. Draw back the hammer, costs 1. We saw this one spoiled as well. You can untap a gun you control, so multiple attacks with the gun seem very strong. And the +4 just seems very good, being able to put that on. All right, this is a cool piece. Quick Clicks. Generic equipment legs, has no block, but it says action destroy this, your next attack this turn gets Go Again. Activate this only if you've played a Nimbleism this turn. Oh, okay. Nimbleism and maybe Nimble Strike back.
We'll
Back
see.
from the grave, who
We'll see.
knows? But this is a really
Sure
cool
seems
piece.
like Nimbleism will be present based on that.
All right, here we got a new one as well. And this is what I wanted to see so bad, is pirate cards. Pirate cards is where I was just so excited. Gold Hunter Catch. 4 cost, 7 power, 2 defense. It's a pirate action attack. If you control less gold than opponent, this costs 2 less to play. Ooh, I like this. Making this a 2 for 7. Also, the fact that we're playing in a sealed state where you could have just gotten access to, taking all the gold
Yep.
off of Treasure Island.
Yep.
Being able to just discount this, it makes you make that sort of granular decision. Am I going to let that hit so that I can play this for 2
Absolutely.
less? That's so cool.
Bit of a catch-up mechanic as well. You know, if your opponent has the gold advantage, typically that's a good spot to be
True.
in this format. And now you get cards that power up a little bit in that state.
True, that's a good point. Sirens of Safe Harbor, a great spoiler as well. Yellow, in this case, is 2 for 5. When this is put into your graveyard from anywhere, gain 1. You can now activate it off of Burly Bones.
A lot
There
of things
go.
you can do. A lot of cool mini combos that I think people will discover as we move through this set.
Got Golden Tipple, another pirate action attack. I like this art. This art is so fun. Oh my god, it's
This
so
is
great.
a card I like quite a bit.
When this, so it costs 1, it attacks for 3. When this attacks, you may discard a yellow card. If you do draw a card and create what? Draw a card and create a gold token?
Can you think of any particular cards that are yellow that you might want to be discarding as you're playing the game?
Probably not.
Okay,
I mean,
we'll
no
see if
one,
any
no
show
one
up.
plays yellow, right?
We'll see.
In the game of Flesh and Blood, it's red and blue only.
Okay.
Why would you ever want to play a yellow? Oh, wait. Just kidding. There's a lot in this set, at least. No, this is great. I love the idea of giving you more reasons to play those yellow cards. And this is a great reason. Create a gold token. Seems incredible. Washed Up Wave. When this defends, you may discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If that card has Watery Grave, this gets +2. So that in order to activate this, because it has Blade Break, but it doesn't block for anything, you have to give up a card, either from your hand or the top of your deck. If it's from the top of your deck, you would have to use like Compass or another effect to look at it.
Yep, you want some knowledge in that case?
But you can always just sack the card from your hand. Also, that art is incredible.
You're going to say that a lot as we move
That
through
art
this,
is
Steven.
so cool.
So many beautiful pieces in this set.
Did you know there's skulls in this art?
There's everything in these pieces of art.
That is so awesome. I gotta put that right there. Rally the Coast Guard. That's a cool looking art as well. You're right. I'm just gonna keep saying
I know.
this. I'll just
It's okay.
skip past
Look,
the point
I
where
love
I
hearing
gush,
it.
where
It's
I
fine.
gush about the art. Cost 3. It's a 3 for 7. It's a block 2. It's a generic. Once per turn instant, discard a card. This gets +3. Activate this while the card is defending. Oh, great. So it's essentially another type of proc effect that we saw from like Rally the Rear Guard.
Yep.
And it's a nice little callback because it's Rally the Coast Guard.
At maybe a preferable cost profile here, though, is a 3/7. So
Instead of the
stuff.
2 for 6. That's right, because it was a 2 for 6 before.
was,
Yeah.
yeah.
So that means this in a cycle goes down to a blue for 5.
Correct.
Which is not bad. Not bad at all. Let's see, put that in the right pile. Not So Fast. That's a yellow card. It's a Scurv. Okay. All right. I see what we're doing here, everyone. Have you seen what we're doing here? Scurv Specialization.
What does that mean?
A pirate instant. The next time an opponent would draw a card from the effect of a gold token, instead you draw a card. I have a feeling I'm not going to say anything. I just want to find out for myself. Yellow, 0 cost. I am spiraling. Oh, we got Scuba, Salty Sea Dog. I'm literally spiraling. What have you done to me? I was going to make this so professional, and now I just want to see this hero.
I mean,
Okay.
this is what I wanted. I wanted you completely destroyed
God
by this
dang it.
opening. So.
Well, okay, well, Scuba Salty Sea Dog, 0 cost, 4 power, 4 health. This is one of the cooler allies that we were shown in the spoiler season. Pay 3, attack tapping, of course. And when this attacks, you can put a yellow card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's deck. And that one I think is really interesting.
Yeah.
Because if there's a way that you can, in like a mirror match scenario, take away a really powerful ally,
100%.
you just sink it, but you can also just do that for yourself and then create a gold token. I think
There's
it's great.
powerful yellows in this set as well, so you
Yeah.
may just want your yellow back into your deck so you can play it.
So you can play
next
it
time you go
again,
through.
exactly. And just the payoff of getting a gold token off of that means that you again have to choose. And then what's the better choice? The better players make the better choice.
Yeah,
right?
a lot of choices.
That's so
over
great.
These games.
Oh, hey, we got a foil Majestic.
Not bad.
Midas Touch.
Not bad.
This is a cool one as well. And this does something similar because pay 1, destroy target ally. Its controller creates gold equal to its cost. So you could do this for yourself.
You can.
You just play like...
And you might.
Yeah, you play an ally, blow it up, get your own gold,
What
and
was
you're off
your
the races.
preview card again, Steven? Can you
Mine
remind me?
was a very powerful singer.
Yeah.
I don't know if you know
Yeah,
that
Mr.
singer.
Humperdinck.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Uh-huh. And
Whaler Humperdinck.
What did he cost to play?
More than 1
Yeah.
or 2. He cost a total of 7.
Interesting.
And so, yeah, you can just... When I saw this card, I was like, I'll take 7
Yeah,
gold
load
tokens.
yourself up.
11 damage is pretty good.
I
but-
saw someone say there's 2 types of people in this world. The one who wants to go ahead and destroy your opponent's allies
Yeah.
with Midas Touch, and the one who wants to play your Whaler and blow it up and
Yeah.
just revel in the gold.
Yeah, I can see that. Midas Touch, that's a pretty solid one. And we've got Marlynn in the back, and we've got Red Spine Manta. These are dual-sided like they are in the pre-release pack as well.
Yep.
Cool. All right, that's 1 down.
1 pack down. About 35 minutes
okay.
left, Steven.
It's
Steven,
okay.
that 1 pack took you 10 minutes.
Don't
If
worry.
You were going
Don't
to
worry.
build a
Don't
deck,
worry. Don't worry.
You got to
We'll
speed
get
it
there.
up, my
We'll
man.
get there. Okay, I'll have to figure out how to open this pack.
I'm
as
just
well.
looking out for you competitively. I want you to go ahead and crush the world premiere.
Oh,
if
you know
get
what?
DQ'd before you even get there, that's going to affect coverage
You
quite
know,
a bit.
I will say this. One thing before we dive into this pack very slowly. No, I, at world premieres, I have made and this is at pre-releases as well, I make a point to play every hero.
Yeah.
If I can, if the
Yeah.
pool allows for it. So at this point, I'm just going to be slamming games. It is what it is,
Agreed.
right?
I think that's the right approach to have for a world premiere.
It's the way to go, right? Winning is great, but playing all the heroes and just feeling the
Enjoying
new
it.
set vibes, that's where
You can
I'm
only
at.
have that first experience once.
Exactly. I like that. Cloud Skiff, we saw this. Oh, this is a new one. Jittery Bones, 0 cost 4/3. When this attacks, you can discard a card or destroy the top card of your deck. If it's Watery Grave, this gets go again. Wow, that card is so well statted.
0/4
Oh
go
my
again.
God, that card
3
is
block.
good.
Not bad.
Oh, let's put that right in the pile. We got a Rusty Harpoon, just in case you needed a good old Rusty Harpoon. It's a 0 for 3. Blue, seems pretty solid. 3 block as well. Blue 3 blocks, I'm always in. This is beautiful art as well. I told you I wasn't going to say it, but I'm going to keep
Too
saying
late.
it. No.
Too late.
No, I'm not. Gold Wing Turbine costs 2, +1, create a golden cog token. Okay, there you go. Effects that allow you to create that on the face of it, that seems very good. And it's a blue as well, blue 3 block.
Yep.
Barnacle, we've seen Barnacle as well, another good ally. Ah, the Scar for a Scar returns.
Classic.
You can't live without it,
Like
right?
I said, if you have tools that work, use
Just-
them. Use them as part of the limited format. Scar for a Scar, great fit here.
Makes sense. I mean, Scar for Scar seems, what in the world? Battalion Baroque. Have you seen this art?
Yeah.
Yeah, spoiler alert. That's good art right
pretty
there.
good.
High Tide. So this is the first time we get to see the High Tide keyword on a card we've opened. If there are 2 or more blue cards in your pitch zone, this gets +2. So this goes for a 4 for 8, which kind of prices you into pitching that. I mean, you pitch 2 blues, maybe you have some resources floating for something, but it
Gold,
gives you the +2.
perhaps?
That's true. You could crack a gold. That's a good point. That seems really good. And it's a pirate card, so
Yeah.
I'm biased. We got Fish Fingers shows up again. I got to stop saying it. I'm not going to say it.
Okay. We're all thinking it.
If you control less gold than opponent, this gets overpowered. Gold Hunter Marauder. That's pretty good. A 3 for 6. Possibly like an in-game finisher if you can get the old,
Yeah.
the overpower to trigger.
More of those catch-up mechanic type
Yeah.
setups,
We got Nimblism back. We saw that referenced on a previous
as
card.
we expected.
Swift Water Sloop. This one, High Tide. It's a blue. If there are 2 or more blue cards in your pitch zone, I should say, this gets go again. Ooh, that seems good. The red would be a 2 for 6 with go again. Wow.
Nice
Okay,
stats.
that's pretty solid.
Yep.
Divvy up, 0 cost, pirate action. Remove half the gold counters from Treasure Island, rounded up. If you are a thief,
Huh.
I'm just gonna keep going.
Interesting.
Oh my God, this is too much,
Interesting.
man. Gold tokens equal to the number of gold counters removed this way. You get to make your own. Okay, that's fun. You just steal them. That's what you should do. I mean, this is the
what thieves
pirate
do,
set.
right?
It's the pirate set, man. Flying high. Seen that one spoiled. Oh, that's a beautiful foil. Look at that. Scouting shot. A 0 for 4 on its face, and then when it's put up face up in the arsenal, you can look at the top card of your deck. Oh, that's so cool.
Very nice with gold, right? You know
Yeah.
exactly what you're drawing into.
Exactly. And being able to maybe give this go again at some point in some way, shape, or form seems really solid. We got our own compass here. Got the gold. I'm not going to crack it, but I
Okay.
desperately want to because we got to. You told me we got to blitz through this.
I just want to make sure you have enough time, Steven,
All
to
right, you know
experience
what?
everything. Go ahead.
I'm going to experience
Yeah, go ahead.
everything.
It's fine.
That
Beautiful.
one felt pretty good.
Yeah, that was a nice crack.
that one felt
Very
pretty good.
smooth.
We got the pack number 3. Yeah, you're right. We do probably need to pick up the pace. Burly Bones comes back in blue. Ooh, this is a new one. Nettling Shot. When this is put face up into your arsenal, you can tap target ally. Oh, that seems great in this limited set. And it's a 4/3 for 0. That seems super, super good.
One thing you're going to realize as we move through this, you're going to see a lot more unique cards than you've ever seen before.
Oh, really?
In Flesh and Blood. And a lot of that are not full cycles being completed, just a lot of singletons, cards that are only available in red, only available in blue. So if you're sitting here at home watching these packs being opened, being like, wow, I feel like we're seeing a lot of cards right now, that's precisely why.
What's the thought process as we look at Teeth of the Cog there? What was your thought? Oh, this has Galvanize. Galvanize makes it back. If you use the Galvanize effect, you create a golden cog. Seems good.
Yeah, it's just about creating multiple tools, unique experiences,
Sure.
variability in play
I
patterns.
love that.
Yeah.
I love that. I think it makes things a little bit more unpredictable, and
does.
it rewards these great choices, great plays, and knowing the set as well as you go.
Yep.
Restless Bones, Pirate Necromancer action attack. It's a blue 4 attack, which is not bad. Already a breakpoint. Costs 2. When this attacks, you can discard or destroy the top of your deck. If it has Watery Grave, this gets Go Again. Yeah, that seems really good.
So
and
we saw a
blue card.
smaller version of that effect before with, which one of the bones was that?
Yeah.
That was the Jittery Bones as the 0/4.
Yeah, and this one
Now
costs.
we're
it's
seeing a 2 cost.
2 for 4. Seems seems like we have a full cycle of that in the sense that the effect is being presented in all different forms. Salvage Shot comes back as a yellow. Oh, a unicycle just makes it on, and it's literally a leg. It's a prosthesis. That is so cool. What a unique way to take on unicycle. Instant destroy it, untap a cog. Battle worn 1. Wow, battle worn 1 in limited.
It's a big
pretty
effect.
strong.
And I will tell you, untapping a cog, also pretty strong.
Yeah, you tap a cog, untap it, and then tap it again, draw a card.
Yep.
Seems pretty good.
It's not bad.
That's a pretty good one to keep your eye on. Battalion Broke shows back up in blue this time, so the 5. Ooh, this is beautiful. On the Horizon. Generic block. I love block cards. I think block is such a really cool...
Really good for limited, especially
Really
where
cool.
Overpower is available.
Yeah.
I like block in that scenario quite a bit.
Oh, when this defends, you look at the top of the deck. Nice. I like that.
Yep, more
That's
little bits of
fantastic.
information that you can use and manipulate, varying degrees of success.
Well, and it's a yellow 3 block, right? And we saw in the Hunted, we saw red 3 blocks,
Correct.
red 3 block defense reactions, and now we see yellow 3 block
Yeah, you can
cards.
go a little bit higher with the block cards.
Yeah, I think that's great. Swiftwater Sloop in blue. Captain's Coat, that's great art as well. Destroy it, gain 1, activate this only if you've drawn a card this turn. But there's a cornucopia of ways to do that in this set,
Oh, yeah.
I would imagine.
Yeah, cards will be drawn.
Good. It's the way it should be in a pirate set. Sirens of Safe Harbor in red, so 2 for 6. That's a good one to keep in
Yeah.
mind. Line. Look at the top card of your deck. If it's an arrow, you can put it face up into your arsenal, and if you do, it gets Go Again. Wow, in blue. It's a blue 3 block. It costs you nothing. There's no variability on this, it looks like. Unless maybe it's like look at the top 2 or 3 cards if it's a different cycle. Either way, this in blue seems great. Am I off base?
Ways to use that information for sure. It's all about how much information you have, right? If you know
Yeah.
that top card, this card's very strong.
Cogworks Workshop costs 1, and this is a majestic. Oh, create a golden cog token, put a steam counter on up to 2 cogs you control. That seems really good.
I think this is maybe a bit of a constructed piece we may have been missing up until this moment. More
Yeah.
cog generation for Puffin. That's a nice
Wow.
pull, Stephen.
Yeah, that seems really good. Oh, now this is a beautiful piece of art. I said it again.
Said it again. Got him.
I'm sorry.
Got him.
I'm sorry.
Put it on the scoreboard.
No, okay. It costs nothing, and it's attacking for 3. It says if you control less gold, then this gets +2, and it's just classic pirate art.
Yeah.
I mean, come on.
And
You
it's
gotta
a
throw it
0
in
for
there.
5 yellow as well.
That's
at
a good
its ceiling.
point.
Yeah, nice.
+2 seems pretty good.
Nice output for sure.
Classic 2 block in the pirate side of things.
Mm-hmm.
Like it's so interesting that it became a class rather than a talent, like so many people thought.
Yep.
But I love it personally because I'm a pirate fan.
Look, it feels like a class to me. It's just that simple.
Exactly,
Like it
it
is
does.
that fulsome, and it's not about a modification. In this case, it is kind of working as a modification, but
Yeah.
I think this is a dual class set, and I think you'll feel that as you engage with it.
I like that. Jittery Bones, we got the blue in Jittery Bones. Swift Shot, this one's new. 0 cost 4. When this is put up face up in your arsenal, it gets Go Again this turn. And I love the stipulation on this turn. I like this card a lot. I think this seems like a really well-designed card, like a really powerful card.
Starting to maybe see that red line Marlynn build
Exactly.
come together here.
It makes sense, right? Tough Old Wrench, 2 cost, 5 power. Galvanize. If you destroy an item, you get to make a golden cog. That's great. Okay, I love this effect. This makes it so much more
a
approachable.
little bit more cog generation.
Yeah,
for
and I think that's what she needs, or at least it seems like it on the face of what we saw leading into this. Here's the red Burly Bones, the 2 for 6 that we see.
you. 2 for 6 go again.
Yeah.
3 block.
Pretty good, right? Sick'em Shot Blue, got the ability to pitch. I was hoping to see a couple of these. I loved this this video that y'all made with the expedition.
Oh yeah.
At least this was great. 2 Horizons Mantle, costs 3. It's a 3 for 7 classic, and it seems like it's going to be great in the limited format with
Yeah.
Treasure Island.
A little bit of manipulation of Treasure Island.
Yeah, seems really, really solid. NIMBY. When this attacks, you can search your deck for a Nimbleism, reveal it, put it into your hand, then shuffle. Oh, you love it. You love to see it. 0 cost, 3 power. That seems great.
It's pretty good.
You put it in your hand,
Right to
but
your hand.
this doesn't have go again.
It does not.
So you can maybe arsenal it, maybe you give this go again somehow, you can continue your turn.
Steven, you can do whatever you want with it.
Okay,
I'm not here to
well,
tell you how to play your
I'll fold
cards.
it in half.
Yeah, you
That's
go
what I'm
ahead and
gonna
do
do. No.
whatever tickles your fancy.
There you go. No, that's a fun idea. Like it harkens back to some of the tutor effects of old, right? From the first couple of sets. Buccaneer's Bounty makes its showing again. Swiftwater Sloop, pirate action attack. This one's in red, so we've got the red now as well. Got a blue Nimblism, everyone's favorite.
A little
Always
bit of nimblism
played.
backup.
Got Mutiny on Nimbus Sovereign. This costs 0. For each hero that controls more gold than you, steal a gold they control. That to me already screams super fun in multiplayer if you were to
Sure.
sit down and play that. If you gain control of one or more gold tokens this way, your next attack this turn gets Overpower. Okay, cool. Overpower on demand seems fun as well. That seems pretty solid.
Again, more of those catch-up mechanics that can get you back
Right.
into it. Because Treasure Island can be swingy. I'm sure you've seen the text of that card. You
Yeah.
build up a huge amount of counters. You
Right.
just hit clean. Maybe you're sitting on 6, 7 gold, something
Yes.
preposterous like that. There's catch-up mechanics for
Honestly,
even those situations.
that was something I was a little worried about going into this set. Is like if you just get on the front foot in games of Flesh and Blood, sometimes you just have full control. And this type of card, I think it's great.
I think what's going to be interesting to see how players want to engage with Treasure Island is, are they going to have these extended battles where we're just defending with everything we can and
Yeah.
the counters are building up? Or is it actually just right to give your opponent
Give
that
them-
early
yeah,
win and then
exactly.
fight a little bit more down the road? So if they do have to take a win at some point, you're not just handing over 7 gold and maybe
Yeah.
the entire game at that point.
Such a cool storytelling moment as well. Pinion Sentry costs nothing because it is a mechanologist block. It's blue, that's what I was trying to say. When this defends, you can tap a cog you control, and if you do, you create another golden cog token. Wow, it's just everywhere. Lost in Transit, a pirate block. When this defends, you can remove a gold counter from Treasure Island. And if you do, and if you're a thief, create a gold token. Okay, stop.
What are these thieves up to, man?
Show me the card. Show me the
What
card.
are they up to?
Golden Tipple in foil, the red. There's Marlynn and a gold, a large gold. I can't wait for the marvel of this. Oh my goodness.
Beautiful
oh
in
my
person.
goodness, that marvel.
Hope you get to see it this weekend. Halfway through, Steven. Halfway through.
You know, we're fine.
It's questionable whether we're fine.
We're doing great. We're doing great.
It's very
Okay.
questionable.
Dry powder shot. We're throwing a giant bomb over the side and firing that out of a cannon. 0 cost 3. When you put it up, it's literally 0 for 5. That seems good. Teeth of the Cog in red this time. Breakpoints are good.
Oh, yeah.
In a set where you want to get a gold.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet. We got Cutty Shark. I love this. Every bit of that. I love all of that. I think that card is so good.
I love the art.
Oh,
I love
it's so good.
This anthropomorphic shark race that we've now
Yeah.
clearly established exists
Yeah.
somewhere on Wraith.
Yeah.
I want to know more about them for
and,
sure.
And like you can look from the sternum down, it's like just the bones, you know, like controlling it. It's great. Oh, Headshot's back. Headshot back in blue. Man, back in Arcane Rising when Ranger first debuted, blue Headshot was so much
terror,
fun.
yeah.
It was incredible.
Yep.
This is a great callback for people like old heads like me that played Azalea literally on day one.
I think there actually is a bit of like Arcane Rising vibes throughout this set. You see it very much with the Ranger reprints that were chosen here.
Yeah.
And I think you're exactly right. It's a good callback to
It's
folks who have been around for as long
such a
as
great
you and I have.
I love that. Tighten the Screws. We've seen this one, I think, spoiled as well. But this one, another +4 on the face of it, just seems great. Golden Tipple, we got that. Walk the Plank.
Blue Golden Tipple, though, Stephen, I want to call that out because
Okay.
I think that makes a big difference when you're dealing with Gravy Bones.
True,
that
yeah,
out
that is true. And you're able to discard a yellow card off of it. You've played the blue card, discard
Correct.
a yellow card. Yeah, that's a windmill slam, right? But it's great in other heroes as well if you just need that gold generation.
Gold's important.
Yeah, that's a cool card. Walk the Plank. When this hits a pirate hero, tap them or an ally they control. That seems pretty solid as well. And this is in yellow. It's a 3 for 6 in yellow. So solid. We got Quartermaster's Boots. This is a piece of equipment for generic, so it can fit anybody. Action pay 2 to destroy this. The next non-attack action card you play this turn gets go again. So you can give non-attacks go again. Okay. That's really interesting, actually.
Yeah, it can
I
be
could
important with Gravy Bones.
I could see that in a lot outside of this set, even just being able to give non-attacks go again, paying 2 for it. And we have effects that do that already, but still, it's a Blade Break 1 on top of it.
Yeah, a little bit of defense value.
Gold Hunter Catch. We've seen that as well. I am so enamored by pirates. I'm sorry I'm taking... You're like, you want to build, and I do too.
No,
but-
I just want you to have a good time.
Oh
That's
my
literally
gosh.
all I want, Stephen. I also want you, though, to be able to play the tournament.
Okay,
So
yeah, I
that's-
should probably
that's
be
the
able to
other
do
thing.
that. Yeah, I put that on the agenda. Playing the tournament. Chart a course. This one's a new one. Your first attack this turn gets +3. You can put a gold counter on Treasure Islands. Love it. Go again. That is a cool ship. That is a cool ship.
Yeah, that is a cool one.
That is very cool. When this
HMS Marlynn.
Yeah. HMS Marlynn says when this hits a hero, destroy the top card of their deck. And then it gives you +1 and overpower if you double pitch blues on that turn. That seems very strong. Oop, I moved 2 cards. Oh, we found them. We found the pirate thief hero, Scurv. This was the stowaway callback.
He's a stowaway, Stephen.
Oh my
He's
God.
a stowaway because he's only in the packs. That's where he is. That's how you get to play Scurv. You have to open Scurv to be able to play it in
Oh my
games
God, that's awesome.
of High Seas Limited. You have unveiled Scurv. I'm not going to tell you how often he shows up, but this is a little special that you hit this. I'm really happy you did. And I just want to take one moment. We'll talk more about your opinion, but I want to tell the fans a little bit more about Scurv.
Smells like a stowaway.
Scurv, tell me your
Oh
thoughts.
my
How are
God.
you feeling right now?
I love this because there's always the people that go like hard in the paint, like when a set is announced or spoiled, like who are each of these? And the Scurvy Stowaway, the Stowaway was listed, and here's a hero. I think it's super cool that he just pops up, and you can only play him out of the pack.
Have to open Scurv. That's the only way to play this hero in Limited.
And he's a pirate thief. Can you tell me about thieves, or is that a secret?
You have seen a bit of what
Okay.
thieves do at this point. There's some other cards in the set that you haven't seen that do
Okay.
interact, and they say if you are a thief, do a different effect.
Oh my God, I love this. This is so cool.
Tell us about the hero
Action, tap it, destroy a gold you control, and you get to create a gold kiss
You were
rum
asking for
token.
it. You were asking for more rum.
Let's go. And then whenever you create a gold kiss rum token, you gain a resource. You gain 1 energy. That is so cool.
This is such a fascinating hero to play with. Obviously, there is the sealed part where you have to go ahead and open a Scurv to be able to play. It is a rare, as you see there
Yeah.
at the bottom. Draft, though, you have to draft Scurv as
Oh,
well.
that's true.
And obviously, Scurv can show up anywhere. He can be in the first pack, he can be in the second pack, he can be in the third pack.
You could be past the Scurv.
Yeah, you can. And Scurv is only a pirate thief, so you can
Right.
only play pirate and thief cards.
Right.
And that weighs very heavily on what you're going to be able to do. Yeah, we're going to make a count, I'm
Yeah,
sure.
well, exactly. And then you look at some of the effects that are built in that say thief, that pay you off for being a thief. But then you have to ask yourself, okay, are there thief, just straight up thief cards? That's what I'm sitting here wondering. He's got the same stat line, so 4 health, or 4 intellect, 20 health. So he matches everybody else. He also looks just really cool.
Yep.
He's just hanging out next to the gold, drinking the gold kiss rum.
Yeah, internally we often said, stupid, sexy Scurv was...
That's exactly right on point right there. Oh, that is so cool. All right, he goes there.
Yeah, he gets
you
his
go
own
right
spot.
there. Swindler's Grift. When this attacks, you can discard a yellow card. If you do, draw a card and create a gold token. A 2 for 6, and then Puffin in the back alongside Red Spine Manta.
Well, now everything
my
has
God.
changed. The entire context has changed as we move through the rest
that's
of these
okay. I
packs.
only have 17 minutes,
Yeah,
but that's
that'll
fine.
be fine.
It's 4 heroes, whatever.
Stephen, I have a feeling what you're going to do is take these pirate cards, take these generic cards,
Do you
pile
know
them
me?
together,
Do you-
and fire off Scurv.
I am a pirate through and
Yeah.
through. So like all of this is really cool. But well, you know, there you go. Windmill slam that. And now with 4 rounds, I have 4 heroes to
Yep,
play.
you get to
I think
experiment a
that's
little bit with everyone.
That's the best case scenario. We've got Swabby here. He shows up for the first time. Mutiny on Battalion Baroque. This is great. I love calling back the card that you've already seen in name.
Yep.
For each hero that controls more gold than you steal. And then if you gain control of 1 or more gold tokens, this next attack this turn gets +2. Seems pretty solid. Like is that overall like the mutiny
That is
mechanic?
the mutiny theme.
I
and
like that.
It's very strong, by the
Yeah,
way.
that seems really good because
Yep.
you're stealing a gold and then you're giving extra benefits after that. Blue Walk the Plank, another expedition. This one's the 0 for 4 expedition. Oh, that's beautiful. Oh my God. I was going to say this is probably Acer. That art, I mean, it's her through and through. That is beautiful. Action, discard a card, destroy this. Put a blue from your graveyard in the bottom of your deck. Go again. I just want to play that for the art. I'm not going to lie. Like, just seems good.
Rebuy in this format, very important. And there are powerful blues as well. Things like the big ships that you go ahead and can pitch stack to in the late game. And there's going to be some pitch stacking. Very much setting up these gold end states with just a few cards left in your deck, a pile of blues. What can you pull out of them? And that's where things like blue ships start to become very important.
That is so cool. That is like such a classic like callback to a couple of years ago with our bards, right? That were able to dig through the deck in that way. Saltwater Swell, that art is incredible. So good.
Scoreboard.
Costs 1. When this attacks, reveal the top card of your deck. If it's a blue, pitch it. Oh my god, if it's a blue, pitch it. That is really good.
Yeah, interesting effect there. Something a little bit new.
That seems really good. Hook. Oh, that's a weird looking shark. Costs nothing. Look at the top part of your deck. If it's an arrow, put it face up, and it gets +1.
Just like line. So we've now seen hook and line.
Okay. This is so great. It's so on the nose.
Steven?
It's so on the nose. Hoist 'em Up is here, which is going to be promo. What event is coming up? That's going to be promo? I can't remember
exactly. I'm sure we'll talk more about the promo schedule coming up over the course of this weekend.
Somewhere awesome that you want to be at, and the Spitfire in the back. All right, I'm going to breeze through these, and then I need you to tell me, based on what we've opened, because you've watched me do this whole thing. Based on what we've opened, I'm very curious to hear where you're pulled based on the overall like amounts in piles and just what you've seen as well. Angry Bones is new, 2 for 5. When this attacks, discard the top or destroy the top card of the deck. It has +1, so it just kind of goes a little bit more in line. But it's a 3-block, and it's a yellow.
Yep,
that's important.
Honestly, your pool looks very strong to me at first glance. I think there's so many paths you can go down. Your mechanologist hits have been strong. Your red arrows look really good to me.
They do, right?
You also open Scurv, so
that's true.
Like, look, I realize it's a bit of a gamble. Probably don't know exactly what Scurv is capable of at this point. I'm probably playing Scurv if I'm in your seat. I need to learn, right? I need to understand what this hero can do. And frankly, it does kind of simplify things a little bit. You get your card pool narrowed down quite a bit.
Well, I mean, hook, line, and sinker. You hit me with that.
We've got them all.
There it is,
we hit
right?
The set.
You did it. Paddle faster. That's another one of those little callbacks. Strike gold. When this hits, create a gold token. Ah, that's great. That's a great little like sealed and like limited card. It seems.
Just the generic available to everyone. So, even if Gravy Bones shows up and starts terrorizing the CC metagame, maybe something like Strike Gold has a role to play.
When is this going to crack?
I don't know, man. I don't make the baubles.
Can you ask?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Ask for us. When is that going to crack? Because we've been waiting.
I mean, it is cracked. Bauble.
Okay, you're right. That's true.
It has
when is it going to open? I'm sorry. You were 100% correct. You nailed me on that one. When is it going to fully open, and what is inside?
Just split completely in half.
Yes,
that I
right.
do not know.
Man, I can't do this pack. This pack did not work for me. But all the other ones, choice.
After I credited your pack,
I tried to live up to it, but sometimes you just fall short. Call in the big guns. That's fun. Your next arrow attack this turn gets +1. You can put an arrow from your. You just load it.
Yep.
It's like not reload, but it is kind of reload.
Yeah, and those effects are going to be important for Marlynn because if you are playing her cannon, there's no actual loading on that card. You have to find a way to do your loading. So there is a big ask there. And now, granted, there's gold, right? You get gold, you're able to load pretty much at will. But if you don't have your first gold, you can get yourself in some real trouble with Marlynn.
That is very true. I didn't even think about that. Draw back the hammer. We've seen red. Cutty Shark shows up again. That's 2 of those. Wow, that seems great. Got another red salvage shot this time. So we're hitting the break
Cleaning out the allies,
Walk the plank here. Mutiny on Swiftwater. Trade-In shows back up. Nice little reprint of Trade-In.
A little bit of gold for you.
It was printed in Heavy Hitters as well.
Heavy Hitters, correct.
Has been my favorite setup to this point, Heavy Hitters. But I think...
so far.
Well, I'm just going to say, it may not be that way for long. Rally the Coast Guard. Scrub the deck is new. Destroy the top card of each hero's deck. If it's yellow, create a gold token. Okay, I like that.
A little bit of glue there.
Cloud City Steamboat, very powerful card. And Jittery Bones in foil to round out the packs. Okay.
Not bad. All right, tell me how you're feeling, Steven.
I'm flustered.
Okay.
That's how I'm feeling.
I understand.
Because there's a new hero that we have to take a look at. But if I were to sit down and not even thinking about Scurv, the brand new hero that was just revealed, I would be looking at this, and my first thought would be, kind of what you do with every sealed pool is you look at the powerful reds. At least I do. I look at powerful reds. In Gravy Bones' case, I think I would look at allies. I would look at what type of allies and what type of powerful blues I have.
Yeah, go again blues is like the real starting point for Gravy Bones. That's how you kick off all your turns.
But for you, if you're sitting in my seat, do you just Windmill Slam look at the pirate cards first because they feed everything?
I think you're on the right track. I think you're supposed to identify your class options first. Like the pirate cards will round out everything.
Okay, I see
with
that.
the exception of Scurv, which very much relies on that. So maybe if I have a Scurv, I have to go, well, wait, do I actually have a deck here? Is there some kind of coherent strategy I'm putting forth? And Scurv gets a lot of buffs via his ability. And I don't think you hit any, Steven, but there's actually a bunch of equipment that also plays well with Scurv that gets additional abilities. Yeah, so not having that, is a little bit of a downer for Scurv. He does get a little bit of upside from the equipment set.
Sure.
But I think your instincts are right. You do want to go to those class options, find your good reds, find your glue pieces. I mentioned Marlynn, making sure you have enough ways to load. In something like Puffin, making sure you have enough cog generation. In Gravy Bones, making sure you have the blue go again to kick off your turn. Yeah. Those are my 3 starting points. And then it's, what kind of power cards are now being enabled by the fact that I have the enablers to make this happen.
That's true, because then you can look at your pirate cards and go, okay, where are those big shits?
How can I fill in? Yep.
Right, exactly. So in doing so, if we're going to clear all of this, we'll just crisscross and slide everything over here. If we were to do that, starting with Ranger, all right, Scurv, you get to sit here still, because of course you do. You deserve the spot. Looking at what we've got here, we have a good chunk of, at least from what I remember, we had a good chunk of red arrows.
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, I mean, that's not bad. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 just on the face of it.
Yeah, and go again arrows too, which is pretty important.
True. Yeah, we have 2 of those.
Now,
right?
what I don't see is a lot of harpoon action.
Yeah.
So if I am thinking Marlynn, I am probably siloing myself at this point and looking way more towards a red line Marlynn.
Right.
And then I start to say, okay, if I am playing red line, well, what kind of generic support do I have for that? Something like Scar for a Scar becomes important because you do want to go wide. You want to offer a lot of damage to your opponent. Red Nimblism can become important in those scenarios.
Right.
I think you had the legs that keys off the Nimblism and gets go again, or did you have the arms? I don't. Maybe you have
let's
both.
see. Actually,
possibly.
That's a good question. That would be.
That was the legs. Quick clicks.
Oh yes, it is. Yes, this is the legs. Did we have the arms? No, we only had fish fingers. Nope, we just got 2.
Okay, there is an arms as well that keys off Nimblism. So something like looking for both of those can be worth a lot in terms of setting up this red line type strategy.
But this is a format where I also have to contend with a board state.
Yeah.
And so I do need some amount of
salvage shots.
Yeah, salvage shots, and in blue. A blue Sikkim shot even feels good as far as go again. Like these are go again arrows. These are good 0 for 4s or 0 for 5s in some case. And then there's recursion as well. I mean, this is a fantastic blue. Yeah, this feels very strong overall, as far as like all playability is concerned.
Good blue base for sure.
Maybe a little light on red if I'm trying to be super aggressive.
Yeah, and a little light on pumps for me as well. Like just not seeing a lot of pumping going on. So
I would be playing the baseline stats, right?
Yep, I think so, and that can be challenging. Like you do want to pump your Ranger arrows quite reliably.
There are a lot of pumps in this set. It didn't seem like we had as many cycling through, but maybe they're in the pirate slots. I didn't even think about that.
There are reasonable amounts of pump. There are pirate ones. Things like Chart of Course can be used as a pump effectively. There's the Nimblisms as well. So Nimby can go ahead and set up one of those in your arsenal to try and make that big turn happen. So there are a good amount of pumps. You didn't seem to have many of the Ranger ones in this particular pool.
Okay. As far as Mechanologist is concerned, I'm looking at a lot of these reds.
Yeah, these 1 for 4s are nice too. Having the gold wing turbines really important, and you just had a lot of cog generation I saw as we were moving through.
I had to keep the unicycle because I thought that card was so cool.
This guy snuck into the wrong pile.
Oh, whoops! It was lined up in the wrong side. Okay, I had a lot of reds for this.
You do.
And then looking at...
And then the blue cog generation is just very strong for you. You have both the Majestic and something like Pinion Sentry, which does a nice job.
Which just gives you the golden cog, right? Which feels pretty solid. You don't even have to sack it, you just tap it. That seems great. Yeah. This seems very powerful on the face of it.
Having the unicycle too. This looks pretty innocuous on its face, I understand that, but unicycle is very good.
Well, because it enables that second tap and draw of a card, right? And in a set where you're trying to push breakpoints and ask questions of your opponent, are you going to stop me, or am I going to get this gold? Playing something like Mechanologist, which has the capacity to do this, I'm going to, once per turn instant, after you've made your blocks, and I'm either going to go +1, grab a gold from Treasure Island, or I'm going to just go again and then, play this.
Yeah. It asks your opponent to account for a lot.
Exactly. This feels very powerful on the face.
I would agree with that assessment.
That is a strong contender if I were going to try and play the same hero all 3 or 4 rounds.
Yep.
But
fair enough.
You know me.
Yeah.
You're
looking for all the experiences, I know.
I'm probably going to switch it up.
How do you find the time to rebuild between all these rounds?
I don't talk to people.
Okay.
Which,
if
that's something that you enjoy, talking to people is scary, well, you know what? Play all the heroes.
Steven's just on deck building duty all the time.
I'm not going to lie. Like, what I usually do when the timer starts, I will throw all of my cards into piles as quickly as possible, and then I'll just deck build right there as much as I can. Does it always work? No. Do I care at a world premiere?
You're getting the experience.
No, pre-release.
You're learning for the next day's calling. You're learning for the next event you're going to play in.
And enjoying what the set has to offer.
Yep.
Because a lot of time and a lot of work goes into this, creating these sets.
Yeah, that is very true. How do you feel about your ally base here?
It's a lot of allies.
Yeah, it's a good amount.
That feels like a really
what
large.
Well, about
1, 2, 3,
5, 6,
4. Well, maybe not actually, because 4, 5. Yeah, 5.
5.
But we've got powerful cards like Jittery Bones, seems very good, including in the red. Yeah, it's only 5 allies, though.
On the low side. I mean,
it seems like it.
We're going to see how many allies Gravy Bones wants to play with, and I think the numbers are going to be variable depending on what you're trying to accomplish as Gravy Bones.
Sure.
I don't think 5 is a death sentence, unplayable,
okay,
but it can shape your deck building quite a bit.
So we have Go Again here in the blues, as you mentioned. Go Again here if they trigger, if they hit. So that's important to note. This seems like I would very much need to supplement with the pirate cards.
Yeah, and you already have, actually, by accident.
Oh, dang.
That is an important piece of that.
There's a couple of others, actually.
Yeah, having those blue ships can do the job for you, for sure.
Yeah. To me, this feels like the reds overall seem pretty solid.
Yeah, a couple of burly bones
but
there.
Not a lot of gas as far as that's concerned. Really, you're making your money on allies, and it seems okay.
But I think we're learning something very, very important about this format as we break this down. There's still a lot of cards left here.
Oh my gosh, this is why I was asking.
A lot of generic cards, a lot of pirate cards, and we termed this set internally, we have all these structures that we use to go ahead and present formats.
Yeah.
We call this one a hot pot. We last saw it with Part the Mistveil, where there is this large center pool of cards that all the heroes are happy to engage with. In this case, that's comprised of this pirate pool, of that generic pool, and you see with something like Scurv, it is actually possible to not engage with class cards whatsoever and still have a very real deck.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of cards here. If I were to, remember, in this format now, we have to cut. We have to play a clean deck,
exactly,
right?
30.
You can't over build your deck.
I just remembered you also have the Scurv specialization, Steven. So you hit 2 rares.
Where was that? What was that called?
Now I don't
Not
remember.
so fast.
Not so fast, yes.
Okay, all right. That seems pretty good as well. It's an instant. I get to trick you a little bit.
I mean, it can literally end your opponent's turn. They go ahead and draw from their gold.
Oh, that's right.
And they just lose the draw.
They don't get to go again.
No, they get to go again.
Oh, okay.
Their turn continues, but they do not get the card in hand. And they've invested 2 resources into that at that point.
Yeah,
and then your
that's
next
true.
turn is set up with an even larger hand.
So if I was looking to play Scurv with, I feel like I have solid reds overall.
Sure.
If I was looking to play this, what am I really looking
Ships.
at?
You're looking at the ships, things like the saltwater sloops, battalion barks. Those are the things that Scurv uses better than anyone else, particularly battalion bark. That is the best possible card for Scurv.
I had 2 of those battalion baroques. Where'd the other one go?
Probably put in another pile.
Oh, no, it's right here.
You have a yellow
right
one as
there.
well. You have 2 blues. You would love a red one here, obviously. This is one that works just on sizing. But honestly, these yellows and blues, like I talked about that late game pitch deck scenario with something like Scurv, and you have access to go again on these cards. So it's very easy for me to envision you going ahead, getting your Gold Kiss Rum set up, have some golds working because you've been stealing them the entire time. Then you get to a pitch stack point in the late game where you go ahead, pop golds multiple times, pick up this big hand, and fire off something like double battalion bark for a late game attack for who knows.
Yeah, no, you're right, because Gold Kiss Rum allows us to give go again to these effects. I just have to tap Scurv.
Yeah.
This seems very cool. I see, when I first saw him, I thought, wow, that's going to be hard to build around, especially because you have to take him. But because there's just inherent power in some of these cards that can supplement the other classes.
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Well, it's just putting go again on some of this stuff. Like, frankly,
Yeah.
a lot of this stuff is operating above curve, right? And things like, these other ships here, and even the HMSs, like these operating above curve as well. Even if they are, above curve for their color,
Sure.
that still matters. That means your resource base is really consistent. You're able to use your gold really well, and that's where Scurv really gets a lot of points. And let's not forget,
right.
he makes a resource as well. Like, making
Yeah.
a free resource, again,
he's Tunic.
yeah,
We got a Tunic there.
Scurv's pretty good. I'll just say that. Scurv's pretty good. I don't want to oversell him, but
Okay,
Scurv's pretty
look,
good.
I have to ask this question.
Yeah.
As our time runs out, classic constructed hero?
No,
Okay.
that is
All right.
a limited only piece.
Okay.
Young hero formats as well.
Okay.
But Scurv only exists in the. I was trying to decide whether I was going to string it on for a little bit
I
longer as
understand.
we go through the opening here. But no, that is only in the packs as a limited hero.
But what a cool thing to hide a hero in the
I
packs
can't tell
only.
you how much work it was to hide that hero. We had to pull things out of preview planning. Anything that said thief on it had to be taken out. Even in the back end, like gem, we had to manipulate to try and keep this hidden for as long as
Oh,
possible.
that's true.
So-
Wow, what an amazing thing. All right, I'm windmill slamming Scurv. I
do
mean,
it.
we have to do that, right? We're just going to scoop it all up and throw that down on round number 1.
I think so. We're going to watch you play in round number 1.
All right, well, it's going to be Scurv then.
Okay, beautiful. Do you want to complete the deck, or do you want some time to think about it? What's the game plan right now?
Well, that's a great question. I mean, do I have the time right now to dive in and just throw, or should I just throw it together?
Let's dive in. Let's
All
do
right,
it.
let's do it.
We
Okay,
got to move
deal.
quick, but let's do it.
All right,
Find
sounds good.
your power cards. Let's try and put it together.
Okay, so if we're looking, I mean, these are the reds here. If we're looking, we have the specialization, but
Yep.
if we're looking at ships, let's see.
Battalion Barks, HMS in particular,
Yes.
and then you want
Then your Swift-
that deep blue base as well, because your
Yeah.
blues are going to be good. Double blue
Yeah.
Battalion Bark is exactly what you want to see.
Okay, and there's a lot of blues, and they seem very strong. This allows us, it gives us the extra benefit of being
Correct.
A pirate and
Yeah.
being a thief, I should say.
This is huge, too. This just negates the Treasure
Yeah.
Island game. You can sit there, defend. We talked about maybe getting trapped into that mode where all of a sudden you lose the defending game and your opponent picks up 7 gold tokens. You just take them. Just take them with Divvy Up.
How do we feel about the Mutiny blues?
I
I
think
feel like they're go-agains.
they are go-agains. I think manipulating your opponent's access to gold is very powerful.
+2, yeah,
I
exactly.
really like the +2 one. Overpower, you have to kind of ask, does that fit into what you're trying to accomplish overall?
Sure.
But
This
they
one
are
gives
just
go again.
They are just blues. Like,
They're solid blues.
yeah.
I feel like destroy the top card of your. Oh, you could maybe get a gold off that. It's a blue 3 block. I mean, how deep? If I'm making a 30 card deck, I don't know, like half the deck as blues, maybe more. Well, I don't know about in this format. I'm not sure.
I
it's
think
all
you can
brand
get,
new.
I think you can get away with more than half of your
yeah,
deck
like
being blue.
18 is what I would look at.
Because
like,
these don't function as blues when you get to the
Oh,
point where
you're
you're
right.
actually
No,
using
you're
them, right?
100%
So you get
correct.
to cheat a little bit. It's almost like the part the Miss Mel vibes, right?
Yeah. 3, 4, 5, 6.
And don't forget
8,
you have your
9.
generics still, too,
Exactly.
Stephen,
That's exactly right. So if we just threw in 12 blues on the face of it, and then we threw in some powerful yellows, not even looking at these yellows, which I don't know if anything sticks out to you, but I'm very more curious as to these reds as well. Sloop feels good. Chart of Course feels great, especially if I'm trying to be aggressive.
There is one more thief payout for you
Oh, true.
there.
That's right.
Yep.
I feel strongly about these. Like, that's a pretty solid, like,
Oh, yeah,
2-card
three
play.
for 7's always
yeah,
good.
feels like a
Like, you
really
cannot
great
miss with 3
2-card
to 7.
play. A 1-card play feels good.
Sure.
The whole cycle feels okay. I mean, that one feels fine. Doesn't feel terrible. And then these seem insane.
You can
Just on
tipple
the
a bit.
face of it.
Yep. These are going to be important, I think, because you'll often have to clear out Gravy Bones allies, right? And
Oh, that's
you
a-
want ways
that's a
to
great
be able
point.
to go ahead and get
And
wide
then
in that
a
scenario.
red 2 for 6, so maybe not this card. But in doing this, I mean, we got 12 blues, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. And then I could supplement with like 6 generics.
Yeah, I
at the very
mean,
least.
maybe more. You have to look and see what your generic quality is.
True.
But like there are good generic cards that you may be able to go ahead and play in this spot.
Yeah, how do you feel about NIMBY as a setup mechanic in the set?
Really, really cool. Often requires some effort to build around successfully. So not just like windmill slamming it in
Sure.
every scenario.
That feels very good.
Yeah, sure. You can even look if you're playing against a gravy and just move it in and out, obviously.
Yeah.
But yeah, these are
Like those types
incredible
of cards.
reds.
Right,
for
exactly.
sure.
But I would want to go more blues as well. So, I mean, like this seems okay because it's exactly what you want and it's a blue.
Gives you some play against overpower as well. There is a lot
True.
of overpower in this set. So
True. So if we go up to like 15 blues, it's a 2-block. It doesn't feel great.
yeah, not a lot of
doesn't
ways
feel
to really
great. Yeah,
use
that
the
doesn't
value
feel
there.
great.
I think if I was playing against a bunch of overpower, I might look for that. Like if I knew I was up
True.
against the Marlynn who was going to try and overpower.
So, and this, I've had this happen in pre-release events that I've played in, or just in sealed events that I've played in, where you're like a couple of blues off, like what your primo number would be.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at supplementing with yellows.
Sure.
It doesn't feel great.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel great when I have to do that.
I think here you still have the blue options available to you to get to where you need to go.
You think we should add any of these
Well,
blues?
like,
or you think,
what's our count right now?
I think it's 14 after
Okay.
adding these two. So
Okay.
that puts us to 14, which to me feels a little low.
Yeah, I would want ideally
Like
a couple
two-
more.
two
And we
more
have no
blues.
more pirate blues either. We've used them all.
No, I think we just threw them all in. So, but we could supplement with yellows, but it doesn't feel as good. But then again, it goes back to like, what is your curve for the deck? And so, looking at cost counts.
Yeah.
And I included a couple of zero cost, but like 2,
Yeah, you've
3.
got a lot of fours when you get into the ships here. So I think
Okay.
you're right. I think you want 2 more blues. I think in that case, I probably am playing on the horizon. Hope I can get some value out of it against overpower, and then. Something like trade-in can be good if I have to clear out like a super small ally, maybe.
That's true. And that puts us to 16 blues. Like this feels okay.
That
I think
feels
that hits
acceptable.
30 exactly.
Yep.
If my numbers were correct. So this to me feels like pretty solidly playable. If
Yeah,
I'm
I
just
think
playing.
I think this card is probably coming in for the Midas touch when you don't want the Midas touch
Sure.
against the gravies, but otherwise I think you have a pretty fine base here.
All right. Well, it makes sense, and I think that's going to work.
Cool. We have completed deck build. We have completed our first look at high seas. Just vibes. How you feeling?
Incredible. Are you kidding me? This is what I'm hoping for. I can't wait to play this first game and play all weekend because it's sealed wall to wall. We're gonna play.
Yep. I can't wait to watch, and we are going to watch. We're going to let Steven get settled down in the feature match area, and we'll be back with our first ever played game of high seas in just a few moments. Do not go anywhere. Good.
Hayden, I'm going to be completely honest with you. My brain is a bit fried. That's an awful lot of information to take in. What are you thinking about what we've just seen from Steven?
Well, we didn't know anything about Scurv, and so we found out at the same time as yourselves as Steven ripped open, first of all, that cheeky little octopus, and then his Scurv hero, and we got to live that alongside you. Very interesting. So, of course, just to, I guess, look at it a little bit when it comes to Scurv, you need to open Scurv, first of all, right? So if you want to play, you want to be Scurv, you got to open Scurv in your sealed pool, or thinking ahead to draft, once we're down the road, we're going to draft, you've got to, first of all, be able to grab that card and actually draft it and then build around it. So very, very cool. Yeah,
I'm really excited to see what Scurv does. I've kind of got dreams already of opening it in my national championship and just kind of getting that chance to enjoy that at that level. Maybe in my pre-release first with a little bit of luck, but we'll see how we go. I'm excited to see what Steven can come up with one way or the other, but I'm also excited about a few other things that we've maybe not shown so far.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cards. We're going to look at Scurv in detail, show everybody a little bit more about the hero card first, and maybe where they can find him as well, should they want to find him somewhere else. Scurv, of course, this brand new young pirate thief hero, sticky fingers along the side there as well. The ally you'll be looking for, of course, to join your thievery along the way. Scurv, as you mentioned, found in packs. Got to be drafted, got to be opened in a sealed pack, but perhaps more interestingly, maybe available in upcoming skirmish season as prizing as well, which would be really, really cool. Very excited to see what Scurv can get up to. We kind of see this alluded to here. A few of these other cards that are thief-specific that we haven't seen on the broadcast so far. Light Fingers here, generic equipment. When it defends, if you're a thief, you're going to steal a gold token away from an attacking hero. Blade Break on that one, so going to cover those important breakpoints during this format as well, but also pinching that gold, which is definitely the most important part of our deck.
I mean, Scurv wants to be gold rich, right, and set up some of these potentially big gold kiss rum in games, right, of just looping some big attacks into big attacks. But like what I'm looking at is things like Light Fingers is really going to cause some disruption with your opponent's game. This set looks really deep, not just in terms of what you're doing on your side of the table, but how you're going to interact with what your opponent's doing on the other side of the table. And Treasure Island control is going to be really interesting. And things like Light Fingers just going to mess it up even more. Like, you're going to hit, but I'm going to steal a gold, so I'm going to profit out of this as well. Is very interesting. Yeah, that island dominance looks to be a big part of these cards here. We see Lost in Transit. Steven did get lucky enough to open this one. We saw it on the table. You can remove that gold counter from Treasure Island when it's defending. Make sure that you gain a gold token for being a thief. But more importantly, another one we haven't seen here, Thieving Varmint. Big 4 power, breakpoint. Love to see that. When it attacks, removing a gold token from Treasure Island and maybe making a gold token for yourself. Yeah, this Treasure Island, you just call it island control, right? And Scurv's going to play really interestingly into that by messing around with the game a little bit. It's going to feel different whether you're with the different pirate heroes, right? So playing against Marlynn, for instance, if your Gravy Bones is going to feel very different to them when you run into Scurv. And I just want to point out on a card like Lost in Transit, right? And of course with Thieving Vermins, is they are pirate actions. So all 4, now 4, we thought it was 3, now it's 4 heroes in this limited format can play these cards, but of course Scurv is really going to get the payoff. But a yellow block card is no slouch in of itself. Absolutely not. So the King of Gold Kiss Rum, and as we see on screen here, if you want to steal your claim to Treasure Island, you're going to have to get out to those pre-releases nice and early in a few weeks' time and get your hands on this hero for the very first time. Looking forward to seeing what they're capable of doing. As previously alluded to, you can, of course, find Scurv elsewhere. Going to be part of that prize support promos for these upcoming conventions, UK Games Expo, Gen Con, and GCC, if you're looking to get your hands on a fancy version of this card. Yeah, it looks very nice, and we saw as well that that little spicy Marvel version as well when we saw that little video that Bryan threw to, which was awesome to see. Skirmish Season 12 going to be coming at you before you know it, August 16th to 31st this year. Exciting stuff. We know there's going to be all kinds of things to look forward to, and maybe some more surprises if Scurv's anything to go by. Let's take a look at those playmats, spot prizes here. Those heroes out in full force, including Scurv. Look at that. And look at that, that winner's cold foil right there, that beautiful Marvel we saw. Available for the winner of your skirmish. This set, honestly, I know DMArmada was talking about it as well, but the art in this set is phenomenal. It is so, I feel just so immersive. And honestly, when we had the Stowaway pop up, I was like, of course we did. Of course we had the Stowaway come up, and it just fits in with the other 3 heroes already and just how amazing they look and the thematicism of the set. It just makes sense. It feels so pirate, and that's exactly what I wanted coming into this weekend when it comes to High Seas. And, well, that Cerebellum processor might not hurt if you're a fan of Mechanologists along the way. Of course, there are many more things to pay attention to in this upcoming season.
there are many, many legendaries that have not yet been discovered by the folks at home. The biggest, the baddest, the reprint, much demanded Codex of Frailty making its way back into this set.
Yeah, a very, very powerful card we've seen. And of course, you know, Ranger coming back in the form of Marlynn in this set. What better time to reprint Codex of Frailty with brand new art, and doesn't that art look phenomenal?
Certainly does. Maybe some teasers about exactly what has caused our necromantic outbreak to do with Codex here. Definitely keeping half an eye on that. Of course, I believe this one's a bit close to home for you, Hayden. Very familiar with Dead Threads. This EA looks pretty incredible. What do you think about this card?
Yeah, I've seen this one in person. It looks pretty good, I got to tell you. Yeah, Dead Threads, I think, you know, going to be a very, very important card for Gravy Bones when we see what Gravy does in constructed formats.
That's certainly not all. My personal favorite of the legendaries this time around, Polycranker, the much beloved offhanded ally that we've seen threatened to be zapped to death by many a wizard already so far. I can't wait to see what Poly enables for Puffin in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, and if you were tuning into London, or you're there in London and you're watching the keynote from James, when Polycranker was revealed, it got the biggest ovation of probably the weekend, maybe rivaled by Pablo Pinto's back-to-back Pro Tour win, but Polycranker is a fan favorite. And I think people are going to, be very excited to have their hands on Poly and be playing some Puffin out there.
That Marvel is beautiful. Speaking of beautiful, one that a lot of people haven't seen so far, this one brand new to you and me, Cogworks Tinkerings, Mechanologist equipment on the arms, a slot that we've definitely seen a bit of weird tension in Mechanologist so far over the years. When this defends, create a golden cog token. Nice and simple, but very powerful.
Yeah, and Blade Break too. Just a reminder, this is Mechanologist equipment. All Mechanologists have access to this. And like you say, the arm slot has been something that, you know, personally being a bit of a Dash player through the years, we've never agreed on what is the best arms to play. We've gone through Goliath gauntlets, we've played our, you know, adapters there, we've played all these different pieces of equipment, and now there's something that I think comes in again to rival that. Of course, going to be very, very potent in Puffin, but you might even see this splash across into other mechs potentially.
Golden Cogs on demand, definitely very powerful. Looking forward to seeing what that one can do. Also looking forward to what we have coming up next. The, of course, much beloved this one. Huge fanfare from the Ranger players when it was spoiled. Sile Sarong, this EA, quite frankly, jaw-dropping.
Yeah, amazing looking card and amazingly impactful card, I think, when we come to playing Classic Constructed again, not just for Marlynn, but potentially for all of our Rangers, one that we had previously seen.
Love to see it. Gold baited hook. This is another fan favorite. Definitely saw a lot of fanfare on this one. The tension between pirate attacks needed to kind of make this work, and also the control you get of trying to make gold, steal gold. A lot of mini games to be played as a pirate, and that seems very exciting to me.
Yeah, and I think now that we're seeing more and more of this set through today, you know, through Steven opening his packs, through as more of these cards, we're going through some of them right now, it's just becoming a lot clearer in terms of what role gold plays exactly. It looked, I wouldn't say it looked one-dimensional, but when I was looking through the previous season, I was like, yeah, the set looks really cool. Gold, I felt like I have a handle on what gold's going to look like, and as we're seeing more and more cards, I'm actually like, wow, gold is so deep in not only this limited format, which we'll be watching this weekend, but also how it's going to interact in Classic Constructed with, you know, we just saw Golden Tipple, for instance. Like, that's such an interesting piece of gold creation there as well. There's just so many things happening, and Gold Baited Hook, the legendary, is going to play a big part in that.
Certainly seems like diversifying those income streams becomes a big deal. The best way to do that is to, well, invest in some jewelry, perhaps. A little bit of gems, perhaps, maybe a bit of bling.
Yeah, why not bling yourself out?
Riches of Tropeldani, your brand new Fabled gem. This one, legendary, just the one copy, but whenever it is pitched, you will create a gold token.
This card's pretty good, Scott, I think. Yeah, I'm a big fan of this one, and I think it's going to be important. It's going to be very important for finding, you know, I want to point out, though, no block on these generic gem resources. We have seen time and time again, you know, there is a balance to these Fabled cards, to having these no blocks in your deck and only being a pitch card. Think about Prisms, for instance, you know, like they're playing with their soul, their Light of Soul, and Riches of Tropeldani represents that for actually not just our pirates. So this is a generic resource gem that creates gold.
Yeah, really interested in this one being generic. Supports some of those heroes of yesteryear that already had a gold affinity and wanted to make the most of those as they go. Very excited to see where this one lands. Yeah, Olympia. The gold is the payoff. You know that, right?
Exactly.
Love to see it. Okay, well, not just legendaries in this set, not just Fable to talk about. There is many expansion slot cards to get yourself excited about as well. Of course, many beloved heroes receiving brand new support this set. We'll kick things off with Claw of Vincerakai. I love this weapon. One-handed Draconic Dagger, with Spell Void 1 built in.
I love just flexibility. I'm a big fan of how do you build out your armory in this game. You know, like what is the thematicism of actually being like, okay, I have my equipment in my armory, but I also have my weapons. And we've seen it, you know, so often with assassins, I would say, are the ones we've seen it really clearly. And now Fang is joining our draconic, weapons, because this is just draconic. It's not draconic warrior. Whether it's our fangs, whether it's our fires, for instance, it's a dagger that gives you a bit of flexibility. You can play this out of the sideboard into your wizard foes with that Spell Void 1. I love it.
This seems like an incredible design, very unique. Definitely feels like it will influence those matchups in quite a significant way moving forward. Looking forward to seeing what it can do. Undercover acquisition, definitely one for the Assassin fans back home here. Stealing items perhaps at a higher premium than ever before.
Yeah, one thing I really like about as we go through some of these expansion slot cards is they feel really relevant to not just high seas with some of these, you know, steal an item, for instance, but also to the heroes of, like you said, yesteryear, right? I think about stealing energy potions from someone or stealing other mechanologist items, for instance. I really like what we're seeing with these expansion slot cards here, and this card is particularly powerful, I think.
Yeah, I'm going to have to keep my healing potions a little safer than I once did every game I've played. Preach Modesty here. This is a very unique card. I'm surprised by this one. I'm interested to hear your thoughts. Balance counter on this one for Preach Modesty. Destroys itself unless you remove one, but while it's in play, hero abilities can't create cards, including tokens. What can we expect to see from that?
Yeah, I mean, I think what I'm liking to see is that we're starting to see more of these auras in different heroes, you know, just outside of our illusionist, things that have kind of some impact on the game. I mean, Ninja, we've seen from the last set. Of course, we saw Prowess in the last set as well. I like seeing those kinds of cards. And this one, stopping heroes from being able to heroes can't create cards, right? I think about Tigers, for instance, if we think about heroes of before, but there's others as well, right? I'm trying to think off the top of my head some of the ones
gold tokens kind of stand out to me as the immediate thing,
course,
but even against
cards.
like KO, might tokens, things like this along the way,
Exactly.
definitely super impactful. You ever seen a visit the Gold Mate Estate do nothing? It's not a great feeling, to be completely honest.
Actually.
So
no.
yeah, I can imagine that might be coming up with the rebirth of
Chance.
Katsu. Oh, Rune Chance. Rune Chance is a really good one. Riddle with Regret might also be a really good one. Leaning back into that Chaos talent we haven't seen too much from before. But another aura. Very excited to see what this does. Go again. At the beginning of each hero's end phase, they'll lose life, where X is the number of auras they control when this triggered. If that is ever 3 or more, it is time to get rid of Riddle with Regret. So punishing the opponent for leaving a small amount of auras in play by constantly draining their life.
Yeah, this is really interesting. I think, you know, we've not seen a lot from Chaos so far, and I assume in the future of Flesh and Blood we're going to see more and more from Chaos. For the time being, I'm not super sold on what role this is going to play, but yeah, I'm interested to see where it might go next and what it might interact with, like you say, holding just 1 or 2 of those pieces around.
Chaos throwing spanners in the works. You do love to see it. Escalate Bloodshed, a really powerful warrior instant. Again, another aura here. Really excited to see this design space being explored more often. Whenever a hero draws a card during the action phase, they're going to lose a life. Now, that's an immediate punish for anyone wanting to break a gold token to try and enable their turns. And more importantly, at the beginning of each hero's action phase, they will draw a card. So you're always going to get that benefit one way or the other. At the beginning of an end phase, if a weapon did not attack this turn, this will give up. So this is going to ramp up, get a little worse as the game goes on. And as long as you keep swinging your weapons, which warriors do tend to do, it's going to stick around for the whole game.
Yeah, and also just 5-card hand, like constantly being, okay, if you're an aggressive warrior and you think you can utilize your cards better than your opponent on an offensive standpoint, giving yourself 5. Now, there's going to be some heroes where you're like, I don't want them to have a 5-card hand. Maybe this is more of a sideboard card, or I don't play that in those matchups. But there's going to be times where you just like, no, I just want to be consistently having 5-card hands, because I think what's important to remember is that this is at the beginning of the hero's action phase. They draw a card. So it's not like you go up to 5 intellect and you use the cards on defense. It's a very offensive slanted tool. So if you're playing into a potentially defensive deck with a bunch of defense reactions, this is the kind of card that can potentially punish them.
I think we've all made the mistake of trying to race Dorinthia with Dawnblade at some point in time.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the card that really drives that home. Like, do not try that. It's maybe not the most sensible idea. Looking forward to seeing what Escalate Bloodshed can do. Not all we've got to show you, though. Plenty more expansion plots to enjoy. Well, this one was alluded to earlier this week with the ban list update. Everbloom Life, a very exciting blue block 3 Earth card here. Seems great for Verdance, great for Florian, of course. Getting a little bit of life. And then the more exciting side, choose an action card in your graveyard with cost less than the total life you've gained this turn. Put it back on the bottom of its owner's deck. Now, that would have been really good at rebuying Germinate, but it's still pretty good with the likes of Heart of Candlehold and some other options out there. Yeah,
there's still lots of other blue options that you can look at with this card, and I think, honestly, just being a 3-block blue Earth card is kind of massive in of itself. I think people coming up to the ban list this week, people talking about, well, we saw Autumn Touch Blue get the kick, and big part of that is it's a blue Earth card that blocks 3. So yeah, card is looking like it's going to have some impact for sure.
Speaking of blocking 3, Acilio players, rejoice. All of your wishes have been answered. 3 block, 0 cost shock is a bit deck defining for this hero, but a very interesting side here. Lightning Wizard action on the other side and consign to Cosmos, banishing X number of instants and or auras from the graveyard, where X is the amount of arcane you've done this turn. So some interesting counterplay options in specific matchups there too.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing that comes to mind, given the high seas in the set we're in right now, is the fact that you, so Aura cards from any graveyard is, yeah, I mean, you were telling me before about what this means for just a 0 cost shock. Do you want to tell? Because I don't know much about the series, so I'm defaulting to you on this one. But maybe you want to tell us a bit about why that's so impactful.
Yeah, of course. So a lot of folks have definitely been on the wrong side of not having quite enough resources to utilize Volzar in the opponent's turn, kind of cheese out those shocks akin to Storm Striders, or maybe just chain everything together on a 0 cost shock. It's just the difference between 1 and 0 is the biggest difference we will ever find in a game like Flesh and Blood. So having the ability to utilize that shock, which is so easily amped up by Volzar on the cheapest possible level, is just something the hero's not been allowed to do until this point because it felt borderline dangerous. And now we have access to a niche effect that has some implications in other matchups, removing problematic instants that may or may not exist anymore. But we also get to take that on with a 0 cost shock that's going to be universally fantastic in every matchup, and it blocks 3, and it discards 2 Acilio. It just does everything. It just fits every niche this deck is looking for. I'm really excited to see what this one can do.
But not going to banish CYB.
Not anymore. Alas. Burn Bear. We saw this one from the lovely Margin Bay earlier on in the reveal season. 3 cost, 6 arcane is a big number. That's not something we see very often. But of course, that bonus instant mode of just making a Phantasm card explode if it looks at you incorrectly, definitely quite potent, I think.
Yeah, one of the things I absolutely love about the direction that we've seen in sort of high seas in particular, with a lot of these cards, expansion slot cards, but also the cards in high seas themselves. And we've been seeing this as a trend, I think, over the last few sets, is this modality of cards changing from just pitch, attack, defend, right? Now we're seeing, okay, this card doesn't, it doesn't pitch, but it defends. It throws 6 damage at your face, but it also has this other modality piece of being able to pop a Phantasm and interact with something that previously Wizard really struggled to interact with. I love it.
Yeah, known weakness for Wizard being covered up here. Speaking of niche corner cases, another fantastic piece of art here by Soyame. Deny Redemption. Can't say I'm a fan of this. Instant speed discard, heroes can't gain life. That's borderline rude, if you ask me.
Why are you not a fan of this one, Scott?
I mean, I was a bit happy with Everbloom Life. I'm sure you can gather that I'm a verdant enjoyer, so shutting down my fun, not exactly my flavor of the week. But this card seems very flexible here. Attacking a hero that has more life, you can ping that arcane, so it's going to be a 0 for 4 on rate when you kind of want it to be. More importantly, this card blocks 3 and has versatility in popular matchups. That's exactly what I want to see.
Yeah, I think a feather in the cap here for Vincent, something that we might see through this national season potentially, because Vincent is really, I think, on the cusp of being a deck that might see some breakout.
Lovely stuff. Got a couple more of these expansion slot cards to look at. All kinds of goodies for all kinds of heroes this time around. Generic instant in arcane compliance. I'm starting to think I've upset someone at LSS. Until end of turn, effects cannot increase arcane damage that target action card on the stack would deal. You know that 0 cost shock? Well, there is some counterplay to that now.
Yeah, I like that we're going to have access to this across the range of heroes. I really do like blue generic instance. You know, there's a cost to not being able to defend, but you have this effect. I like these sideboard cards. You know, I think of Snag, for instance. You know, these sort of cards that are like, okay, you know, even Warmongers, of course, that does defend 3 as an action, but the instants as well have their place. And I really like that kind of, okay, am I going to play this? Also, am I going to fit it in my 80 cards? If I really think this effect's important, can I fit it in? And yeah, I like these sorts of cards.
Yeah, very much from like Poison the Well vibes from this card, I think, in terms of where it fits, and it'll find that niche meta game where it really shines. Speaking of cards I expect to shine, it's the light one of all of them. Herald of Sechem here, a bit of a controversial take. Some people think this card is phenomenal in terms of forcing that card into your soul, scoring that early angel, but requiring a 3-card hand to do it, maybe not the most efficient thing you could be doing in Prism. I'm really excited to see where this card lands. What do you think?
Yeah, I think some of the conversation around this card has been around the fact this doesn't go into your soul when it hits, like other Heralds do. So, you know, you don't get the double soul impact. Like, this is very on the rate of the, okay, you, but the 2 damage is big. So, you know, you get your 3-card 9, but you get a soul out of that. So I think this card's pretty good. It's just hard to fit red Heralds into Prism because the red slots are a real premium because you need so many yellows and blues in those decks.
Up next, Bam Bam. Nice and simple. Love the brute naming convention. This one, 6 power, 3 block, that kind of magical combination for brute decks in general. When this hits a hero, destroy an item they control, well, that's going to prove to be very potent, but I love this instant speed ability here. Discard this again. Your club attacks this turn, gain when this hits a hero, destroy an item they control.
Romping Club is one of my favorite weapons. I'm a massive, massive club enjoyer. So seeing a card that is specifically tuned or targeted or built for a club build is something I'm very excited about. And honestly, like there is a real dearth of 6 power yellows for Brute, but ones that have an optional sort of, again, modality ability that isn't just, okay, I'm playing this because it says 6 and 3 on the bottom and left-hand corner and I can discard it, and instead, you know, discard it to a Blood Rush Bellows or to my other attack or whatever. Now all of a sudden I have, if I'm left with 4 or 5 card hands and, you know, I'm playing a club build and I have some interaction to destroy an item, and there's so many more items being printed now. We're seeing so many heroes with potentially items on the board between gold, between potions, all these things. Bam Bam, Bam Bam's my card. I'm excited.
Yeah, I'm in love with another instant speed way to just intimidate, kind of catch your opponent off guard in Rhinar as well, because discarding this card, definitely all kinds of power to look forward to here. Surface Shaking, the kind of card that stands out to me is maybe shining as we get closer to Mastery Pack Guardian a little bit later down the line. Volder, very interested in making 3 Seismic Surges immediately. Whole lot of text on this one, though.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of this card. You know, at the beginning of your action phase, you destroy it, then you put up to X cards from your hand on the bottom of your deck, where X is the number of Seismic Surge tokens you control, and then draw cards equal to the number of cards from the bottom this way. I think what's really cool is, you know, you're gonna play with those numbers. Like, how many cards do you have wanted? Is this going to be 2 often? Is this obviously it's going to be 3, but like, is it going to be more? Am I going to shuffle away the whole hand, find a new hand? How are you making Seismic Surge tokens, and what are you using with them? And it's like, okay, well, I'm digging for, I'm trying to dig to find my answer, my big payoff for my Seismic Surge tokens to then swing in with. I mean, we've already seen spoiled some of these crazy costed massive Guardian attacks from the Mastery Pack set coming very shortly.
Yeah, over the years, we've definitely seen Volder players in the Blitz format find use of Earthlore Bounty, even Potion of Luck, to kind of have this style of effect before to kind of filter through enough cards, generate more Seismic Surges for the future. So I love seeing this effect stapled onto a blue block 3 Guardian Aura that kind of maybe enables some unique archetypes in that case. Some very exciting expansion slot cards here. I'm glad you're as excited as I am, and hopefully the folks at home are too. But would you believe me if I told you I'm more excited about the thing we get to do next?
Yeah, I would actually, because the set is amazing, honestly. I'm just super excited to see more of the set.
Yeah, me too. Folks at home might be familiar with these.
Yeah.
These lovely gold treasure packs. I've been told we're allowed to open one.
Really?
Yeah, these things are beautiful.
Very, very nice.
Very gold.
We're allowed to open one of these?
We're allowed to open a little more than one of these, Hayden.
2. We're going to get to open 2 today.
Good guess.
3.
Almost.
We're going to get to open 1.
Every single round, as we go into the round, we're going to crack open a gold pack and show you what you might find inside. Now, if we're lucky, we'll find something very special.
We could live the dream today.
We certainly could. Even if not, we're going to find all kinds of goodies that people will be able to find in their treasure packs when they purchase their boxes in a little over a week's time now for pre-releases and the like. Do you want to see what's inside, chat?
I'm going to guess they probably... I'll tell you what, even if they don't want to, I want to. So you have to open it.
Let's take a sneaky look at what's inside.
Ooh. What do we got?
Okay, so we see that puzzle card at the back. So, take a look at this. I want to do it nice and slow. So we see this puzzle card. We love these. People love these art collectors.
Very nice.
You see the Marvel gold token.
Wow. That looks very, very nice. Big
That's
fan
beautiful.
of that. Big fan of that. So do we get, what does it look like on the back? Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's awesome. That looks phenomenal.
So this is that gold card slot that James was talking about. There are 3 cards in this slot: the gold token, the golden cog, and the gold kiss rum. So you can hit all 3 of those here. I believe the gold is the most common. I believe the cog is the next most common, and the gold kiss rum is the hardest one to find. So there are plenty to look forward to. This gold, this is beautiful.
Well, I would like to hopefully we can find a rum today for our potential Scurv deck that we want to play.
I would love some rum. But we got one more card to look at in this treasure pack.
Oh, let's see what it is. Ooh, that looks nice.
First look at that golden cold foil framing on that. So let's see if I can get my sleeve out of the way for you. It's a bit
so
bit
good.
bright. Just a smidge. There you go.
Yeah, That looks great, though. So that's Battalion Bark, which is, I think, a card we're going to see a lot this weekend in the limited. Obviously, not this version in particular, but we are going to see this card a lot over the weekend because I think this is going to have a big impact. It's a very powerful card in High Seas, and I think you might see this in Constructed as well. And you can bling out your deck with something like this.
That's a beautiful card, and I might have to give it a spin in Constructed myself, but that might come down to how our friend DMArmada performs down in the feature match area. I'm ready to go take a look at his lovely Scurv deck, hopefully, everything that came together.
He hasn't changed hero that we don't know about?
Please, please no. You can't do it to me, Steven. Let's go take a look. Alrighty, round number 1. Ruben Salvador here on Puffin, the pirate mechanologist, and Steven not failing us, bringing out Scurv Stowaway for the first spin in round 1 here. We've only just learned about Scurv, Hayden, but what do you think about this matchup?
So I think the keys for Scurv, really, from what we were speaking in the break, and we were like, okay, we've got 3 minutes here. Let's try and work this out. What is happening? I think Scurv's going to want to play towards more in-game situations. You really want to try and get some of those gold kiss rums. You want to set them up with a couple of big attacks. Now, High Tide is super important for Scurv because you get that reduced cost element, so you can actually play a couple of, you can pitch your blue, maybe you crack one of the golds, then you play another blue, and you...
Well, hello to Ruben's wife. A card to ignore that. Congratulations to you indeed. So, yeah, this is going to be a pretty fantastic matchup. I'm excited. Steven going first here. Early days, of course, but do you have any impressions on first versus second in this format? Is it definitely something we should be thinking about? Or
I think where it becomes interesting for me is around Treasure Island control. So if you're going first, are you a deck that wants to try and push for Treasure Island counters? Like, are you trying to create your gold that way? Or are you not as concerned about gold and actually you want to stop your opponent from potentially being able to do it? Because if you go push in on turn 1, turn 0, and put a token on that Treasure Island, and your opponent can create 2 gold on the first turn of the game, effectively, that is going to be something that you're going to pay for dearly potentially.
oh, right. Both of these players here kicking things off. I'm really interested in these loadouts, of course. Very interesting here, no weapon for Scurv, because we are relying on Sticky Fingers to make the most of our bonus ally in this case. We're going with the Blunderbuss for Puffin, which I'm very excited to see this play out. We'll start things off with this Gold Hunter catch. This does get cheaper if you have less gold than the opponent. On turn 0, though, still coming in for 7, still ticking up Treasure Island for the first time.
Yeah, and look, honestly, the thing to remember, right, Scott, is that not only are we learning the cards, not only are you at home learning the cards, but Steven and Ruben are also going to be learning the cards as they play them out here. So, you know, for instance, Ruben, he might not have even seen Scurv until he sat down. He's like, what is that? That's not one of the heroes in the set. Where did you get that from? I get it, your DMArmada, but how did you get special treatment?
That's such a remarkable part of these world premieres. Just something that's so special. These players just may not have had any idea this hero existed until being paired into Steven in round 1. We're going to start things off blocking with some of my favorite commons for Puffin here. Some Sky Skimmers going away, but we're going to leak a point of damage here and make a goal from Treasure Island. This is an interesting way to start in this game, just keeping the number low on the amount of counters that we stack up on that.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to, this is the thing, I think Treasure Island is just such a different dynamic to this game. Like, does Ruben want to give up 3 cards for 1 card there? Like, we don't know yet if the fatigue might be a thing in this format. Fatigue by damage we know has been a real thing in previous formats, and if you throw away 3 cards for 1 card at the start of the game, especially if he's got really powerful cards in hand, which it looks like Ruben might have a couple of important cards for Puffin, you can potentially get yourself in a bit of trouble just to save a gold. So you've really got to weigh up, am I trying to stop a gold here, or do I need to keep my hand to come back and do some damage?
Looks like a really interesting one at the back of Ruben's hand here, the RMS Barracuda, one of those really powerful rare ships with high tide. Definitely not quite as potent as it would be in Scurv, but a really solid pickup here. This hand has a lot of interesting options for Ruben. These Sky Skimmers, these similar attacks, all very good at providing evasive damage. But this is definitely the punish for letting a gold be made on turn 0. And I feel like Ruben must have had this card in the opening hand and known about this. Mutiny on the Battalion Broke is going to be stealing this gold away because, well, Steven does control more. And as a result, extra 2 damage was the result here as well.
Yeah, I think this was in Ruben's hand already. And he was like, okay, I'll leak a damage, but I'm going to take your gold, Steven. And we spoke about the counters on Treasure Island. So Ruben already got 1 off because imagine if it got to 2 counters. Ruben tries to attack Steven. Steven says, I'm going to block this out, and then I'm going to try and get 3 gold on my turn. It's all about Treasure Island control. So Ruben's like, I'll bring the counters down. I'll have your gold. Thank you very much. We're going to turn into a golden cold care.
This is beautifully sequenced here by Ruben, scoring the bonus value already from this Sky Skimmer, giving their attack go again, coming in for 6 because of that early buff here. This is a pretty devastating start here for Ruben.
Yeah, 6 and go again, right? Is that what we've tapped the cog for?
Yeah, tapping the cog for go again. More importantly, this treasure island does tick up again. We're going to find ourselves another gold token, and we know how dangerous these can become in Puffin. We have used that ability this turn, but we're going to be able to continue to use it if this 6 damage comes on through and scores this gold token for Ruben.
Yeah, and we don't have another cog to attack with the blunderbuss at this stage, which is really what, honestly, Puffin really has to manage is how are you going to, when are you going to attack with your weapon? Are you going to attack with your weapon? Blunderbuss is the one that taps to attack, right?
No, the blunderbuss is the one that costs 2.
Oh, that one just,
yes,
sorry, I'm mixing up with Spitfire. Spitfire, you have to have the
Spitfire,
cog.
you have to have the cog. This one, you can tap to give it go again if you want to, but you can still get your fire off without needing an extra cog. So this blunderbuss still threatening a little bit of extra damage if you want to get rid of one of those yellows. Maybe save that RMS Barracuda for the Arsenal for a little later on. Plenty of very unique options here to Ruben.
Yeah. See, we're all still learning the cards here. Yeah, Ruben with a couple of options, but I think it might just be that blunderbuss afterwards. And that's the thing, that's the Puffin sort of leg up, so to speak, is that you have access to this repeatable weapon to just push and chip damage away. And of course, if Steven decides to block this out with 2 cards, Ruben's going to say, well, I'm going to come in with another attack for 2, and if you don't block it, I'm going to have the gold off the Treasure Island.
Does look like a really tough choice here for Steven. We've got some of those powerful high-tide ships we were alluding to that are so good in Scurv in this hand. It's very hard to rationalize giving them up when they are such an important, integral part of your endgame here. A couple other all-stars in the hand. We see that red Scar for a Scar, and as Taylor's oldest time, that one been good for the longest time here. So I'm very interested to see whether or not Steven is willing to give up these endgame threats to blunt this gold right now.
Scar for Scar is so interesting in this format because in previous formats with so little on hits, you kind of go like, well, I'll just manage and manipulate the life totals to use my Scar as efficiently as possible. But Treasure Island is literally saying that almost every attack has an on-hit on it. So it's to me, face value, I'm like, looking at the set for the first time, this weekend, learning about Scar for Scar this weekend, I'm like, actually, how good is Scar for Scar in this format?
It's really intriguing, right? It's that breakpoint is obviously very painful if you're trying to prevent Treasure Island from triggering in the first place, but falling to a lower life total and trying to leverage the advantage of go again on that card is not as free as it was in other sets. Makes it a very interesting, dynamic piece of this format when everything comes together. We will be blocking 6 on this one, so Ruben gave this go again preemptively. Didn't try and hide the trick, see whether or not they wanted to make things any bigger, go to a 7 here. But earning 2 very valuable cards from Steven.
And that's something we'll learn over the weekend, right? Players are playing these cards for the first time. This once per turn instant can be used as a quote-unquote, combat trick to get around, okay, you block for 6, I'm pumping it to 7, or actually I'm going to give it go again if you do block it out. But that's something that we'll see players, I think, adjust to and adapt to as we go through over this weekend. Of course, all these cards are brand new, fresh in the hands for everyone here.
Ruben taking the time, double-checking to make sure their cogwork blunderbuss does indeed breach doors without the help of any cogs. And in this case, we're going to see exactly that come in lost the line. We will, of course, tap it in the process. 2 points of damage. A really solid turn here for the first turn of the game.
Yeah, going to end with a cog, which potentially could be used for a galvanize block on Steven's turn, and a gold for next turn to turn into a golden cog. So you really, I think for Puffin, you've really got to be trying to, depending on the build, but I think you've got to be having ways to loop some gold, loop some golden cog tokens so that you can tap 1 for your combat tricks or tap 1 for your weapon, depending if you're playing Spitfire. So there's lots of different ways. And of course, that's before you even think about Puffin cranking during their own turn to try and draw a card with a second crank.
So many permutations to how to use these cogs efficiently for Puffin. Very excited to see these players kind of solve that in real time this weekend. Scar for a Scar will be the start here. Steven getting rewarded for sacrificing that tempo, giving up that gold token to Ruben here with what looks to be a fairly aggressive turn on a small hand.
Yeah, and I think, Steven had a bunch of 2 blocks, so was never going to be able to block out Ruben's turn. So you do see that the power of Scar for a Scar still a 0 for 4 go again. The manipulation of life total might be a little bit more difficult. You might be giving up a little bit more. But
Ruben here doing exactly what I was just thinking. I think your ally steals my gold, right? Just have to double check exactly how this works. Do I have to try and protect this thing? Is there any danger in me letting you trigger Treasure Island if you're going to get a gold anyway? There's just so many questions to think about here.
Yeah, Ruben really having a look in to learn more about Sticky Fingers because honestly, we've only seen Sticky Fingers about 40-odd minutes ago, whatever it was, but Ruben might just be seeing this for the first time, again, picking up and reading Scurv.
I love that. That idea is so novel to me. And we see it here, just again, double-checking these things. This is the beauty of a world premiere. These players are not only introduced to new cards for the first time, but frankly, a brand new hero and all kinds of things they didn't expect for the very first time as well. And fair play to Ruben for taking the time to try and understand this scenario from this sneaky stowaway.
Yeah, Sticky Fingers is going to be really interesting as we see this format unfold in terms of when do you use it. If you commit it early, you unperch it, your opponent then is kind of obliged to kill it, I think, or face losing more gold down the track. But if they don't, you know, they're also giving up damage to do that. So really you can find, I think you'll be able to find these really interesting times to use Sticky Fingers that puts your opponent in a really difficult spot. You might even be able to manage to get yourself a second or even possibly dare to dream a third activation off of your Sticky Fingers.
I think we're seeing one of those big pivot points of this format so far. This Rust Belt jumping onto the combat chain here to cover up the break point from Scar for a Scar. Ruben definitely concerned about this treasure island and trying to blunt that. But this Rust Belt, very powerful effect that you have to destroy it to gain access to. Battle Worn going to do a long way of keeping that around for you to use that. But we only get this once. So when are we comfortable using this to stop Treasure Island from triggering?
Yeah, I mean, that's the question, right? I mean, only one counter on Treasure Island at the moment. You know, if it gets up to 2, 3 counters because of a few back and forth defensive turns. I think, though, what is interesting is that both players have shown that they've got a fair few number of 2 blocks. They might be playing kind of aggressive. We're seeing cards like Scar for a Scar. So how often is Treasure Island going to build up to 2, 3 counters? Maybe not that likely in this particular matchup. You might see that more out of some of our other heroes like a Gravy Bones who might want to be a lot more patient, for instance. So, you know, maybe Ruben just saying here, I'm okay to give it the Rust Belt, whereas in other matchups, maybe Ruben wouldn't do or want to do the same thing, want to keep it around longer.
Definitely love to see the early flexibility of these cards on display. Once again, we see what is quickly becoming my favorite cycle in this set. Mutinies taking place once more. I will steal some gold token from you with the Mutiny of the Swift War. I was going to give that attack go again this time, but we see our first activation of Scurv. Going to bank that first Gold Kiss Rum, and I'm very excited to see if Steven wants to use these aggressively or try and bank them up for that big high tide turn.
Yeah, it keeps the ship in Arsenal there for a potential big turn off the Gold Kiss Rum. So, you know, you don't have to bank them up for a second cycle or anything like that. You can do it first cycle, and just as soon as you find, okay, I've parked one in Arsenal already, I'll find another big sort of heavy-hitting card to come in with. I will come in with a big turn of just, and you can do it off 3 or 4 cards very easily.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Alrighty, so some interesting options here for Ruben. Starting things off with that RMS Barracuda. Does cost 4 to play this one, but High Tide kicking into full effect courtesy of 2 blues being pitched here. This is 7 with Overpower. On hit, destroy an ally.
Yeah. There's a lot of damage coming in right now with Overpower as well. Sticky Fingers, of course, not an ally, a companion, so...
Is it not an ally companion?
Is it?
This is the joy of cards that we had no idea existed until 40 minutes ago.
I know. Sorry, it is. You're right.
No, yeah, offhand ally. So this on hit, this has very real value.
Yep.
This is 7 points of damage, but if Steven doesn't respect, his big bonus for playing Scurv goes up in smoke.
Immediately. And you spoke before about when do you know, we're talking about when do you use Sticky Fingers? How long do you hold on for it? Well, if there's a Barracuda coming down at you, you're regretting not already having used your Sticky Fingers. Not that, you know, Steven's actually had a point to use his Sticky Fingers here, but can he, the question now becomes, does he have a block card, or it looks like he might have a Rally the Coast Guard, so he might be able to stop this from hitting.
Right at the Coast Guard, definitely one that shines early. We get a quick, cheeky look at the hand there. A few other options here. Those gold payoffs for Steven as well. Plenty of things to consider, but maybe not the best block in hand. That Coast Guard's going to have to do some heavy lifting here if we want to keep our Sticky Fingers around.
He's going to have to give a couple pieces of equipment.
Okay, we are seeing the full cash in here from Steven Cookus. It will be that Rally the Coast Guard. And we see the reaction from Ruben there as well. Oh, okay, we are not going to be taking down Sticky Fingers. 5 points of block from Rally the Coast Guard. But I guess more importantly, 2 important pieces of Steven's equipment had to be spent to save their ally here.
Yeah. I mean, I love that we're seeing immediately just the power of Rally the Coast Guard. I was a big Rally the Rear Guard fan in Monarch Limited, and now we're seeing, you know, the older brother, so to speak, of the Rear Guard. The Coast Guard have come to the rescue on the seas here and have rescued Steven from losing his companion in this instance.
Hayden, there was so much happening that turn. Not only did we have to deal with saving our companion, but that meant that this treasure island started ticking up at a rather alarming pace. At this point, there are 3 counters on that, and the first player to successfully score a hit is going to walk away with a boatload of treasure.
Yeah, and potentially, if it's Steven, a boatload of treasure to turn into Gold Kiss Rum to start to fuel. On the other side, Ruben has to find some ways to create some gold as well, because Ruben's going to need those golden cogs to power up some of the abilities from these cards that Ruben has here. So, and a breakpoint coming in here. This is coming in for...
Walk the plank here, I do believe is going to be a 7.
7, right?
We see that on a lot of these reds this set. They're 4s as blues, 7s as reds, which does create these very problematic breakpoints that But it makes it a little hard to stop Treasure Island from going off.
Yeah, maybe we'll just check in here and see what Ruben's playing with, trying to work out how to, if Ruben can, in fact, defend this out.
Okay, bit of a backbreaker there. We see that Copper Cog, unfortunately, doesn't block. Really potent effect for Puffin, but that's a huge liability in this hand when Treasure Island is so threatening. You see Ruben debating giving up the entirety of the rest of their hand. This does feel like the game might be decided on this decision. This is a lot of weight.
It's at least going to have a big impact, because if Steven gets to end this turn with 3 gold, that's going to be huge. But if Ruben gives up 3 cards here, is Steven just going to start to take the momentum away?
More interesting, I think one of the cards Steven has to worry about here is in Ruben's hand. We have another Mutiny in the back of this hand. So if we do give up the tempo and give some gold tokens to Steven here from Treasure Island, we have the ability to guarantee our bonus effect and steal one of them back. And maybe that's enough of a tempo swing to make this block acceptable.
Yeah, and that's what Ruben decides to do. I'm going to block with 1 card.
Thank you to our judges for popping the lovely Marvel Treasure Island into the feature match area. I'm sure these players will enjoy using that for the rest of the game. 3 gold tokens being made here for Steven Cookus. And we do know there is a mutiny waiting in the wings here. So not all going to plan.
Look, the players are going to be playing Saturday, Sunday for some big prize money and a trophy. Today, though, it's all about learning and it's all about having fun. And no one is having more fun right now down there in the feature match area than Steven Cookus and Ruben Salvador.
This has been such an interesting game to follow so far. Both of these players feel like they've had very relevant decision points at every stage of the game, and their hands have felt very flexible, very versatile. We see that specialization, not so fast or not so quick, some kind of mutiny sticking in Steven's hand there. Another, whoa, okay.
There's a lot of mutiny going on.
Not
in
so
that
fast
hand.
is there, but there's also a heck of a lot of mutiny in their hand. So this, whoa, that's a bit of a disaster, really. Steven scoring those 3 gold tokens, those bonus effects not currently online unless somehow Ruben steals that gold away.
Somehow. I wonder if we might see that. Well, that is the thing, though, right? Is these cards, on the surface of it, it's like, wow, these cards are going to be really powerful, really impactful, but they're situational, right? So you're really balancing up that power of what they do. And Ruben just, it looks like just going to swing the weapon here, though.
Indeed, so firing off the blunderbuss. So we do have a cog in play, but I believe this blunderbuss gives the next attack go again by tapping a cog. So this might have to be done proactively more than retroactively.
Yep, we're going to learn along with Ruben here. That's
certainly
the thing.
Are. Either that or Ruben just very happy to take a slow turn here.
Okay. One thing I think that's quite interesting, we're talking about this gold management and, big swings of gold and it feeling like there's a lot of decision points. It reminds me of playing Heavy Hitters Sealed. Heavy Hitters Sealed really felt like this as well. You were speaking to me about this before we got on stream of this reminds you a lot of Wager in so many ways. It's very similar, and I think that's so true. And decision points were what Wager was all about as well.
Absolutely, I feel like these players are learning in real time that there's so yeah we see a very expected judge call here. Yeah, my gun doesn't gun right is definitely an interesting way to learn during the World Premiere. It's probably one of my favorite parts of streams like this. It's just learning together in real time. These players are having a great time. I've never seen bigger smiles about situations like this. But you're right. Yeah, this format feels very heavy hitters adjacent early. I'm looking forward to seeing how my perspective on that kind of changes over the course of the weekend. But I love how this very much mirrors that wager mechanic we know and love from that format. It just feels like there's risks to take every turn. You can try and force the issue, or you can try and play it safe.
Yeah, the player's learning these cards, and I think Ruben, his intention the whole time was to give this go again, so they've worked it out. The attack has go again, and now we're coming in with this next attack, which is one of the cards that I know you really like in this format.
Yeah, I love this cycle of cards. Gold Hunter Longboat here, the 0 cost 3 power version, does give itself +2 if you've got less gold than the opponent. Now, there are a few variations of this effect. There's one that gives overpower, there's one that grants go again as well. But these Gold Hunter cards, kind of a unique way of punishing the opponent for leveraging Treasure Island.
Yeah, you spoke about before, well, these mutinies are offline, but I'll tell you what's not, is the Longboat. And a 1 card, a yellow 0 for 5 is pretty good here. Steven now down to 10 health.
That was a surprisingly potent turn cycle from Ruben there. Managed to leverage all the cards they had left over at the expense of giving that gold to Steven. And that gold kind of biting Steven a little bit here with so many mutinies himself locked up in his hand. Not going to be able to get full value out of those. Looking forward to seeing... All right, drinking some rum. Love to start our weekend off cashing in that bonus resource, giving our things go again, courtesy of Gold Kiss Rum. This very powerful token. Going to be a discussion point for many heroes, I think, in the near future. Now, this is a good way to use it. 7 points of damage coming across from this expedition. Horizon's Mantle, one of my favorites of this cycle. 7, again, just that breakpoint. Very important in this format. Immediately already Not a bad comeback from Steven here.
Yeah, I think this is the sort of card that we're going to see people valuing very highly when it comes to draft on Sunday. But for right now here in the World Premiere, we're seeing Scurv for the first time do its thing, activate that Gold Kiss Rum, grab that additional resource, and then come in for 7 here, and, of course, have Go Again.
Yeah, Go Again here. Bonus gold counter on the Treasure Island here as well, courtesy of the Expedition. So plenty of gold up for grabs if Steven does manage to score a hit here. If you're Ruben, this is definitely going to send some alarm bells racing. Your opponent ate quite a lot of damage last turn, has started their turn with Go Again on a 7-power attack. What's looming in the wings?
Well, and now I think if you're Ruben, you're saying, okay, Steven's got 3 gold. How long is this game going to go for? Is it more of an aggressive game? Like we said, a lot of 2 blocks seem to be around in these decks between the 2 players here. Is it a case of you're on 10, I'm now just going to try and kill you, have all the gold, have at it, Steven. I'm going to try and reduce your life total to 0, and I'm going to use what cogs and gold I have available to try and drive that. I mean, we see in Ruben's hand here as well, a very powerful card that on offense, a red bark.
Yeah, Battalion Bark here, definitely a card I think we're going to be seeing plenty of this weekend as players get to grips with it. Threatens 9 points of damage with a little bit of luck. This time, only worth its defense value. It will be that gold going to Steven, as you say. I think this dynamic is very interesting. There's pretty clearly a lead on gold here for Steven, but at what point does that become redundant?
Yeah, it just becomes about that life race, right? And I think the reason that Ruben chose to defend with this card here is it doesn't have any blues in hand. So this card is only as good as the text on it, and when you can't trigger that high tide effect, it's not quite as powerful. Do you really want to pitch 2 yellows to come in for 7, a 3-card 7? That's not really where you want to be. So Ruben choosing to cash it in for some defensive value here.
Some other options in the hand for Ruben, though. Some golden cog generators definitely might lean into the capabilities of Puffin here with a little bit of luck. I'm super curious about what Steven has lurking in the midst of their hand. Maybe we can get a peek. Okay, so it's going to be the other mutiny, of course, that not so fast. So that one, maybe a bit of a liability. The Arsenal, I'm hoping, is maybe
it's a boat. I think it's a boat, right?
Okay.
I think it's a boat that he sat there on turn 2. So I think what we're going to probably see, but that is the blue pitch and come in. But that yellow doesn't do a very good Arsenal impression being a block card. So we will see here. It looks like, though, Ruben has decided how to defend this one. Steven thinking about the next play. Yes, because Ruben has taken the damage.
Okay, so it will be that chess piece being cashed in here. The Buccaneers bounty going to score a bonus resource for Steven here. Want to get a little bit of more value out of our cards. Make that resource. I have a feeling we might have a 4-cost boat lurking in our arsenal. We do indeed have the RMS Marlynn. And Ruben realizing in real time, destroy the top card of your deck. A very interesting effect on this one.
Yeah, I really like these HMS cards. I think they're very, very powerful. High Tide, as you said, maybe Ruben can't activate his High Tide this turn, can't trigger that effect, but Steven definitely can. The extra resources from both the chest have come into play this turn, and this is coming in for overpower 7. Ruben only at 11 life. How will Ruben choose to defend this? Let's take a look at Ruben's hand. See what they've got to play with. So
Teeth of the Cog, a very interesting card that lets you kind of galvanize to rebuy that value on cogs you've already made. Cloud Skiff here, and of course that Goldwing buff that makes additional cogs. Not bad cards, definitely more yellows than I expected in this spot though.
Very awkward hand for Ruben because that Goldwing costs 2 resources, right? So, if Ruben uses any card on defense here, I think the output of Ruben's turn is not particularly great. But the question is, does Ruben actually have any other choice? Because this hand is, it's awkward. And this is facing down 7 damage that's going to destroy the top card of the deck. Probably not very relevant destroying the top card of the deck here. It looks like we're not going to have fatigue or fatigue by damage in this game. But the damage itself, just enough.
Yeah, overpower, definitely a difficult thing for Ruben to navigate here, given the texture of their hand. That Teeth of the Cog will come on in. Looks like we are going to galvanize in the process and make another golden cog for our trouble. Copper cog going away. Golden variety going to replace it.
Of course, unlike our previous seeing Galvanize in Bright Lights, no additional defensive value for Galvanize here. Instead, you're getting that trade-in of your cog to keep it around for another turn with the steam counter, but no additional defensive value. So this is going to be 5 damage coming over and punching Ruben here down to 6.
Yeah, Ruben here, I think, also acknowledging that this doesn't increase its defense value like Galvanized cards of old. So it will be 2 that we're blocking here in this case. Going to be taking a hefty 5, falling down to 6 here for Ruben. This is a surprisingly tight game. These players came out of the gates pretty fast early. Definitely looked like more of a goal attrition fight in the middle there, and then we've definitely settled in our roles.
Yeah, I think what it was is that honestly, just both players had these hands that just worked better on offense. We saw the Scurv, for instance, and the defensive sort of capability wasn't super high for either player. So we've just seen gold get traded out effectively this Treasure Island.
Okay, Steam Cow removed from that golden cog. Ruben taking a moment to consider their options. Does kick things off with that Scurv.
Maybe a Scurv.
Tentatively. So Cloud Skiff here, kind of the slightly more expensive version of Sky Skimmer, revealed quite early in the reveal season. Nice and simple, once per turn instant, you could tap a cog to give either +1 or go again. Makes it a bit of a menace on go wide turns, or potentially tricking people out with Treasure Island, but we will indeed take a slightly more reserved here. We're going to tap the cog ahead of time this time, give the shot from the blunderbuss here go again, and maybe look to follow up with whatever's tucked in our arsenal.
Yep. Counter goes on that Treasure Island, and then yeah, like I said, Ruben's hand just a little bit awkward here. I was actually wondering if we might have seen the Rust Belt come out this turn for an attack, but he's got is that the sloop?
It is indeed the sloop, the small, that go-again ship parked in the arsenal here. Certainly a reasonable follow-up. Does score that gold from Treasure Island in the process. It will be the sloop coming on out to continue threatening damage against Stephen Cookus.
Now coming in for 5 damage, right? High Tide not going to be triggered here, so unfortunately for Ruben, just an attack for 5.
Yep, 7 value this turn. Not quite enough to threaten all of Stephen's life total, but definitely enough to cause some decisions by the looks of it. Blocking cards being considered. Will be that divvy up. Very powerful thief payoff being cashed in by Stephen here to soak up 3 points of damage.
Yeah, divvy up probably not going to have much impact on this game now, so Stephen happy to trade that away for the 3 defensive value and then come back and just try and pressure more of Ruben's life total. No goal kiss rum on the side of Stephen just yet, but I expect that we might see that created this turn.
We are going to be starting to cash in those gold the hard way, looking for additional options to get this game over. Stephen finds that expedition off the top of the deck. Plenty of blues to work with here, but none of these high tide payoffs we're desperately looking for yet.
Yeah, that's the thing though, when you have all these blues and all this gold, so you're a heavy blue deck with lots of gold, just cycle till you find it, which is what we're seeing Stephen do here. Another gold cracked, and what do we find? It looks like another blue.
Swiftwater Sloop. Going to be cashing in one of those gold to make that gold kiss rum. Maybe let our turn go a little bit wider with the options we have found. That expedition, of course, a great way to start the turn. Multiple sloops threatening to have go again, courtesy of those blues in our pitch zone.
Yeah, but Stephen's hand is, I mean, he's got the 0, that's the 0 for 4 one, right, the expedition. So there's a bit of damage, but honestly, it's possibly not enough to take more than 1 card for Ruben here, and we're at 6 apiece. So if Stephen can't push through a big damage turn here, because I think it's the Mutiny in Arsenal, right, that he kept from last turn.
I think so.
Which is not doing a lot here.
No, Stephen, I think, definitely kind of taking a look through what they've expended so far. Maybe considering cashing in these 2 resources for yet another spin of the wheel with another gold token.
Which would then turn the Mutiny on, of course.
So more, I guess maybe one of the most understated parts of this format so far, actually. Yeah, cracking your gold aggressively does give you the flexibility to use those mutinies, steal more gold from your opponent, and deny them the same benefit. Some very interesting small decisions to be made there.
Yeah. Net resources off your blues, of course, because there's just 2 to cash in that gold. Try and find something relevant to try and close out this game here on the side of Stephen Cookus. DMArmada himself, the pirate captain.
It will be those sloops to kick things off. This makes a lot of sense. This will have go again, courtesy of those pitched cards. 4 and a blue is not a bad rate here.
Oh, I think this card's really good, and I think we're going to see this card all weekend. It's such an enabler. Blue enablers are so important in this format, I think. Ways to come in for damage, get going, and turn on Watery Grave in your Gravy Bones deck. Go wide on chain links like this. High Tide blues, I think, are just very powerful.
Will be that Helmsman's Peak being cashed in here. That on-defend ability, taking a peek at the top card of your deck. Get some bonus information. That's not the face of a happy player, I don't think. Parked back on top. Sadly can't change the card, just get to look at it.
I think Ruben was doing his peak impression there.
So the first sloop here is prevented. That first counter making its way back onto Treasure Island. Strange, really, how those gold tokens definitely feel like they still matter in a world where both players have so many mutiny effects, some of these other gold effects that care about how much the opponent has gained. Actively a drawback in some cases. This expedition to a 0 key is going to put another gold counter on if Stephen wishes.
I think Steven said no. I think just, realizing that this could well get blocked out this turn and says, I don't want or need the gold, or I think that you might block this out. So
really sweet card here being considered by Ruben in Sentry. It's another block card in this format. We're seeing tons of these to kind of counteract the amount of overpower we've seen pushing this. It really gives you some flexibility about playing back into that evasion. This one really strong, does let you tap cogs to, make more cogs.
Yeah, which we're seeing right here. Again, cash in your cog, turn it. It's effectively kind of that 0 for 4 value, even on a blue, because you're getting a cashback of your cog and blocking out this on hit. I think great play from Steven there. Could have added that counter to Treasure Island, threatened 2 gold with a 0 for 4, but seeing that there's still a legs there with defensive value, so instead I'll just threaten the 1, and then you can't threaten back 3 on your turn for Ruben.
Yeah, Ruben definitely making the most of those pieces of equipment to soak up those breakpoints. It will be those cogs ticking down, one cashing out, the other one sticking around a little bit longer. We do see that lovely gold turbine we saw earlier on being pitched away here, I believe, to a goal. We're going to go digging, look for something a little bit more impactful, and it is time. Not so
Oh my
fast.
goodness.
And look at the look on Ruben's face. This is my specialization. When you try and draw a card, I think I'll be drawing that one instead.
Not so fast. Steven says to Ruben, and we see our first thievery take place with our Pirate Instant. Not so fast. They're the Scurv specialization. The next time an opponent would draw a card from an effective gold token this turn, instead, Steven says, thank you very much, I will draw the card. And that is actually devastating because Ruben kind of doesn't really have a turn now.
What a certifiable disaster for Ruben Salvador. What looked to be a promising turn, digging a little deeper to find their options with their gold tokens, instead goes up in smoke, left with just the 1 blue mutiny in hand and maybe a cheeky gunshot to make up for it.
Oh, this is so cool. This is something I think that we've not really experienced as much in Flesh and Blood previously. These kind of gotcha moments, and I'm here for them. I'm here for them.
That's incredible. I'm so excited to play Scurv. This hero is so cool. I'm really glad we got to see it on camera for the first round here in the hands of Steven. It will be that blunderbuss coming in a lowly compensation price here for Ruben after having their momentum so brutally stripped away.
Yeah, and Steven has a big old 5-card hand here as well to do what he will with. We're seeing the Rust Belt broken there by the looks of it.
Okay, so it will be that Rust Belt being cashed in. Cashing in another gold. Yeah, so we tapped the cog here by the looks of it. Gave our gunshot go again. Broke our belt, ate the cog. Gave ourselves the draw, then firing our gun a second time, I believe, maybe, perhaps?
I think Ruben was about to come in with a gun, and said, actually, no, sorry, what I want to do is I want to use this Rust Belt, gain the resource, draw off another gold. This time you can't not so fast me, Mr. Stephen Cookus. I'm going to get my card draw off, and is going to have a potential card for Arsenal here, which looks like...
Gold Hunter Marauder, not at its best at this stage in the game, unfortunately. Overpower damage, definitely valuable as we get to this evasive stages, but... not exactly what Ruben was hoping for to get them out of this ditch. They find themselves in a 5-card hand on the other side for Stephen Cookus. At this point, take your gold. I don't mind.
All yours. And I think, look, important to remember here, Ruben's about to make that play. We are in the world premiere here. It's all learning, fun and games here. And Stephen says, yep, I see what you were trying to do there. Draw your card and then come in with your weapon. And now Stephen is ready to pounce after that not so fast.
Both players enjoying a spectacular first taste of this format. Steven with all the options in race to consider. 5 cards to work with. More importantly, that Gold Kiss Rum available as well. Chart course here. Really great way of starting this turn off. Bonus damage and the bonus counter on that Treasure Island. Should we find ourselves in the needle of a little more drink later on?
Yeah, I think now this is just damage extension, right? This is just more damage. And it's going to come in here with this go again thanks to the Golden Tipple.
It will be a yellow being discarded here, so we get full value for our trouble. Extra gold token, extra card drawn, and some go again here for Stephen Cookus. This is quite the impressive turn.
Yeah, 6 damage, and Stephen's still with 2 cards in hand and a resource remaining is pretty impactful.
Okay, it looks like we have some teeth of the cog, maybe a tough old wrench lurking in the hand for Ruben here. These galvanized cards, very impressive at turning cogs into more cogs, but a bit of a liability when it comes to staying alive, courtesy of that problematic 2-block.
Yeah. It's gonna be tough for Ruben, I think, to find a way out of this one. I wonder if we can check in and just see what Steven is working with. He doesn't want to. It's actually 3 cards in hand. Doesn't want to quite show us though.
No, those are a secret for you and me to find out in about 40 minutes, I imagine. To the cock here. Coming down, does indeed get that galvanized effect for the trouble, soaking up some of this damage. But as you say, Steven still with 3 cards to work with at the minute. Definitely some potent follow-up options there.
Yep, exactly. And then Steven still, let's see if we can get a glimpse now. Wow.
Is that Bark in hand, Rally the Coast Guard blue, and yet another sloop, that Go Again blue we saw do so much damage in the earlier turns. This time round, leveraging High Tide to a maximum. We're going to be cashing in a gold. Looking a little deeper, trying to figure out exactly what we want to do with these cards.
I like this because you net the resource and you could potentially play the sloop into the Bark. I think that is a real... So we've got 1 resource here. Yeah, Steven's just adding up. I think he's going to be 1 resource short, right? But not far off being able to do it. Is going to run out of gold to loop resources on this occasion, though. But, I mean, this Bark alone and then maybe setting up the sloop in Arsenal. The thing is, as well, he could Bark here and then come in with the Octopus afterwards as well.
Okay, so he's going to be cashing in that Gold Kiss rum here to gain and Go Again on our Bark, which does threaten that lovely Sticky Fingers attack after this.
Yeah, this is 7. So it's 9 total.
I think I'm dead.
I think I'm dead, declared by Ruben. Fish Fingers not quite going to be enough to save us, Custard or otherwise. It will be that all-important ally. The Sticky Fingers gets in, seals the deal for Steven Cookus, and it will be us seeing a win for DMArmada and our sneaky stowaway in the first round of this world premiere.
Scurv starts in the best way possible in the hands of Steven here with a big win. Ruben really trying to fight in that game, trying to find ways to batter down those gold. But that, honestly, in the end, those amounts of gold, that big turn of 3 gold actually was huge for that game, and I think ultimately what allowed Steven to cycle through those blues, trigger High Tide, and do a couple of really important attacks. Of course, let alone, not even talking about the Gold Kiss Rum, of course, that Steven was then able to create as well.
Yeah, that Gold Kiss Rum looks super impactful from Scurv there. I was honestly incredibly impressed by just the versatility of gold in this format. We kind of saw that battle for Treasure Island taking place constantly throughout the course of that game. Even when players were on quite low life totals, the gold they would generate threatened to sometimes turn off their own cards or activate their opponents, and it led to some very interesting decision points.
I think we're already seeing just how complex this format is going to be, how deep the limited format is. Like you say, managing not only your gold, managing Treasure Island, managing the effect of your cards. We saw it straight away on turn 1. We saw it when Steven had a Scarf or a Scar in hand and had to decide, actually, how am I going to defend this? Because I've got a 0-4 here, but I have to give up gold to my opponent to be able to do it. And then it just kept going from there in terms of those decision points. You called it straight away. It feels like each player has so many decision points, and that's round 1 of World Premiere.
Incredibly deep. I can't wait to see how this weekend is going to evolve. If you're enjoying High Seas so far, though, it is important to remember it is not the only product that is releasing over the course of this period. Armory Deck, Gravy Bones, joining us on the 30th of May.
Aye. He's ready. He's ready to land down and cause some havoc with those allies. And honestly, I can't wait. I actually, you know what? Scott, I was a little bit unsure if I might be a Gravy believer, but I'm pretty excited to play some Gravy Bones, to be honest. Not only in Limited, but actually in Constructed. Can't wait to get my hands on one of these Armory decks.
Yep, I'm certainly looking forward to get my hands on our new ally, Pirate Necromancer. This one, very exciting. Looking forward to getting my hands into the Armory deck, and I know many folks at home feel the same way. Dual format designed here, so it's functional for Blitz and for Classic Constructed. I know there's a lot of hype, a lot of whispers about what might be found inside. If you are looking to find out, Monday is the magical day. It will be available for you in full. You will see some gameplay. You'll see a full deck list. So if you want to know what's inside and what this Armory deck is capable of, Monday next week.
And then I can go pick it up next weekend at my pre-release, or on my way to my pre-release, or after my pre-release, and play games with Gravy Bones. We see their Sawbones Dockhand there, just one of those majestic allies that are looking so potent and powerful.
Pretty incredible stuff. Happy to see this one coming out. I'm excited to get my hands on it. And honestly, I'm very excited to see that we can pick it up at pre-release this time. That's a new thing this time around. I'm excited to maybe jam some friendly games after my drafts.
Yeah, but I think, until then, I want to see more Limited. I want to see more High Seas. And I've heard, Scott, that we might have one of the best players in the world. The calling hasn't even started yet. We're just here for the High Seas World Premiere to learn the set, to learn what these cards do. And already I've heard we might have a pretty big name on the feature match table next round.
Absolutely. Shoma Yamamura, Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, will be joining us in the feature match for round number 2. If you want to see the best of the best taking on the high seas, don't go anywhere.
High Seas, world premiere, 1 round down. How are you feeling after your first look at High Seas?
Well, honestly, my first look at Scurv is probably what dominated that, and I'm having the best time, honestly.
I have to say, it was a little cruel of us. We let you prep for this event. We set you up. We get you the information you need to cast appropriately. You legitimately did not know anything about Scurv. Curveball thrown at you at the last second. You did a very nice job adapting on the fly. But honestly, it was about preserving that same experience for y'all who are coming to cast with us. I think it is very important to have that genuine, oh my God, what's happening here? And you guys had that moment.
That's a pretty good one, honestly.
Yeah.
A hero in a pack is, like, I knew coming into this, as everyone did who had heard the announcement, there's some secrets to be revealed, right? That's all I knew. And I think secrets in a pack, a stowaway in the pack, a hero that changes the complexion of what this limited format is going to look like, finding out on the day it's pretty cool.
Yeah, I wanted to ask that question. Like, this is the first time we've seen something like this before in Flesh and Blood, a draftable hero. Have you kind of started going through the gymnastics of how does that affect the actual draft process? Does it incentivize you to change your strategies in pack 1, or is it kind of just hope to windmill it and then you get into Scurv, or do you think maybe there's some flexibility there?
Well, we don't know the estimated pull rate of the hero. We haven't had people opening a ton of boxes and working out how often you're going to see Scurv, which is, as a competitive player, something that I will have my eye on in the lead up to something like Pro Tour Singapore national season. But with that aside, I think just thinking about the complexion of what it does, because it is just, I look at the set, we don't have hybrid cards in this set, but we still have some wedges within you. There's cards that work specifically really well for 2 heroes, maybe not a 3rd hero. I think some of the generics do that in particular. Nimblism is one that we know is in the set now, and I think is quite interesting. And then we have something like this where it's like, okay, you get to play generics and you get to play your pirates. If you stay open and someone in pack 1 decides maybe not to pick up that Scurv, and you see it in pack 1, or honestly, even in pack 2, if you think about 1 or 2 class cards to play Scurv, but you've set yourself up with, I don't know, a couple of blue barks, for instance, maybe another couple of good generics, then you could be in a prime time seat. We saw Scurv is powerful. Like, it's not just a gimmick hero in the set. Scurv is powerful and is going to have an impact on this limited format.
I'm going to say this. I'm not saying whether it's correct or whether something should happen all the time. I've seen pack 3 shift into Scurv. I have seen it. I think the circumstances sort of need to break the right way, but that's going to be up to the players to decide how exactly they want to engage with this new mechanic. I know what I want to engage with right now. How about a treasure pack? This is one of the big, cool takeaways from this particular set, and I just want to open this right up. I'm not wasting any time here. Tear it apart and understand what's inside. We do, of course, have the map. I see some shininess happening below already.
I'm hoping for a gold kiss rum in this one.
Okay, let's see. We have a face down card. It is a golden cog this go around.
We're working our way up. We've seen the gold token,
bad.
now a cog.
Okay.
That looks so nice.
Man, they really do look so cool. There you see the text version on the other side. Look at that shine. They really are beautifully popping here on stream. Rainbow foil golden cog. But there is, of course,
Before you show that, I want to know, how can I get my hands on these treasure packs?
Yeah, 1 treasure pack in each box of High Seas. So just go ahead and pick up some High Seas, and the treasure will be revealed to you, as will this card here. Red Chartercourse. Okay. Any impressions on Chartercourse thus far, Hayden?
Well, we just saw Steven use it to good effect to pump up an attack. I mean, anytime you have a unconditional nimblism that has plus to it, I think it's a pretty good card and limited, definitely. I'm interested, of course, to see what impact will have this will have in constructed as a pirate sort of buff, front pump as we like to call them.
Yep.
But I think we've already seen just how important this card is in limited.
I do want to point out, I don't know if you've seen it yet across your travels, but Chartercourse, this card doesn't scale as you might expect cards to traditionally scale. It's not +3, +2, +1. It scales on your first attack, your second attack, and your third attack. So blue +3 if you know you're going 3 chain links wide. Pretty interesting. Even the yellow, I think yellow +3 if you know you're able to consistently go 2 chain links wide. We talked about something like more aggressive build of Marlynn. Marlynn can use the yellow of Chartercourse quite well.
True, yeah, of course. And I even think about the blue and things like Gravy Bones. Can I build a go wider Gravy Bones deck? That's going to turn on my Watery Grave as well when that goes to the graveyard. Like, there's so many things, and that's powerful. I'm looking for powerful blues in decks like that. So that's what I'm looking out for today is what are the blues that I want to my deck. This format feels, the blues are just so important, I think.
They are. And, we come to these first looks at this format, and it's a little bit more of a casual scene, right? Everyone's here to have a good time, to learn a little bit about the set. The stakes aren't really high. You don't expect to see the highest level of gameplay down in the feature match area. How about we completely throw that on its ear and we bring you a Pro Tour champion versus a Pro Tour top 4 finisher. Very, very powerful matchup here in our second round of sealed play. It is Paul von Gijssel coming right off of that top 4 at our last Pro Tour, taking on Pro Tour champion Shoma Yamamura here at the world premiere of High Seas.
Some familiar faces. We got to cast a couple of Paul's games together for that London run, and it looks like we've got a Puffin mirror on our hands.
Yeah,
here.
okay. Good look at Puffin here. We did not see Puffin the last go. Is that correct? Was it Puffin?
It was Puffin on one side, Scurv on the other.
Okay, so a little Puffin flooded thus far. We'll be sure to make sure we prioritize Gravy and Marlynn the next few rounds. You know, I walked around a little bit just seeing what the hero spread looked like. It was absolutely all over the place. Everyone getting their first look at these heroes. Now we're going to see our first look at these heroes played at a super high level Pro Tour greatness down in our feature match area.
I love really good players reading cards the first time because they just look like every other player. Like you can see Shoma their hand spread. What does this card do again? I actually don't know who's going first here because they're both trying to assess and read their cards. It looks like it is Paul though.
Yeah, Paul just going to fire off a 3 for 7 here. It is Rally the Coast Guard coming in as our first play of the match. That's going to go ahead and put that counter on Treasure Island and already offer a breakpoint. So in Shoma's spot, you're already faced with the decision. Are you going to give up a ton of cards here to go ahead and deny that first gold?
Yeah, something me and Scott spoke about. 3 cards for 1 card to deny that gold, but it could potentially be massive if you get 2 gold on your turn. And I think it really, you know, this mini game that we're going to be playing, not even mini game, it's just it dominates the game of how does Treasure Island work? How do you look for do you look for island dominance? Do you look to try and keep that process going of trying to push more and more gold? Or actually, are you okay to maybe give up gold because you don't need it and you think that you can limit how much impact your opponent can get out of it?
What's your first impression of Treasure Island and how it affects the game so far? It looks like Shoma is going to go ahead and just let the damage come through. And that means Paul is going to take an early win here and picking up a gold and some damage.
I'm going to shout out to Scott because I think Scott said it best in round 1. It makes every decision feel impactful.
Everything's an on-hit.
I love seeing Shoma here, just playing sleeveless, you know, old school. That's the world premiere.
One of my favorite parts about playing limited at lower stakes is you can just go ahead and shuffle up. And you see a good reason why Shoma may have wanted to take some early damage here. Does have the Scar for a Scar, so could get aggressive on this next go-around with that and a lower life total.
Yeah, I love the decision points of, you know, of course you've got Treasure Island making every potential on-hit impactful, but also then you've got manipulation when it comes to things like Scar for a Scar. Me and Scott spent a lot of time in that last round because it became so relevant so quickly. Mutinies. Gold management and how you manage your mutinies or your opponent's mutinies, potentially. It really reminds me of almost the small amount of old school Flesh and Blood where cards like Scar for a Scar or your on-hits, you would actually manage your opponent's life total in case they would have a Scar for a Scar. But there's just so many cards that you have to manage, so many resources now, not just life, it's gold, it's Treasure Island counters. There's so many things for the players to weigh up and decide here, and this format just seems to be so deep.
Yeah, those gold hunters all get powered up by an opponent holding more gold than you do. The Shoma's asking his opponent a question about an effect here. Shoma, of course, not playing in his native Japanese here, playing with English cards. So just checking out exactly how this card works.
Yeah. Some of these cards have slightly different templating to what players may be used to as well, in terms of we might not have seen some of these before. There's new ways that cards work.
I think Shoma makes a good call here and is just going to go ahead and check in with the judge, understand exactly how the card works.
Okay.
Maybe didn't get the answer he was looking for.
World premiere, just awesome. Like, it's just obviously learning, but having fun and enjoying it as well. I mean, world premiere, round 2, and you've got, you know, 2 of the best players in the world dueling it out, learning cards together as well. I love that.
Yeah, I suspect Shoma was asking the question of, can he attack first, then play this card after the attack, and that count as the first attack? It does not. It has to be the first attack you've played for the turn. So Shoma is going to go ahead and lead with Chart, of course, here. That does put a gold counter on Treasure Island, though, and a second gold counter going to come in. And Shoma's going to offer 7 here, so potential to maybe pick up a couple gold on this attack.
Yeah, or will we see Paul really value those treasure tokens or treasure counters himself and try and throw some equipment in front of this, and then maybe this is the dichotomy, right? It's a bit like Wager, if you remember back to Heavy Hitters. Scott had a great call out about that. If Paul wants to block this out, then can Paul try and actually pressure back or not have enough pressure to try and get the gold himself? And then we go back to Shoma's turn with potentially 3-4 counters. You could get yourself into this build of Treasure Island having 5-6 counters
and
on
that
it.
can be really dangerous, Hayden. It's often not something you want unless you're completely sure you're set up to be the one who wins that game over time. You really don't want to load up Treasure Island too much.
Well, it might decide who wins the game if it gets to that point.
Absolutely can. But it looks like Paul's going to go ahead and get a reset on this Treasure Island here. 5 damage is going to come through, and that's going to take both those counters off of Treasure Island here.
Oh,
Paul's
pointing
that
out. So it is the amount of damage dealt is how many counters that you do take off. So it's going to be the full 2. Because Paul has taken 5 damage here. Shoma's like, oh wow, I get more than I thought.
This is so cool to see. Like, this is a Pro Tour champion, like you mentioned, and has to go through the same thing as everyone else and understand how these cards work.
Shoma at a slight disadvantage, like you say. These cards not in his native language of Japanese here, but he's working it out.
It's tough. Japanese players historically have done a great job managing that, playing through what is quite a challenge to not play in your own language. I have done it before. The mental tax is real.
I've done it just once. Top 8 Battle Hardened draft at the Miss Vale premiere.
Sure.
And I had to rely on my memory of the pictures.
That's what you do, and that is often what our not only our Japanese players, but so many of our international players who go on to attend events outside of regions that they typically play in.
So chain breaks. This goes to the graveyard.
We're going to see our first Puffin activation here. Gold gets destroyed. Golden Cog comes down.
Very important, these golden cogs. They're going to help Shoma power up some cards, but also potentially help Shoma to draw some cards later in the game if you can find a way to do it twice in a turn.
Players are going to sort this out, though. Shoma does have to crank here. It only enters with a single steam counter. So if you want to continue the turn, you have to go ahead and crank that golden cog, meaning it's only going to have the ability to stick around for 1 turn.
You can if you crank.
So I think, tomorrow in the calling, I think this would be declared that, Shoma decided not to crank, and that would be the end of the turn here. But of course, we're playing at the High Seas World Premier.
Yeah.
Both players learning here. It was clear Shoma's intentions. He wanted that go again. So the players just sorted it out. Should have cranked it. And now, interestingly, so in the first match, we saw the other weapon. We saw the blunderbuss, and now we're seeing from Shoma the Spitfire. So a different approach here from Shoma than we saw from Ruben in round 1.
Both players here presenting Spitfire. Depends a lot on what your game plan is, what your access to golden cogs looks like. One of these weapons is one of the few traditional fatigue weapons in this format if you want to go ahead and play the blunderbuss.
Yeah, the only weapon that has a truly activated, repeatable attack. All the rest are all conditional after that on having other cards or having cogs, gold, etc.
So Shoma, with a bit of an IP there, doesn't use his entire hand. We are going to see another Puffin activation on the part of Paul. Reaches into the hand, kicks things off with Scar for a Scar. Trading Scar for a Scars back and forth are the players thus far.
Yeah, and this is in round 1. Scott asked me, how impactful do you think Scar for Scar might be in this format? And I said, I'm not sure. It's a bit more awkward than in previous formats. You can't manage life totals when every on hit is potentially impactful. Every attack is potentially on hit. But it's still 0 for 4 with go again. And we're seeing how quickly these players are ripping through their gold. They are really using that gold as a resource in this game. They're not stacking them up. They're turning them into cogs, and they're trying to use the ability of those cogs.
Paul with a couple reds left in hand. Shoma finds a clean defense here on the back of that unicycle.
You beat me to the joke. Riding it all the way to stopping that on-hit effect here of the gold creation.
Picture Shoma cruising around the feature match area on a unicycle.
This is a big turn for Paul, though, potentially with this skiff going to represent another, Sky Skimmer, represent go again with that cog at instant speed can do that as well once Shoma decides how to block, because, of course, Shoma decides to try and stop the breakpoint of 4. Paul may say, well, I'll just pump it for 1 with my cog and take the gold and move on. But card in hand for Paul tells me probably we're going to see the go again here. 4 still a breakpoint, and you only have so many pieces of equipment. I love that. This is the other dynamic I'm interested in. You get these pre-release packs, right, with all these equipment. We don't get those tomorrow.
Yep.
So
context changes.
A lot more equipment today than you're going to see, and a lot more ability to stop breakpoints today than you actually see tomorrow when we get into Sealed and then, of course, into Draft.
Yeah, and Shoma is just going to go ahead and concede the breakpoint here. And there's going to be go again, granted to the Skimmer. Damage going to happen. Treasure Island reset once more. Another gold enters the arena. And you're seeing just the massive gold output that will be present in this format. Everyone plays with a lot of gold.
No thieves here, but Paul is going to do his best impression.
Pretty good looking combat chain here for a limited format. 040404. RIP Aurora.
Yep, just wounded blow in this case, though, with no counters currently in the Treasure Island and not being a thief on Paul's side. So interesting. I just think about this Treasure Island, and I think players are really going to have to work it out today, because I think the best players, the more competitive players, I would say, are going to think about this in terms of just pure value. And I think that might catch them out. Because if you just try and keep low counters on Treasure Island, trade into getting your gold on your side, playing risk adverse, I think some of the best players in the world do tend to play a little bit more risk adverse because they want the consistency and not be outdone by potentially some variance, and don't want to let the stack to 4 or 5 counters like we just spoke about, because that could represent just losing the game on the spot. Yeah. But in some builds, you're going to need to let that happen. You're going to play more defensively. You're going to try and find a big overpower turn and have to risk a bit more to get that gold as payoffs to potentially a big end game on your side.
I'm so happy to finally get to share this set with the best flesh and blood minds on the planet. It is complicated. It is kind of, I think in a lot of ways, a return to the early days of Flesh and Blood.
Feels like it.
Where you're thinking a lot about your long game plan. How are you getting to this second cycle, perhaps, while all just maximizing the fact that if you give away too much to your opponent, you can just die. You can die on the back of giving your opponent too much gold. So there's so many countervailing things that you have to balance as the games are being played. And there's so many small interactions in High Seas, intricate ways that the cards work with each other.
Yeah, I mean, even we've seen golden cogs being created on both players' turns for each player. This one, Zeppelin, another iteration of that, where if this hits, Shoma could tap that golden cog to create another golden cog token and could crank it.
Yeah.
And get an action point at instant speed all of a sudden. Or could set up for next turn and have the ability to have 2 cogs on next turn if Shoma wanted to, or at least minimum access to this cog, because currently no gold on Shoma's side. So there's just so many different pieces of interaction that the players have to consider here. And not only has Shoma considered that already, now Paul has to consider all of that, plus the context of what Paul might want to do on his own turn. So yeah. It's...
I mean, this Cogwork Zeppelin is representing a lot of things, right? If you underblock here, it gives away a gold. It also allows this golden cog to go ahead and tap to create another golden cog. But as it stands right now, this can still just be buffed on its own to go ahead and claim that Treasure Island token, even if it's not going to go ahead and replicate the cogs on the side. So a challenging block for Paul here, and it is going to garner a piece of equipment to go ahead and cover that 7 breakpoint that the Cogwork Zeppelin represents.
Yeah, it ends up with the overblock, because just so valuing that Treasure Island counter massively. But I think more than that, the gold for Shoma is what's being so valued here, because
there's something really interesting here, Hayden. And if Shoma wanted to, he could have tapped Cog, given it +1, I believe sacked Unicycle, if I recall correctly. I believe that's an instant. Untap that Cog, tap Cog a second time, and actually gotten over the top there to claim the Treasure Island gold. Yeah. Now, Unicycle is a really powerful card. I'm not saying that was worth it, but I did just want to point out that play cycle, with all of these operating at instant speed, sometimes the breakpoint of like perceived 7 is actually 8 if you have access to something like Unicycle.
Well, that's a great point. And I'll tell you what, we've got a second bite at the cherry here, because now Paul is coming in and doing the exact same play.
Yeah, and look, Paul is taking a gander over at that equipment suite there, maybe just doing a little mental check and seeing. But look at this, Shoma ready on the defense with double on the horizon, covers up that breakpoint just fine. 2 cards.
No need for Paul to consider rather Unicycle when that 8 defense is there. And we're just trading a lot of 2 for 2 cards here at the moment. That is kind of the game cycle we're falling into. And that Treasure Island, though, all the while ticking up.
That's what I was going to say is, yes, that is what's happening in the immediate time frame, but also in the background, that Treasure Island starting to get more and more important. And for the first time, we are going to see Treasure Island go up to 3 counters here, I suspect, as this last attack comes out of Arsenal.
Looks like it's a skimmer? Skiff. It's the skiff.
Yeah, skiff comes down in conjunction with the buff there. coming in for 9, I believe, here with 3 counters on Treasure Island.
Importantly, though, no gold. So that denial of that gold was huge from Paul for Shoma's side, because no trickery really to be done here without access to that cog at this point in time. But this is an attack for 9.
Yeah, Paul's still with some defense left over on the equipment side, just reaching for 3 cards here.
This is the problem that we're starting to talk about, though, right? Paul throws 3 cards at this.
Then Shoma's block becomes very easy in return.
And then what does Paul? I guess the point we say, actually, do you attack if you're Paul? Do you risk putting another counter on Treasure Island just to take 1 card away from Shoma? And this is the thing that I think is going to be so important about this format, is that I think players are going to intentionally IP themselves in this format at some points, because you just can't use. How do you use 5-card hands? If you can identify your opponent can't use a 5-card hand, you might be better off just intentionally IPing yourself.
Paul does have a nice arsenal here, though. It's going to be walk the plank, played out of arsenal. Another breakpoint coming in for 7. Shoma forced to make a defensive decision one more time. Has at least 1 2-block in hand. I see a Scar for a Scar over on Shoma's side. Tough old wrench. That blocks for 2.
And we might have to see Shoma commit. At some point, I think you've just got to say, though, I just have to give the gold away. Because if it keeps building up again, like you say.
Yeah, I want to point out, too, big Majestic in Shoma's hand. It's the Palantir Aeronaut.
Wow.
There you have a look at that one. Thrice per turn instant, able to get 3 buffs here. And if you put all 3 buffs on this card, you have to destroy a defending card.
You got to have some gold and some cogs to do that, though.
You do.
And at the moment, Paul is saying, give me all that gold. That's kind of the best 2-card play right here. It's just come in for 7, force a breakpoint, and there's a good number of 3-block cards in this format, but there's not an abundance of them, and you have to play some of these 2-cost cards because they're so important to the offensive side of your game and to the synergistic side of trying to win the game. So you have to play some of these 2 blocks. But when it comes to playing this Treasure Island sort of back and forth game, they can definitely cost you.
Looks like Shoma is again lining up another large defense here. Going to full cover on that walk the plank. So no arsenal on the next turn cycle for Paul. Shoma left with 2 cards here. Here gets to start things off with Go again on the back of that Scar for a Scar. And Treasure Island goes up to 5 counters now.
Do you think Shoma's kind of bluffing here? Because he can't play that last card in hand and can't attack with weapon without a cog. But if Paul lets this go, then of course Shoma will be able to will get the goal, which is the big payoff, but also attack with the weapon off the Puffin's ability.
All very possible. Maybe trying to induce a bit of a smaller block here from Paul. Maybe try and get him to just put 1 card to the defense, knowing that there could be a potential follow-up that he has to commit to.
Yeah, something like an expedition afterwards.
Sure.
Another 0 for 4. Paul does have a couple of defense left on those pieces of equipment, and it feels like you might want to use it at this point in the game. Like, I'm looking at Shoma's side, just 1 lonely piece of defense left on that equipment available, whereas Paul's got 3, I think, right? Yeah, the fish fingers also defense for 1.
It's interesting sometimes in these high seas games, everything can get a little gold starved until that completely breaks, and then the game gets gold flooded out of nowhere. 6 or 7 counters come off Treasure Island, and the entire context is reset. Paul is going to cover for 4 here. Shoma happy to just arsenal. Turn's going to head back to Paul with 5 counters on Treasure Island. A worthy expedition at this point, to be sure.
I think that's a win for Paul, because even if Paul has another break point here, that's going to demand Shoma's last piece of equipment and potentially 2 cards. Let's see what Paul's working with.
Fiddler's Green.
The most exciting hand.
Yeah, Saltwater Swell. So not a lot of offense here, but I do think he has 1 expedition to go ahead and fire off here.
Yeah, that's the 3-cost one, right? I think. Or is that the 2-cost one?
I would take both cards pitched here if it is the 3-cost one.
Or just having a look. I think Paul's working out how many blues have I already blocked with or pitched with, because there might just be an angle of just go for broke and flip the saltwater. That's what it's called, right? So if you flip a blue off the top.
Yep.
Go again, pressures more wide breakpoints for this Treasure Island. It's a bit risky, though. Both players really gold starved here. And this is where you see Spitfire maybe not do all that you want it to do.
So it looks like Fish Finger is going to be the play here. Next attack is going to get +1. Valuing perhaps a break point more. And it is the saltwater swell coming down.
Oh my goodness. All right, let's see it, Paul.
Big reveal here.
It's
And
blue.
it is a blue, I believe. I think it's a blue battalion bark, and that goes into the pitch zone and picks up Paul a whole host of resources. The world might be his oyster now, and that saltwater swell is going to come in for 4 as well.
And then what's afterwards if you're in Shoma's seat? So Paul's already committed a piece of equipment to create a break point here of this 4. If Shoma was to give a card plus a piece of equipment, now you got to think, wow, was Paul looking for the blues to come in for a 7 afterwards? I can't cover that. This is so interesting. There's going to be a lot of what ifs going on in this format. A lot of bluffing and counter bluffing, and so interesting here for Shoma. I've got to say, from the neutral side here, Bryan, you guys have, from the first 2 games I've seen, you and the team have done an amazing job of the set and this the decision points, making meaningful decisions every turn of the games we've seen so far.
Yep, I think this is going to be a popular one amongst the best players. And it looks like all 3 of those resources now get used, and we come in for 7. 7 counters on Treasure Island, and Shoma
There we
says,
go.
I'll take it. And Paul von Gijssel has picked up the biggest Treasure Island we've seen thus far, 7 gold on his side of the arena.
That's a good one for the weekend. What's the biggest treasure island you can
Great
achieve?
question.
I want to see who hits the biggest this week.
I will tell you, I've seen bigger. I'll
I'm
just
sure.
say that. But 7's pretty good.
I want to see double digits. Come on, I want to see double digits out there.
It can happen. And now Paul has access to so many different games to be played. And I'll point out a blue battalion bark was pitched on that turn. So those late games where your deck is all blues, you can just go ahead and jam blue, blue, blue all over the place. Put it all through that gold, gain resources the entire time, and
Crash
find
down the
yourself
gates.
in a great spot.
Crash down the gates here for 8. Wow.
Yeah, this is a powerful one. This is a really nice return fire here from Shoma.
It's what Shoma needs, though. I mean, the thing is both these players, the reason Treasure Island built up so much, I think, is because both players are kind of playing the same plan, which is this cog-heavy Spitfire Puffin deck. And if you don't have access to the gold, you can't operate the way that you want to. So both players really vying for that gold. Paul has finally broken through and now has his Spitfire online, whereas on the other side, Shoma's going, I need to find some ways to get some gold. This might represent a way to get 1 piece of gold, but now Paul is in a spot with a lot of life, a lot of cards to play with, might just start sort of saying, no, you can't have it.
Yeah, is going to go ahead and put a big defense in front of this card here and knows that the long game is now in his favor. If he gets enough time, those gold can provide persistent advantages, and he'll be able to convert on that. Just can't do anything hasty, can't give up value to Shoma. Even 1 gold, sure, 7 gold is nice, but a lot of times you just need that 1 gold to unlock a lot of your hands.
Yeah, it feels like you start the mini game again, right? And Shoma's way back into this game, from what I can kind of see at the moment, is get a couple of gold. That's the start, right? Force value over on Paul. Use the remaining life total you do have as a bit of a resource where you need to, and yeah, just try and get a few pieces of gold.
And Paul is just going to go ahead and activate Puffin here, use that to make a golden cog, and that's going to fuel Spitfire. So just a 0 card 2. No cards committed here, able to force damage.
No go again currently on this one, but Paul is going to set up a nice arsenal, I would say.
Yeah, Arsenal, 4 cards, ton of gold, life lead, everything looking in Paul's favor thus far off that big reveal, getting that blue pitch.
There's been a lot of defending in this game, though, and you saw Paul there just pick up the deck and see how many cards remain. Unlike our last game, our round 1, where we saw a lot of offense, not a lot of defense, this game has been a lot of blocking, especially on Paul's side, trying to stop those, trying to win that Treasure Island battle, and Paul has expended a lot of resources in the form of cards to do that.
Yeah, I've said it a few times now that I think the highest level of player is really going to quite like this set. I think part of that is because fatigue does have influence over it. You have to think about your cards in deck. Just another thing to consider as you play these games. Make sure you have a long game plan. Do not leave yourself exhausted without means to play those late turns.
Yeah, manage your life total, manage your deck, manage your offensive threats, manage your gold, manage your Treasure Island. There's a few things for players to think about in this format, but it creates a lot of decision points, and I think it's fascinating.
Yeah, on that last turn, Paul did pick up a couple more gold on the back of that Spitfire, so now has 8 gold over in his side of the arena. Shoma's just going to go ahead and fire off that gold wing turbine. I think that's one of the real glue pieces for Puffin, able to pick up that golden cog, kind of with no strings attached on gold wing. You just have to go ahead and crank it to get your action point back.
Yeah, you need some unconditional ways, because we saw if you deduce into this, or sorry, devolve into this Treasure Island battle, you do need some ways to create some cogs to be able to potentially push something over. We saw the combat tricks off Skiff and things like that before. If you don't have access to those, or the cog, your opponent can just freely and easily block face up what you're doing.
Cloud City Steamboat, I believe the attack here from Shoma.
Is the Steamboat. And this does represent a potential combat trick on the table, and that Steamboat could go ahead and create another cog.
Well, steam counter on the cog in this instance.
Oh, so this is the steam counter one.
Not bad, honestly.
Yeah.
That just means you basically did create another cog. You get to pass it over to the next turn. So another good on hit here from Shoma, and Paul looking to defend once again. Doing so, though, with, I think, some pretty inefficient cards here. Yeah, a 1 block, a 2 block, and a 3 block. But Paul is going to pick up a bit of life here after this goes ahead and hits. It looks like Shoma went with the pump instead here on the Cloud City Steamboat.
Not sure there.
Oh, no, I'm mistaken. I'm sorry. There is a counter on that golden cog now.
Okay. And the gold picked up. No, sorry, I think what happened, there's 2 counters on the Treasure Island, right? Is that right?
It would have been 1, because Paul
okay.
would have reset off the Spitfire on the last turn. Okay. Nimblism to start here. I believe Thieving Varmints out of the arsenal, so that's just going to be a clean 2-card 7.
Yeah,
and Paul has a choice
okay.
here to remove the counter off Treasure Island. I think that makes a lot of sense. You just don't want Shoma to get
You
gold.
don't
get back
need
in
the
this
gold.
game. You're fine. You have plenty of gold.
Yep.
I want to point out, Paul, I believe, with 7 cards left in deck, Hayden.
Yeah, I want to know how many Shoma has, but I think Shoma defended less, and defended with less 2 blocks. We had Paul a couple of times through multiple 2 blocks on the chain, like last turn. Okay, we're going to find out. So that's pretty even. Looks like 6 apiece.
Shoma with 4 in hand, though, as well, and 1 in arsenal. So the virtual count is a little higher, however, at a lower life total.
Shoma weighing up the options here. Yeah, we've really seen a full sort of spectrum of what a game of High Seas Limited can look like. In this round 2 here between these 2 great players, we have seen Treasure Island sort of mini game. We have seen gold control. We have seen starvation of the gold. We have seen, deck density and damage really matter here, and we're getting into this end game where it could be the deciding factor for one of these 2 players.
Shoma really thinking about this defense here, but you understand why this does feel like his last gasp. He has to produce some offense on the next turn. It has to be substantial, otherwise could be in a lot of trouble. And I wonder if Shoma is very focused on the number of cards left in Paul's deck at this point.
But the thing is, though, is that Paul has the gun and the gold to use the gun.
Very
Shoma,
true.
Shoma does
Very
not have
true.
that. So Paul almost has the
insurance policy.
Yeah, the anti-fatigue insurance policy, and Shoma currently does not. So I think if Shoma's going to win this, I don't think it's through fatigue necessarily. Well, he needs to present a lot of damage to make the fact that when Paul runs out of cards, Shoma can just push through with his last 1 or 2 cards.
Puffin is going to make a second cog here. Going to crank. And does get to benefit a little bit from that deficit of gold. We see a Gold Hunter. I think the Gold Hunter Light Sail is the play here for Shoma.
Definitely active, that one, I think.
Oh, yeah. 4 go again.
And it's important to note, on that last turn, Shoma gave up a pretty hefty attack there. That 7 power attack, which represents a lot of damage out of the deck now as well.
Yeah, 2 resources floating here for Shoma, a card in arsenal, and 2 cogs at the ready. So Paul says this is the spot where I should go ahead and take the damage. I will fall to 9. I'll give Shoma a gold here. Puffin is tapped, so won't be able to convert that right away. Could turn it into a fresh card if he has good knowledge of the pitch deck. But he's got the big Majestic coming in out of arsenal. It's going to come in for 6 here. It's the Planeteer Aeronaut.
Almost threatening 12 damage, though, because the +3, right, off the cogs. 1, 1, and 1, potentially. Oh, he's Puffin this turn, though, so he's only got the 2 cogs
he's only got
available.
the 2 cogs. 1 cog short here from the biggest output. But, Hayden, Unicycle at the ready. And that means Shoma actually does have all 3 cogs here. And that's going to require some pretty big defenses here from Paul.
Yeah, because to 9 and then destroy a defending card. Presumably one that's defending for 3, 12. So Paul minimum has to throw 2 cards in front of this, it seems.
Yeah, has to put the equipment in front as well, but does have something like the unicycle that can soak up that requirement.
Very interesting here.
And there you see the unicycle committed. Shoma going to be able to clear the best defending card here, but Paul kind of has a nice out to this. Double Sirens in hand that can go ahead and juice up that life a little bit more after those go ahead and hit the bin.
Shoma going to count how many cards left.
7 total cards for Paul, but as you mentioned, a virtual 16 damage in the form of that gold being able to be converted into cogs.
Yeah, Paul just needs to survive. Needs to get through Shoma's cards and needs to proactively probably take... The problem is, I think Paul needs to proactively be able to take a card next turn.
But Paul...
Has Paul missed the
Paul is in trouble here. This goes to 8. Unicycle untaps cog. Taps again. Goes to 9. Destroys defending card. Destroys that card.
Oh.
And Paul is going to take a read. And
Paul's been gone, I think.
Paul
Oh my
missed
goodness.
it. He missed it on the Planeteer Aerodot, and Shoma Yamamura leverages the powerful Majestic to go ahead and take down a match that maybe he had no business winning whatsoever.
Yeah, I think the players, they're just talking about it afterwards as well, just following up. It's so funny. The thing is, right, is you just don't know. This is the funny thing. A top 4 Pro Tour competitor also has to read the cards, also learn the cards. You just see there that it takes, yeah, everyone's in the same boat. Everyone's on a level playing field when it comes to the High Seas World Premiere, day 1 of World Premiere.
And I love Paul's response here. All you can do is laugh, right? You got caught unawares by a card that you did not quite understand yet. And it just speaks to the spirit of these events. If you've never played one of these World Premieres before, and this is your first time, you might be like, oh man, what happens if I get paired against someone like a Shoma? I'm in all kinds of trouble. Everyone's just here to have a good time, to learn the cards with you alongside each other, and the stakes are low. You can go ahead and relax a little bit. When we come back tomorrow, it's going to feel different. It's going to feel different, and Paul maybe wouldn't be quite as jovial in that spot. But in this scenario, a really nice display of sportsmanship there, and Shoma steals a match out of nowhere.
I mean, this is why we play Flesh and Blood, especially events like this. Like, I've played now, this is my attending a third World Premiere. I've played in 2 myself, and honestly, they're the best time because, yes, it's from Saturday, Sunday, I'm going to lock in and play a calling and put my competitive hat on. But you know what, today? I'm going to learn the cards. I'm going to hang out with some people I've met from all around the world, learn the game together or learn the set together, have a lot of fun. And you know what? At the end of the day, I'm just going to set myself up for tomorrow. I'm not going to dwell too much on something like that. But we got to see just the array of what I think this format can offer in round 2. And I'm sure there's more and more to come in terms of the depth of this format.
There absolutely is. And we're going to continue to explore the depth of this format for the next few months, including Pro Tour Singapore. And I cannot wait to go ahead and come back to Asia yet one more time and check out this World Tour stop, the biggest World Tour stop, as we go ahead and play our Pro Tour. Hayden, what's your plan for this Pro Tour? Are you participating as commentator, player? What's the deal here?
I'm going to be in Singapore playing, looking to try and bag myself a Pro Tour trophy. I'm going to be... I'm spending a lot of time on this one. I'm putting in a lot of prep in this one. I want that trophy, Bryan.
Okay. You sure you're not just going to go ahead and bag yourself one of these pool party promos, as I'm calling them thus far? You go ahead, get that Syndra, get that Kasai, get that Victor Goldmane. The souvenir packages have all 3 of these heroes for you. If you're a Pro Tour participant, you only get 1, Hayden. So I'm assuming you're going to have that souvenir package in your card as well.
I do. Don't worry, I do.
Very, very smart. Of course, there's also other events throughout the weekend. And we mentioned, the Pro Tour is the highest stakes for the game. And you might say to yourself, well, I'm not a Pro Tour player. There's nothing for me at World Tour Singapore. You are 100% wrong. Of course, there's plenty of chances to pick up these promos. And you can do it playing a variety of formats. There's going to be Hunted Sealed Deck played where the Syndra promo is available. Play some heavy hitters again. Fun to step back to that format. Get that Victor promo. And, of course, High Seas where you can go ahead and pick up the Kasai promo. And there you see that souvenir event package. Those beautiful, beautiful foils available to you. You can also pick up a box of the Mastery Pack Archive Pack there. So a lot of pack-ins. Love that deck box as well.
Oh, that looks nice.
Can't sleep on that playmat either. Really cool stuff to rock up to your next event with. The Fable package out there as well. Some cool promos in this one. You get one of 3 promo cards, one for each of our heroes here in High Seas. And these are good cards, Hayden. These are very, very good cards that these heroes want. You see Chart the High Seas, Golden Skywarden, and Big Game Trophy Shot. Which of these 3 heroes are you leaning towards right now as a player?
So I think I've been flipping and flopping a little bit like a fish. I was Marlynn to start with. I think that was what I was most excited about coming out of London, seeing those first look at some of those preview cards. And now, honestly, I think I might try all of them.
Okay.
Honestly, I think I'm gonna have a go at all of them.
We've hooked them, folks. If you're going to have a go at all of them, you're probably going to need rainbow foils of all these heroes. Of course, you can pick that up by playing in the calling. Like I said, not just the Pro Tour. At this World Tour stop, there is, of course, a calling, and there's a battle hardened. You can go ahead and pick up even more promos. There's Hoist Them Up, Paddle Faster, and Board the Ship. Some gravy goodies there with that nice extended art treatment. As well, there's, of course, the Pro Tour player package. As I mentioned, one of these 3 hero cards. But there you see that playmat, Hayden. It is the Light of Soul playmat. And you know how Prism players be. They're going to want to go ahead and pick this one up. They're going to need this. They stay as blinged out as possible. Part of that is going to be this Light of Soul playmat. And then finally, I mentioned one more time, if you need these promos, it is the sealed deck events you're going to want to be playing. Friday for Victor, Saturday you add Syndra to your collection, and Sunday we will play for Kasai. I feel like I need all 3 of these. That Pool Party Victor with the inflatable
That's my favorite.
golden horse. That guy is having a good time there. We're going to have a good time at Singapore. I've heard some of the rumblings about the type of stuff that's going to be on offer besides just what's going on in the event hall.
Really?
Yeah, there's cool stuff happening. And as always, it is the pinnacle of Flesh and Blood. As cool as these weekends are, as much as we celebrate them, we're always focused on that elite level, finding out who our next Pro Tour champion is going to be. We just saw 2 former Pro Tour top 8 competitors, including a Pro Tour champion. And if you're a Pro Tour champion, you kind of have to steal games the way Shoma just did. That is exactly what you come to the table for. And I can't wait to see what's next for High Seas Limited. You're only going to have to wait a few moments, and we're going to be back with more action here in round 3. Do not go anywhere.
Whew. Guys, gals, non-binary pals at home, I have news just in. Palantir Aeronaut, quite the card, Brian.
Yeah, that can do some work, especially if your opponent not quite sure what it does yet. That can really amp it up to an 11.
That's an amazing showing. Love to see Shoma on stream here, kind of putting on a really good showcase of what that card's capable of doing.
Yeah, I think we saw a lot of sort of the weird ins and outs of this format highlighted over the course of that match, how drastically Treasure Island affects gameplay here.
Yeah, I feel like I'm kind of learning new things as every round goes by. I'm sure all of our players out in the field are the same, and I'm sure this next match is going to break our brains maybe a little further than we've expected so far.
You are going to learn some new stuff in this next match.
If you've been looking for your fill of gravy bones, I've got some good news. It's not just one, it's two. We're going to have a
gravy.
Maximum gravy in this feature match area this round, but we do have a gold pack to open before we head down there.
Yeah, let's get a little treasure on our
More
plates
exciting
before
things
we
to
do that.
find. We have some more treasure to take a look at. I think you guys had a nice one with Charter Course from your pack earlier on.
Yeah,
Let's take a look.
a nice playable there. I'm looking for a big hit, though, Scott. Who's going to be the luckiest among us here this weekend?
I find it hard to say it's me.
Okay.
My pack luck is pretty typically kind of bad, but hopefully we can change that for the folks at home. We do have our lovely gold token. Oh, gold kiss!
Oh, we hit it. Okay, we've got the whole suite now.
Okay, that's beautiful.
Look at that shine. It's popping on camera. Give us a little tilt, Scott. Give us just a, let it play with the light a little bit. Yeah.
This one's mine.
Already
Sorry
called
about
dibs,
that.
huh?
But this one is coming home with me. That's a gorgeous marble.
Pretty
Absolutely
beautiful.
gorgeous. So, of course, that puzzle piece we've seen a few times. People love these. Very happy to see these back in this pack. And one remaining unknown card to talk about. We have Pilfer the Wreck this time around. This is a really cool card. I've been eager to see this one in both limited and constructed. I'm a big fan of these cards that are turning yellows face down to generate gold. Seems like they got some flexibility in preventing the opponent and also enabling yourself.
Yeah, a little bit of gravy hate here, if you will, but it's just important to go ahead and turn on your gold generation. As we saw in that last match, yellows do get played. They end up in the bin. Against most of the pirate heroes, you will be able to go ahead and reset and get yourself a gold, and every gold matters. Although that feels a little weird to say after we just saw Paul die with, I think, 300 gold in play. But typically, every gold matters.
Yeah, they can matter. Sometimes I guess they don't. But yeah, Bill for the Wreck, one of those cards I'm excited to see whether it pops up in Classic Constructed. And you might find a nice version waiting for you inside your treasure pack when you get to crack those booster boxes open. But I don't know about you. I'm in the mood for some gravy. I want to head down to the feature match area and see what this mirror match is all about. So let's send it down to the floor. See who is joining us this time around. We have CYK Lionel, phenomenal player, well known around the world at this point, against Bogdan-Andrei Oros, who is also a name who's had a good number of results at the top of Flesh and Blood's play. I'm excited to see these two batting heads here in what will no doubt be a very difficult matchup.
Yeah, very much embodying play the game, see the world. Here we have, of course, the king of Taiwan, CYK Lionel, has been so gracious with his time on Twitter, telling everyone exactly what they need to do here in Taiwan. And then we have Bogdan coming in from Romania to go ahead and play this world premiere.
All right, kicking things off, we do see some slight differences in the equipment here. Huge upside on the side of Bogdan. We have that wave that we love to see in Gravy, gives that extra block value. But that headstone available for CYK Lionel, which of these would you prefer to have, given the choice?
That is a tough call. I would probably lean towards the washed up wave. I think just going ahead and getting that potentially free ally into the bin is worth a lot. Also, 2-block from your equipment doesn't happen all that often in limited formats.
Okie dokie. So kicking things off here for CYK Lionel with that compass activation. Kind of expect to see this a good amount in these gravy mirrors. Kind of getting some information before you take any actions. And then, well, some burly bones to start. No overpower required here. Just a big, gigantic attack.
Yeah, happy to go ahead and get in, but it is, in fact, going to get the overpower, and it's going to do so on the back of bidding the Whaler.
Okay, CYK Lionel has a plan. They intend to humperdunk Bogdan straight into next week. Whaler Humperdink making its way into the bin nice and early there. I'm sure we'll have to keep our eyes on that one as this game progresses.
And if you're in Bogdan's seat, this has to change your entire game plan in this matchup. You know that threat of Whaler is out there lingering, pretty much thinking about it from turn one, but even worse, you're now facing overpower on turn one. That was one of the best turn ones I've seen here in the High Seas Limited format.
Yeah, those burly bones finding some serious upside courtesy of Whaler Humperdinck. We see a compass activation from Bogdan in response. Again, just kind of sculpting that early information, trying to figure out what their plan of action has to be given the looming threat we're now expecting. It will be a pretty incredible block card here expended early to soak up some damage.
Yeah, but gold is going to be made here for Lionel. Hoist him up, can't quite get the job done.
Really impressive start here from Lionel. We'll be making our way over to Bogdan, see if they can make the most of the hand they managed to keep. Ravenous Rabble, not a card I expect to see in Gravy. Kind of coming up Millhouse here. Big red on top, 4 go again.
Yeah, Battalion Bark, a nice red for sure. Does get the maximum juice on this Ravenous Rabble. Like all of these heroes, Scott, it is clear from the weapon distribution that you can build Marlynn multiple ways, you can build Puffin multiple ways, and you might say, oh, Gravy only has a compass, so he's just a Gravy Bones deck, does Gravy Bones stuff. I will tell you, Gravy Bones can do the exact same thing. You vary the number of allies, that drastically changes how your deck operates. You vary how aggressive you are, that will also change how the deck operates.
Yeah, I think we're seeing that here, some incredibly skillful stuff. Taking a look at the top of the deck before that Ravenous Rabble, making sure it will come in for 4, and then cashing in that headpiece to draw our gigantic battleship, pitching the second blue here. This is a massive swing of tempo. 9 damage coming in from Bogdan.
Yeah, look, going to come in for a total of 13 and keep an arsenal on this turn. So you see, Gravy can produce the numbers. All these heroes can produce the numbers. Did it on the back of pirate cards and generic cards. So everyone has access to these kind of plays. It's about how you combine that kit with your hero abilities, with the information gained as Gravy Bones. And we saw both players in these first 2 turns use that information from Compass to a very, very large effect.
That Battalion Bark looking pretty incredible here. We do see one in the hand of CYK Lionel as well, but I believe that's 2 blues. No, not 2 blues. 1 yellow perhaps in the hand there to back that up. So not going to be able to enable High Tide. It will jump in front of this other Bark instead. Take a closer look at what we're working with. We do have that Cuddy Sark, one of those very snazzy allies, and the blue to back it up. So not quite enabling what we've got going on there, but some options available to Lionel here.
Battalion Bark just going to defend. 6 damage leaks through, and gold hits the side of Bogdan.
These players trading that tempo of Treasure Island back and forth. We've kind of seen players indecisive about how this is supposed to go so far this weekend. Sometimes it's worth fighting over this. Sometimes we want to see massive stacks of counters on this treasure island. These players pretty happy to trade tempo and resources, giving gold to each other. Speaking of gold, Golden Tipple, definitely a card we've alluded to a few times this weekend. Makes the most of that Cutty Shark we knew was in hand, bins it off for all of the value here.
Yeah, picks up a fresh card, gets the gold. This is the gravy play right here. That card in gravy, the blue version in particular, it unlocks everything if you're a gravy player.
So a very impactful red picked up for the Arsenal for CYK Lionel as well. Very excited to see what they managed to do with that. 1 is such a problematic number to block in this format. Treasure Island's just looming here and demands a card if you want to respect it.
Showing off the allies at the ready down there in the graveyard. It is a Cutty Shark as well as that Whaler.
Bogdan-Andrei taking a moment. Does consider the early block with the peg leg. Instead chooses to give up the 1 damage here. Will be a compass activation in response from CYK Lionel. Taking a peek at the top of the deck, making sure we understand what's going on for free. Of course, we'll untap at the end of this turn, so might as well get the full value. We will be playing out our first ally of the game. It is that Cutty Shark coming across. This one, bit of a Marmite ally as far as some people are concerned. Some people love it, some people not the biggest fan. What do you think?
I think there's a lot of efficiency to be gained with Cutty Shark. Being able to put that resource, create breakpoints on multiple different allies. It is very, very important to stay flexible as gravy and to continue threatening Treasure Island. You want to go ahead and have that gold the vast majority of your turn cycles because you needed to kind of get the ball rolling. So, you know, Cutty Shark's numbers maybe not as raw impressive as some of the other allies, but the flexibility is very important. And just using all your resources on every turn cycle, really, really good.
Both players just confirming that earlier Treasure Island trigger here, just scoring that extra gold for CYK Lionel. Bogdan here seems pretty content taking a heap of damage. I have to wonder if this follow-up is much larger than Lionel might be expecting.
Yeah. Is Bogdan interested in getting into the ally business, or is it just about offensive output? And how does Bogdan feel about that Cutty Shark that's going to go ahead and make its presence known? Looks like wants to clear it up immediately, and it's another Whaler showing up and going ahead and hitting the bin here.
Ladies and gentlemen, settle in for a whale-off. Both these players with the gigantic ally waiting in the graveyard for the perfect moment. It will be those jittery bones would go again to clear away the shark, followed up by this massive chunk of overpower from Burly Bones. This is a really impressive turn, binning a shark as well. Bogdan here mirroring the plays a little bit later on, but arguably has all the momentum here.
Yeah, very similar start for these players. The same allies hitting the bin for both of them. But Bogdan has done a better job producing just raw offensive numbers thus far. Lionel does have a lot of cards to work with here, can defend.
Wow, some powerful cards lurking in the hand here. We do have access to Chowder and I believe a copy of Chart the High Seas. Wow. Very powerful, majestic. Quite the potent deck here for Lionel, I think. I'm very impressed.
Lionel kind of hit the jackpot here. Maybe the 2 Majestics you might want more than any other if you're playing Gravy Bones. Lone Shark certainly into the discussion as well.
Difficult decisions to be made when all your cards are so powerful. 6 overpower, nothing to scoff at. And of course, that looming Treasure Island as always here. Worth taking into consideration. Lionel taking a moment to breathe. Does compass, of course, beforehand, get maximum information. Does choose to use that Yo-Ho-Ho to soak up some damage here.
Yo-Ho-Ho is an important part of the glue to gravy, I would say. Just a really strong blue you can go ahead and play and get your value engine started. Allows you to play out of the bin.
They've been very impressed by these zero-cost go-again blues so far, especially the ones at block 3. Definitely very powerful for gravy. We do see yet another ally discarded Chowder off to the bin. Some life gain potential later on. It will be that Ravenous Rabble. Is a blue on top this time. Definitely punished a little for that aggressive compass activation earlier on. But nothing we can't stomach.
Yeah, AVAST is the reveal there. I wonder if maybe that's a card that wants to be deployed on this turn for Lionel. If he wants to go ahead and crack a gold, perhaps to pick it up in hand, that would be the juice you need to go ahead and unlock that Chowder and get it flowing out of the graveyard. But could be other options on Lionel's side as well.
I can't help but notice the very aggressive activations of Compass of Sunken Depths from both of these players. Information just proving to be king in this mirror match. How important is that Compass as a card? How aggressively should you be using it?
It shapes both your offensive and defensive decisions. And Scott, the answer is actually super complicated because you saw here a bit of a punish for Lionel as the Ravenous Rabble did reveal a blue. So you really do want that information across both turn cycles, and you can't always have it. You have to make a decision. And I think the best Gravy Bones players will make this decision with higher accuracy than the lesser Gravy Bones players.
There's that washed up wave that's going to be soaking up the damage from Ravenous Rabble here, keeping Treasure Island at bay for now. Many options available for CYK Lionel. So many allies available, a handful of cards. All kinds of permutations to consider here.
Yeah, some additional blocks being debated here by Bogdan.
I think Bogdan here, considering which card to discard to the washed up wave, might have multiple Watery Grave options to enable that powerful arm piece.
Could have the card on the top of the deck as well, of course.
That Compass providing all that bonus information to best navigate how to use this powerful piece of equipment. And Bogdan rightfully taking the time to think through all the options they found themselves with.
What's really interesting to me here is I don't think you want to be the first person to play your Whaler. I think you really want to be the second. And both of these players are trying to posture into a spot where they can go ahead and use that Whaler to set up that domineering arena presence. But it's going to be a dance. It's going to be hard to find yourself in the position to fire that off.
Important to
you need a
remember.
resource-rich hand as well.
Of course, yeah. 6 to play, 6 to attack. It's no small feat for Whaler Humperdinck. Both these players sitting on that powerful Majestic in their graveyard, just waiting for the right time to strike. In the meantime, Angry Bones, an impressive card here, threatens to come in for 7 if you prefer. This time looks like just a clean 6 here. Not a bad way to finish off this turn, though. Could have pushed quite a lot of damage with a lucky Ravenous Rabble.
Yeah, Rally of the Coast Guard here showing one of its many functions in this format, able to go ahead and extract defensive value out of these allies. It is a liability in Gravy. A lot of your cards do not defend. And in a format like High Seas, where protecting Treasure Island can be so important, that's a real liability. Rally of the Coast Guard covers that up to some extent. We see a Limpet go ahead and hit the graveyard here.
Yep, Limpet feels like a very important ally if you're in the mood to break stuff. It's going to be some go again from the yard. Definitely feels very impactful in these Gravy mirror matches where threatening opposing allies is a powerful tool.
Looks like Lionel just going to go ahead and draw up on his turn here.
Both players just taking a moment to discuss the available ally pool. Definitely feels like something that's worth knowing about.
Action is back to Bogdan here. Gets that blue in the bin via Gravy, and then goes ahead and fires off the Cutty Shark.
Yeah, not the most impressive turn, but definitely establishes a decent amount of board presence. Love to see the Headstone cashed in here. Definitely feels like we have something we're interested in getting destroyed. Have that prior knowledge, perhaps no. CYK Lionel taking a moment, changing their mind on that block.
Yeah, it does have Battle Worn, so you get to go ahead and float that. Even if you do want to take the block now, you can engage with that Headstone further down the line.
3 points being threatened here by the lovely Shark we've seen before. Those bones still waiting away in CYK Lionel's arsenal there, so definitely the potential for a go-wide turn if they want it, but there has to be some amount of respect paid to this ally. How much do you think this mirror match revolves around keeping the board clear of these allies versus prioritizing your own game plan?
I think a lot of times this format revolves around keeping the board clear of allies. You really do not want to let things get out of control. I do want to point out, Lionel has 4 blues in hand right now. That could be the key that goes ahead and unlocks something like the Whaler. Is this the moment where we see that powerful Majestic come down?
4 blues is the magic number to make that gigantic ally spring back to life. It will be that headpiece used to soak up a point of damage here, saving the ability for a little later on. We're going to take that Compass Peak, take a look at the top card of our deck, see if there's anything more pressing we'd like to do. And the action is on CYK Lionel. Will it be time to unlock that Humperdinck, or will we try and hold on to it just a little longer?
Yeah, I wonder if he was looking for a blue there to maybe use the Headstone to go ahead and push the Whaler right away and get the immediate attack with it. Otherwise, it might be a 2-turn setup scenario. It is going to be AVAST as the play here.
AVAST, again, one of these very powerful blue cards we've alluded to a number of times here. Gets the whole engine online for Gravy here. Make sure you can play your allies out ahead of time. What will be the choice? It's going to be that Chowder coming out of bin.
Patience from Lionel.
Love to see this. I think both players understanding the dynamic of the first one to blink here might be the one to lose. Instead, Chowder going to leverage a higher life total, hopefully. Gain some life in the process. Buy you some more time to find the right window for Whaler Humperdinck.
Yeah, and now both players setting up their boards for the first time. We see the first allies staring each other down.
Bryan, I've been really impressed by the patience of both of these players, not just in terms of Whaler, but as each turn has progressed, it feels like they understand the depth of this matchup more than I would expect someone to at this World Premiere. It's been really impressive to watch.
I was just thinking the same thing. Pretty fast gleaning of exactly what's important here, but I agree with you, Scott. I think both players have figured it out quite well. That AVAST does provide go again for this first attack here from the Chowder. So this turn can continue beyond this point.
So Chowder, unfortunately, a little too small to take down the Shark in direct combat, but does enable a turn that could potentially threaten some damage. And okay, love to see this.
Yeah,
fish fingers, no custard required in this case. Extra point of power, all that matters as the Cuddy Shark does make its way face down into the yard. Really efficient use of that arm piece here, and an incredible follow-up by Lionel. 7 more points of damage, and the ability to potentially turn an ally face down.
Yeah, Pilfer the Wreck, exactly what you want in the gravy mirror here.
Again, we see that compass activation just been incredibly well timed by both of these players. Just need that information before making these important choices. These feel like do or die moments, and having all of the information you could possibly have is a huge deal.
Bogdan's got the Swabby there in the bin as well as the Whaler. So CYK Lionel not starved for options for allies to target, is going to be able to pick up potentially a 3rd gold unless Bogdan commits a lot to the defense here. Pegleg still available on Bogdan's side, could clean cover this up for 7. Perhaps, as we mentioned, Gravy doesn't always block that well. It really depends a lot on the hand for Bogdan. We'll see if we can get a peek at that.
To take a closer look if we can. Just a little too much action there. We do see a sloop on the side. That murderous rabble, a really impressive one here. Sadly on blocking duty this time around, but I've got to respect this. Maximum respect being given to this 7 points of damage from Pilfer the Wreck, soaking up that damage with the extra discard from the Coast Guard, making sure that Treasure Island doesn't trigger, and keeping the board state fairly clear. 13, a much healthier life total than, well, half of that.
Yeah. Rally of the Coast Guard doing its thing, and it is the saltwater sloop coming down to clean up the Chowder. Lionel going to gain life.
Very efficient turn here from Bogdan-Andrei. Using those sloops, I think it's maybe been the most impressive card for me so far. Been very impressed by the blue. Turns on Gravy's engine. That breakpoint feels incredibly important in this Treasure Island dominance battle that we see time and time again. And just great for clearing up allies in a pinch if you really need it. It will finally be time for those bones coming on down here. We will, again, make maximum use of the power of Restless Bones. We're going to discard that card from our hand this time. Give it go again. Going wider than you might expect Gravy to be able to, and putting another Shark in the graveyard for good measure.
Lionel's deck just looks really good. Really, really good. Nice distribution of these bones. Good ally base. Some powerful Majestics on top. Maybe we'll bemoan his luck a little bit when he comes to the calling tomorrow if the deck is not quite as good. Feel bad about wasting it here in the World Premiere.
Yeah, if I didn't know better, I would believe that CYK Lionel had drafted this deck more than opened it from 8 packs of sealed. It looks very, very impressive. But equally impressive is Bogdan's ability to navigate the turns they've stared down as a direct result. Going to be cashing in that gold, looking for something a little bit more impressive. That Expedition found off the top. This, of course, threatening a potential 7 damage here as well. Somehow this unrelenting chain of damage just doesn't seem to end. Chess piece finally cashed in to make all the math work out. 7 more points of damage coming across for CYK Lionel.
Yeah, the chess preserving an arsenal here while Lionel has full tempo has got to feel good. Expedition for lethal. And another gold potentially as Treasure Island gets loaded up once more.
What an incredibly dynamic game from both of these players. Very interested to see how this one plays out. Bogdan taking a moment to consider those allies. Both of those Humperdinks have been hanging around since the beginning of this game. Does require a full hand to make the best use of that powerful ally, and Bogdan slowly finding themselves with not enough of a life total buffer to really make that come together.
Certainly a lot of patience. Maybe too much patience. Maybe something more aggressive could have been done, but it does feel like Lionel's just going ahead and moving methodically through this and putting Bogdan through the ringer turn after turn after turn. Still has the Whaler at the ready. Both these players still with the Whaler at the ready, but to deploy that Whaler, you got to take some damage. And that means you want to be on the front foot. That's where Lionel is right now.
Yeah, this definitely feels like a slowly slipping game for Bogdan-Andrei. Not necessarily enough life total remaining to make the use of that powerful Majestic. Half expecting Lionel to put the pieces together once they find the hand blocking up. Bogdan understands they do have to give some amount of respect to this attack, but very sheepish about it.
Moves the peg leg forward, and I wonder if that signifies a fall to 1 potentially.
This could be a brave statement for Bogdan-Andrei. Okay, all the damage over 1 point of life remaining, but 1 is all you need. Gold token can be scored for Lionel, but this game doesn't feel like it's going to be going long enough for those to much matter anymore. A full grip to work with for Bogdan, and they need to make a case for themselves here. This feels like do or die.
Yeah, I think Bogdan found the last possible moment where he could go ahead and try and assert himself on this game, and that's what great limited players do. They try and find that last window to go ahead and spring back into action. The peg leg bind, just enough breathing room to keep a full grip here. What can Bogdan put together?
Scar for a Scar, a very impressive start, leveraging that lower life total just to send 4 points of damage. We do see no respect given here. Life total to play with. We want to see what the follow-up is. That gold almost certainly going to happen at some point in this turn, so no need to panic there. That follow-up going incredibly wide here for Bogdan-Andrei. Makes a lot of sense. We're discarding another Shark in the process. Jittery Bones looking incredibly impressive. 4 more damage, 4 go again, and the ability to continue with an ally after this.
Yeah, Cuddy Shark could come in and just do the work. Go ahead and present lethal, perhaps. Let's see what the last card here is. It the appropriate color spread?
Lionel falling to 2. Happy to take the damage to keep their foot on the gas. What is the follow-up for Bogdan-Andrei? We'll be cashing in the goal. We don't know what it is. We're looking for it. Can we find what's on top? He has found the blue.
Looks like we're searching for the resources to go ahead and deploy that Shark, and found exactly what he needed off the top.
What an incredible understanding of the scenario from Bogdan-Andrei. Powerful red in hand, had the ability to throw it, understands that will not be good enough to win this game, cracks the gold, finds the blue, instead establishes the Cutty Shark for their trouble, will be able to threaten lethal here, earn some cards from CYK Lionel, and hopefully keep their ally around in the process.
Yep, Lionel going to go ahead and take a peek at the top card of the deck. I like the gambles we're seeing from players thus far. They're taking risks, and to me, that's part of every great Flesh and Blood format. Occasionally being forced to act with uncertainty.
Both of these players understanding what's required. A rigor mortis lurking in the hand there for Lionel as well. A bit of a liability in this spot, will not block if required. But similar story here. These remaining pieces of equipment doing a very good job at soaking up the damage when it matters, so you can keep enough cards to steal this tempo back.
Yeah, but Bogdan is going to win a single card here. So a small victory. Really the question becomes, what does Lionel come back with?
Lionel struggling to consider the blocks here. We do see that Mutiny was considered for a moment. Important to remember, this Cutty Shark is going to be coming in for 4. That's a big deal here. Does make those block 2s not good enough by themselves. The headpiece is going to remove that Swabby from the top. Not a bad find here. Means we're not drawing it, most importantly, in the coming turns, as this damage race gets very close. And it will be Gravy cashing in a gold to continue filtering here. Very important, maybe understated part of Gravy's ability in the opponent's turn, finding ways to keep momentum going.
I will tell you, a lot of what has brought the tap mechanic to this game is being represented right here. A real trade-off from that ability, with it only being offered once across this 2-turn cycle. And not having this on the next turn, it could cost Lionel, but choosing instead to use this Gravy Bones on the opponent's turn, again, trying to maximize information. Lionel needs to know exactly what he's working with when he goes into the next turn.
My beloved Shelly. Unfortunately, no good here. Does find its way into the grave instead. Lionel, again, taking just a moment here. Knows which card they want to block with, but this is the kind of turn that will make or break your event. Getting this right, all that matters in the heat of the moment. We're not even sure about these Quick Master Boots. Got to decide whether or not we want to give up a 2 or a 3. Whether that equipment is more valuable later on with that omnipresent breakpoint that the Shark can present on every turn going forward. This feels like a very difficult decision.
Seems like you might be looking at defending with 2 cards here. 2 blocks potentially, and that tells me maybe not the best hand for just deploying the entirety of the hand.
See if we can take a slightly closer look. Not quite. It will be those shoes. That rigor mortis we know about.
Tipple, Mutiny.
Some options, but definitely not the best blocking hand, as you alluded to previously. Huge credit to Lionel finding the line, correctly using Gravy to filter through those allies, find a way to make this turn come together. But all the answers aren't obvious here. Very difficult turn to navigate. 1 point of damage does leak through. We are 1-1, but CYK Lionel has 4 cards to work with.
So interesting that the Tipple was used for defense there. The Tipple represents lethal and turns on your Gravy for the turn. Allows you to go ahead and deploy something. So that tells me maybe the resource is not lining up exactly right. Needs to play something like the 0-cost Mutiny instead to go ahead and deploy the ally and attack with it.
Lionel here digging deep, considering all the allies they have available to them. There is a vast selection available in that graveyard at this point. Those Mutinies theoretically online if you're willing to break a gold of your own first.
Gravy math getting hard, getting challenging.
Both of these players have played this game at, frankly, an exceptional level. I've been nothing but impressed by their
world
ability
premiere, absolutely.
to understand the depth
stuff
of this deck. So many impactful decision points. That Mutiny does enable the turn here by the looks of things. Battlefield Bark, well, both in this case. From just going to score those blues being played, and we will send across that Sloop.
Yes, Sloop coming in for 8 overpower here. But I think Lionel may have misread here, actually.
Yeah, this seems like...
You have to take the gold in order to turn on the Mutinies.
Yeah.
And for the second time after a game being played at such a high level, we might have seen a pretty large misstep here in these final turns.
Lionel,
so it's just 6 on offer here.
Heartbreak for CYK Lionel here. Understanding those cards and their power, the overpower, very tempting in a spot like this with the opponent only having 1 life available. Instead, we will see 6 points of damage.
It's so unfortunate, Scott, because you can just gamble there. You can go ahead and crack gold and go deeper and potentially find what you need to turn this on. But Lionel, unfortunately, misreading the cards here and is only going to offer 6 on this Sloop. And it gets better, honestly, if Lionel just goes ahead and cracks all the gold with these blues. That Swiftwater Sloop is now online with Go again, and you can maybe deploy more beyond that. So a bit of a misstep here from Lionel.
That said, it's not all over here. We see that filtration coming through from Bogdan again, and we are going to be earning 2 cards in this case. So Shelly discarded, 2 cards gone. The important thing here, there isn't an ally still in play for Bogdan-Andrei. This Charter Course going to score big bonus damage as well in the process.
Yeah, and Cuddy Shark going to do its thing, and it's coming through for a big attack here, coming in for 7.
Oh, 7, such an incredibly awkward break point when you only have 1 point of life remaining.
It really is, and that Cuddy Shark is not going anywhere under these circumstances. It can offer this turn after turn now. And you got to feel for Lionel, had all the tools lined up, but just couldn't find the correct combination of cards to deploy. Not quite familiar enough with the Mutinies yet. Look, that's why we play the world premiere. We tune ourselves up. We get ready for the
100%.
calling.
Oh, I assure you, CYK Lionel will know exactly how those Mutinies work tomorrow in the calling, and I look forward to seeing it in full effect.
A lot of TCG players, you kind of have to give yourself space to make the mistake one time. You have to make it once, you have to learn your lesson, and then you move forward from there. Chart the High C is going to go ahead, move a couple of cards into the bin.
Okay, this one... Okay, these players realizing you don't get to pitch both.
Yep.
That would be a bit good, perhaps. But we do get to pitch at least 1. This does indeed give us some options, though. So Gravy online, we have 3 resources to work with on a very small hand. We do know there are some allies still buried in the bin there for CYK Lionel.
Yeah,
so
this could arguably be better than pitching both those cards, because now you have unlocked the bin, and you can go ahead and deploy an ally via blue card entering the graveyard, and that is exactly what Lionel's going to do here.
Okay.
Reaches for the Cuddy Shark.
So the Shark here definitely has potential. The question is, do you threaten the opponent, force them to give you 2 cards, or do you take away their Shark?
I think you have to clear the Shark here.
Difficult choice here for CYK Lionel. We will be sending our own Shark across to Compass in response. Both these players, I can't help but notice these decks are looking incredibly
Not
thin,
a lot
Bryan.
of deck left, and that will happen in this mirror. I talked a lot about multiple axes. You have to be prepared to play just these branching game plans at the same time. You have to both offer offense, you have to defend properly, and you have to be thinking about fatigue in high seas limited.
So much self-deck destruction, opposing deck destruction, reasons to discard and draw. You really do have to manage so many things when playing as Gravy Bones. We do see the shark going
we went face,
at the
actually.
face here.
Yeah. Demands 2 cards.
That's a very interesting choice. Maybe Lionel understanding that this might not end via damage.
I'll play this and I will steal a gold from you.
Yeah,
Oh.
Bogdan rubbing it in a little bit here is going to go ahead and take the gold from Lionel here. And that means this mutiny is turned on.
This is so bittersweet in so many ways. Gold taken away from Lionel here. We do see the Swiftwater giving the next attack go again. And that might enable Bogdan-Andrei here to push too wide for Lionel to soak up.
Does have a limpet available.
So we will kick things off with the shark attack here. No reason to do any... Oh, no. Okay, taking a moment to breathe. Cracking a gold first. These players almost certainly aware of what's left in their deck at these points. So that compass may be more powerful than ever, giving you perfect information about what you can find, what that gold can retrieve. Go again available on this first attack of the turn.
And does Bogdan now have the blue that he was looking for? Still 1 gold. Can potentially get another resource if you know exactly what's left in deck. And Scott, start practicing now. You need to know in these states. You have to know which cards are left in your deck, what you're going to draw in this scenario. Because it really changes the resources you have available.
Nothing sounds like a good time like building a pitch deck to me, Brian. It's my favorite way to play Fab, and I'm excited to see these players mastering that art in Limited already here. These final cards, the most important ones of the game. Cuddy Shark coming across here, going face. Both of these players understanding that all that matters now is card equity. That final point of damage will do it, but so will stripping away the final resources your opponent has access to.
Yeah, and Lionel has no cards in deck. These are the cards he is playing this game with.
The shark here demanding 2 cards. It will be that limpet that's been lurking in the yard for this entire game. 2 go again, coming across, earning another card from Lionel here if they want to stay alive.
Yeah, single card is committed here. 1 card left that can be put into that Cuddy Shark.
Yep. It's just a rigor mortis in hand, so it will be that shark coming across.
2 cards
and that
committed,
will
and that
be
means Lionel can't defend.
Enough. What an incredible game.
The dead ain't tell no tales.
They certainly do not. Bogdan-Andrei Oros showing us a masterclass in Gravy Bones, the beloved pirate necromancer joining us on screen. For a first taste, the mirror match was quite something, Brian.
That's the only way to describe it, Scott. It is something. It is skill intensive. There's a lot you need to learn about how you want to engage with that mirror. Like I said, you have to be thinking on multiple axes at the same time. Fatigue, damage, how you're staying alive. All of these things are very, very important. And, you know, I don't want to overhype this point, but the skill cap is high on
It feels
high
like
seas. It's extremely high. Now, that's not to say you can't just show up at your local pre-release and have a great time, though.
I think that's the important part. I want to see more of that today, but I want to play more of it next week. And I'm sure our folks at home do as well. If you want to get your first taste of high seas, come and join us at a pre-release. It will not be very long until these are knocking on your door. May 30th, release date. Obviously, get to buy that Gravy Bones Armory deck if you choose. The full set in store from June 6th.
Yeah, and I'm sure players going to be beating down the door to go ahead and play high seas after what has been on display here this weekend. No better place to do that than at your local game store.
Yep, if you're lucky like me, I'll be at the UK Games Expo that weekend. Pre-releases will be firing on demand, and I will be in as many as my jet-lagged mind will let me play. I cannot wait to get my hands on this set. Frankly, it's been more and more impressive round after round.
I love that you call it the UK Games Expo. I've been on my what I've termed my UK press tour over the past few days, meeting with my good friends Hamish, Baz the Bard, you know, just talking a little flesh and blood, and the hype is real over in the UK right now. Tell me about the UK Games Expo. Have you been before?
Yeah, the UK Games Expo is an event I have the pleasure of attending every year. It's a lovely place to gather if you're into your board games, your tabletop games. It's a fantastic, gigantic hall dedicated to just a play space for card games. Tournaments are running all the time. If you're into Flesh and Blood, you can just sign up for pre-releases. You can find a ProQuest Plus down there this time around. There will be on-demand events, promos to look forward to, as we found out earlier on. So definitely worth making your way out to if you've got the chance. Play your pre-releases and maybe maybe play some board games and coffee with your friends afterwards at the hotel?
No, just pre-releases. Just pre-releases. Let's hear more about those pre-releases, actually, because that is where my attention lies these days. I need to know exactly what I'm picking up when I head to pre-release. We saw these pre-release packs on display here at the World Premiere as well.
Yeah, I've been stunned by these. I think it's been a huge reception from the room today, and of course the folks at home as well. Cold foils all the way through these for some of these equipment. It's a really big deal. They looked fantastic on camera. Was very excited to own some of these myself. And of course, everything you'll need to build whatever deck you choose. Your tokens will be available. You'll score yourself a bonus rainbow foil and everything you can need for, well, most heroes, including our hidden stowaway.
Yeah. Scurv made his presence felt in our first round, but I don't think that'll be the last we see of Scurv as we head throughout this weekend.
Absolutely not. Of course, plenty of things to look forward to if you're picking up product that weekend as well. First time ever, you can pick up those boxes, you can pick up those armory decks during the pre-release, and of course those treasure packs are going to be heavily wanted, I think, from folks from start to finish.
Yeah, we've already hit our set of this gold slot. We have our gold, we have our golden cog, we have gold kiss rum. Now I'm just looking for the banger. What else is out there in those treasure packs? We know about that hidden loot floating all around the world. I think there's some stuff we don't know about yet, though, in the treasure packs.
Okay,
so maybe
you heard it here first,
we should
folks.
keep running and seeing exactly what is present there.
Interesting. More things to pay attention to for those treasure packs. You never know what you might find lurking inside. Can't wait to get my hands on a few of these in the near future. Of course, some of the goodies that we know are inside. You're looking for these cold foil Marvel companions, cold foil legendaries, and these very beautiful, unique golden treatments of some very chase cards from the set.
That Conqueror of the High Seas is going to be hot. People are going to want that card. Maybe the best pull in this entire treasure pack.
Yeah, that thing looks incredible. The card's obviously incredibly playable as well. I am a bit of a sucker for Poly. I think that Marvel's very, very pretty. I don't think any Puffin deck is complete without it, so I'm going to have to find my way to pick one of those up in the process. But I'm just really looking forward to the next few weeks as people start sharing on social media, the things they open, the exciting moments they get to share together at the local game stores, at their pre-releases, as they dig into these things for the first time and just open memories they will never forget.
Yeah, who's going to find those one-ofs? That's always the question. We know they're out there. What is the story going to be? I remember back in DTD, so many folks sharing those serialized cards they pulled.
Of course.
It's just another great part of Flesh and Blood history that's being built over the course of this High Seas release.
Cannot wait for everything to come together. Poly, of course, on display there for you as well. Not only available in Marvel, you can, of course, find it in the set, should you prefer. Yeah,
and I think a lot of people will prefer. Everyone needs a Poly to play in your Puffin deck. This card's good. You do not want to leave home without it.
Definitely feels like an important part of drawing those cards every turn. Excited to get my hands on this one, hopefully, at my local pre-release. So, of course, a few more things in these treasure packs. I've seen some photos dying around today as people have opened up some very special cards. These amulets, not easy to find from what I'm led to believe.
No, you got to see these in person too. These are stunning, honestly stunning. I hope you get the experience of cracking one because a lot of people won't, frankly.
Absolutely. Of course, those gold tokens, we had the pleasure of opening one earlier on today. They look stunning. Looking forward to losing games to those on the other side of the table for the rest of time. And that face-down card, well, who knows what that could be. Some very special cards from James White's collection making their way into this. Some prototypes, some shiny things we've maybe not seen before. If you've not had the pleasure of seeing the keynote from Pro Tour London, I highly recommend going back and watching that video.
Yeah,
with
know
something
what you're
very
hunting
special.
for.
Absolutely. Not only know what you're hunting for, but there's just a raw level of emotion, I think, in that video that really hits home how important these are and the treasures that you might be able to find.
Yeah. Yeah, there's no BS there. I mean, I watched James pull his collection into the office and actually pull them out to go be shipped away. And look, you might say, oh, it's James White. He owns all the cards. No, these are the ones that he took the time he opened product. He cracked them. They mean a lot to him. It's the same as you or I opening up our collection. And, yeah, just a very, very almost expected at this point level of commitment to the game and the fans providing something special.
Oh, I think we expect nothing less. But yeah, I think many people have gone from having some holy grails to a whole lot more as these treasure packs make their way into the set. This is treasure worth hunting for. Go out, grab those booster boxes, draft with your friends, enjoy your pre-release, and hopefully, with a little bit of luck, you'll find something truly special inside.
I was saying before, Scott, there's, I think, only one Flesh and Blood card I don't own, which is Arknight Chart.
Yes.
And I just saw it displayed there, and I'm thinking maybe this is the way I need to go ahead and hunt for that. I'll just go ahead and rip treasure packs until I hit it. Surely that's the most cost-efficient way, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to be an official source of advice on that one, I think, unfortunately, Brian. I think I'm gonna hope maybe I can pull something with James's signature on it. I think for me, maybe the Shiana. I'm a big fan of the hero as well, and I know there's a lot of stories that people will find out someday behind that hero as well. So excited to hopefully find that one. But for now, I will have to settle for more high seas gameplay.
That's a pretty
I
good
cannot.
consolation
Yeah,
prize.
I'll take it. It seems good to me. Looking forward to showcasing some Marlynn for you in our next round, so you can get a full fix of Ranger if you are so inclined. So don't go anywhere, folks. We'll see you again very soon. Oh, Hayden, as much as I've loved being here for this world premiere, all good things do eventually have to come to an end. We're into round 4. We have one more match to watch and then a box break afterwards, so plenty of things to enjoy. But I want to know who or what has been your favorite game of the weekend so far?
Well, I mean, personally, honestly, game 1, seeing this out of the blue hero that I didn't even know existed until 20 minutes before it slapped down on a table and played in front of my eyes when I called the game. Watching Scurv and DMArmada play into Ruben and Puffin was great, but I'm also seeing 2 of the best players in the world playing a very friendly game at a high seas world premiere, teaching each other how to play. In the end, one of them catching the other one out with an onboard combat trick was great, but you got to cast a pretty great game that I kind of saw glimpses of. Tell me a little bit about that Gravy Bones mirror.
Yeah, that Gravy mirror was something else. I think I'm slowly realizing just how much there is to kind of track for this hero in Limited. There's a very noticeable element of gold management we've seen from Treasure Island time and again. There's deck management with you destroying the top of your own deck and your opponent occasionally destroying your own. Yours in exchange, I should say. You have which allies matter. Do I save my equipment to make my ally big enough to remove yours? With Majestics like Whaler Humperdinck, when do I extend them? When do I find the room to establish that, if ever? And I'm slowly realizing that my pre-release might be kind of hard.
The set is not straightforward, right? I actually took a walk around the room between the rounds 2 and 3. So, sorry, just after round 2, while you started your game and kicked off that round 3. And I just asked some of the players, like, as they were sitting down, I was like, how are you, as they were finishing, like, how are you finding this? And the response was, this format is interesting. I spoke to a couple of players on different heroes. They spoke to me about, managing their deck and the resources within. Spoke about, Scurv. Someone flashed me the Steal a Gold card and was like, this card does so much work.
I think we saw that one on camera. It was crazy from DMArmada. And I think these players are just realizing there is so much depth that we kind of expected and so much depth that you could never have expected going into this set. These heroes are just complicated. They have numerous ways to play. And I feel like we're going to be learning a lot about them long after this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Gravy Bones. We've seen Scurv. We've seen Puffin. We haven't seen Marlynn yet, though.
Weird. That leaves... Yeah, you're right. There's one hole in our... I guess we should probably fill that.
We'll sort that out. We've got some things to do before we get to that.
I'm sure we could find some Marlins in the room somewhere. But you're right. We got something we got to take care of before we head down to round 4. There is one gold treasure pack remaining. I'm going to try something a little different this time. We're going to give it some pirate hat luck. We're just going to... Real quick.
Oh, give it the tricorn love.
Give it the tricorn love.
Yeah.
And hopefully we can find something very, very special inside.
Well, done well so far. Gone all the way up to that Gold Kiss rum now.
We have, yeah. We've had the kind of pleasure of hitting all of the token, like gold cards, not token cards, gold cards. That Gold Kiss rum is, I think, my favorite card we've seen so far. Oh, there's too many hands. Where am I? There we go. All right.
Oh, don't give too much away too early.
No. You're right. Let's get that turned around. So what do we find underneath? It's a gold token. Okay, so we're going around in circles, but you know what? I'm surprised by how much I like this.
It's so nice.
It's really nice in a way that these 3 gold cards, as much as there are some that are maybe a little rarer than others, none of them feel like a miss. It definitely feels like you got something worth its weight in gold, which is exactly what I want from these kind of cards. But of course, the card everyone wants to see is just underneath.
Maybe we'll finally find one of these James White cards. We can only hope. We can only
hope.
Dream.
No,
sloop,
but
though.
I'm going to be honest, that's really nice. This Swiftwater Sloop card that's definitely overperformed, I think, all day on camera. It looks very strong.
I just heard you in your last match call out this has been the card that's maybe impressed you the most so
far. It really has. We kind of talked about it briefly before the broadcast today. The blue one definitely kind of stood out as an all-star, but honestly, all the colors of these just seem to have enabled a lot of players to make the most of these blue-heavy decks and just go wider than their opponent expects them to be able to.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. I think all these high tide cards have really impressed me. I think we're seeing just where that's where the damage comes from. That's where the power's coming from. So all these heroes are looking to set up specific game states. They're playing the gold, the Treasure Island minigame. They're looking for, some of them are looking for that Treasure Island dominance. Others of them are trying to just manage the flow of it. And then they're trying to get towards these game states. But in the meantime, or even in some cases in that end game, these high tide cards are just playing such a big impact. We've seen Overpower have impact today. We've seen the plus additional damage. We've seen round 1 with Scurv and these Rum Kiss, Give and Go again have big impact as well with these high tide cards. And I think as we go through the weekend, we're going to see more and more players start to hook it up, start to understand what the high tide does as an effect and how you get to sit up and get the most out of these super powerful high tide cards in this format.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. I think they're definitely at a real premium given that they are pirate cards. Obviously, they're accessible to everybody. There is no limitations there. Feels like they're going to be pretty high picks in draft at this point. And I think they will definitely kind of influence the draft pods you expect. There'll be some number of people that really need the blues to make them function, to turn on that high tide. And some of these kind of red line decks we've seen alluded to with Marlynn's different bow, maybe some Ravenous Rabble, Scarf or a Scarf that can kind of forego those blues and maybe aren't interested in those high tide cards. So I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out in the second day of the calling, one way or the other. I'm also excited to see how Marlynn plays out in general. We've not had a chance so far this weekend, so we're going to bring you double the dose to make up for it. Let's make our way down to the feature match area and check out some Marlynn.
Oh, I'm super excited for this.
Alrighty, 2 renowned names joining us in the feature match area this round. Brodie Spurlock and Ryosuke Urase joining us as well. A fantastic result for Ryosuke at the calling in Kobe recently, so I'm very happy to see them making the trip out here. And of course, Brodie is a household name at this point.
I think most people might know or heard of Brodie. And, you know, very much known as a Ranger player, a big Azalea fan, played Lexi, and here we kick it off in this Marlynn mirror.
Okay, so first things to gravitate towards both of these players are looking to fire their cannons. It's going to be harpoon action all the way down. We do see a very distinct difference on the equipment here, though. We've got the Nimblism arms for Brodie Spurlock, but, well, something adjacent to a bullseye braces for Ryosuke.
I think that that piece of equipment, that arms piece, is one of the most important pieces for these Marlyns. Like, I think if I'm looking tomorrow at my seal pool for high seas, what I'm looking for is that the fin, right? I'm looking for the fin. I want to make sure I've got this way because loading is really hard. It's not easy. It doesn't come free. The cannon does not load. Marlyn's hero ability loads when you draw a card, but you're not always going to be able to be on top of that gold and be creating gold, so you need other ways to load. Absolutely.
So kicking things off here with an unconventional use of our Ghost card here. Don't think we've seen it on offense so far today, but there is a 5 in that bottom left corner, so not the most embarrassing card.
No, not coming to the rescue so much this time, coming to the aid of an attack on this one from Brodie's side. And I'm very interested. Just want to go back to turn 0 there, where Ryosuke threw out an attack, took multiple cards from Brodie. I actually bumped into Brodie before, and he said to me, my game's been interesting. They've come down to or close to fatigue, learning a lot about the harpoon and how that works, and so I'm interested to see the cards being given up on turn 0 there.
Yeah, interesting to see a similar amount of respect here from Ryosuke. I have to wonder if both these players are a little cautious of not only Treasure Island, but maybe the amount of evasive damage that will turn up in these later turns, courtesy of that gigantic cannon.
Yeah, then the Treasure Island battle has already got off to the races.
Okay, some really powerful stuff here from Ryosuke. Again, we're taking up that Treasure Island. 3 gold available on this one. Nettling shot. Threatens to tap an ally. Not super relevant here, but that 4 in the bottom corner is. Combined with that load, full 7 points of damage coming across here, and no doubt a little bit awkward to block for Brodie.
Yeah, battle of the break points. Of course, both players having their full suite of equipment up to start this game. This might be the first time we see a piece of equipment come out for a player in this matchup.
Interestingly, we have seen in Brodie's hand a few times now already these copies of Nimblism coming up. Happy to see these given the arms in question. We saw one in the opening hand, one turning up now as well. Definitely better on offense than defense. And of course, these all-impressive battleships, not so impressive with only 1 blue in hand.
Yeah, but a very different sort of plan for Brodie, right? Like, he's on these Nimblisms, he's on a lower piece of attack. It looks to me like he's trying to go really tall with a big evasive harpoon. That's what I'm seeing so far from what we've seen in the cards Brodie has. That looks like what he's trying to set up. But he's going to need to chip away at Ryosuke. He's going to have to play the Treasure Island game. We know that Brodie can't create yellowfin harpoons without that gold. So he's got a bit of a way to go to be able to set up these big turns that he might be looking for.
What an interesting dynamic. I love the idea of having to starve off your opponent's offense to keep them away from the treasure on Treasure Island long enough to set up an attack that is going to prove to be utterly devastating if you manage to put it together. You can see Brodie just taking a moment of consideration here to figure this out. If we're intending on going long, getting these early blocks correct feels more important than you might expect.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the first, especially when you start to play this Treasure Island game, the first trigger of a Treasure Island when it gets to 3-4 plus counters, I think that can really have sometimes not even determine the game, but at least at the very least have a very big impact on how the game plays out after that.
Okay, does earn the respect it deserves on the horizon there, giving Brodie a little bit of extra information for the trouble. We'll work back with 2 cards in hand. We're going to cash in our Tricorn nice and early here. Love this card, especially in Marlynn. Sadly, no load this time around as a result, but we will be seeing that gigantic 9-power battleship that has dominated so much of our airtime this weekend.
And Brodie's given up a lot to do this. That's 2 pieces of equipment. Love seeing the interaction between the Tricon and the block card there. Getting a little peek at the top of the deck, and then utilizing that information to draw the card, and now coming in for 9 damage. Found that blue that Brodie needed to be able to do this, to trigger that high tide like we just spoke about, so important. But now just that lonely piece of arm equipment for Brodie. Ryosuke on the other side, full. You know, lots to play with. But are we going to see the Treasure Island battle lean towards Brodie here by coming across and cracking through some damage, doing the first damage of the game potentially?
This is a real tough decision point for Ryosuke here. 9 damage is certainly not easy to prevent, and 4 gold is quite the hefty payoff when you know what Brodie plans to do as this game goes long.
Yeah, and the problem is if you're Ryosuke and you try and block this out here, which we might honestly see, is then how many cards afterwards can you come back in with?
Ten's decision points for Ryosuke. Is this 5 cards going in front of this battalion mark?
I think it's 3 pieces of equipment and 6 worth of defense. Potentially?
Okay, that is an impressive commitment from Ryosuke Urase. It will let damage leak through. So this is something we haven't seen so far this weekend. Denying maximum value from Treasure Island. Letting a few of these counters fall off. You can have a couple of gold. But my friend, you can't have it all.
Yeah, I think this is something that we're going to see more and more as we go through with the best players in the world tomorrow through the calling, and on Sunday, of course, start to adapt to this format, is that you'll see some of this of, you know, Ryosuke saying, okay, I'm okay if you have some gold, but I want a soft reset of this Treasure Island clock here. I don't want to get it too big, but I also want to start to threaten to gain some of my own gold here.
I got some bad news. No soft reset here. This expedition is going to march that Treasure Island right back to 4 counters, and the battle will begin anew. Once again, 7 points of damage coming across such a pesky breakpoint.
So important. And as we know, Brodie now down to just that piece of arm equipment. That's it.
These expeditions have looked pretty potent all weekend, honestly, charging Treasure Island faster than a player might expect, but especially the expedition on the horizon. This one, the 7 on this, costing 3, plays very well with all these. Oh my. We have found a return fire that doesn't seem to be getting any value from Brodie Spurlock. So blocking 4, still pretty good. Can't complain with that. But a full arsenal means there will be no bonus damage on the follow-up arrow.
Correct. But Brodie does keep out the gold and keeps Ryosuke off that gold. Not sure how important the gold is for Ryosuke versus Brodie, but it looks like there's a harpoon in Brodie's hand.
Okay, Nimbleism into Jack here is going to set up a nice go-again attack, coming in for 7. Again, battle of the breakpoints time and again. These gold counters highly contested on this Treasure Island.
Jack be quick specifically coming in here.
Big fan of these cards, and definitely potent in Brodie's deck, given how many Nimbleisms we've already seen. Some amount of respect being given here. We are going to be taking 1 damage across the line, so again, ticking down. Our players knocked down to 3. 1 more gold secured for Brodie Spurlock.
Of course, nothing to steal on Ryosuke's side there, but was threatening, of course, more gold. So, and you see Ryosuke here just managing the Treasure Island. He's doing Treasure Island management here.
Doesn't like that. I think it may be a blue fin harpoon, if not one of the fin harpoons in the hand for Brodie. It will be pitched away here. Locked and loaded. We'll draw a card, courtesy of Marlynn, which will allow us to load one of these arrows. We've drawn a salvage shot. Now, salvage shot's a very interesting card to me. You kind of alluded earlier on that there's been some talk of these games going to fatigue. How important do you think this arrow is in fixing that? And I think Brodie might have just answered your question for you.
I think it's really important. And honestly, I think the other thing is that now Brodie has been able to convert a gold into a yellow harpoon. Set it up in Arsenal. Wait till you draw your next lot of heavy blue hands and then fire off the harpoon cannon. There's no, just because you get it off that gold at that turn, it feels weird. It's a kind of, you know, it's the token card. Like, I should be playing. You know, like if you think about it compared to a Crouching Tiger, like you don't keep the Crouching Tiger around usually. Very rarely if you were, say, a ninja. But in this instance, it's like, well, set it up. You've got the cannon. We can do that at a later turn. In the meantime, let's go in for 7, threaten more gold off this Treasure Island, and a shot back to the bottom of the deck.
Pretty spectacular use of these Swift Strike braces here, making the most of a go-wide turn with that nimbleism, scoring, well, a bucket of gold for the trouble here. Ryosuke looks to have taken the majority of that damage, I believe.
Yeah.
Falling all the way down. Yeah, okay, so big hand on the way back. Let's see what's in the chamber for Ryosuke Urase. We have a bit of a charter course to kick things off. Going to ramp up that treasure island once more. And we will, of course, be calling the Coast Guard for one more delightful battle. This one, that's a 10 damage. Not bad.
Just roughly half of Brodie's life total, you know, not too shabby. And threatening the 2 gold thanks to that extra counter that Ryosuke put on that treasure island with the chart, of course. A card that I honestly wasn't sure what it would sort of look like this weekend. I was like, how good is this card? The card's very good, as it turns out. And I think we see it with the way that Ryosuke has looked to manage the treasure island through this game, right? Ultimately, Brodie has ended up getting all of the gold so far, but you could see what they were trying to do, what the play was there, and now coming back, 2 counters on, now I'm going to try and find my own gold on the side of the Marlynn player.
Really interesting card in the pitch zone here for Ryosuke as well. Throw Caution to the Wind is a card we haven't seen too much of on camera so far, but definitely a blue that could be very impactful in these late-game Harpoon battles. Threatens to prevent damage that would otherwise be unpreventable with those overpower cards. Looking what Brodie's got to work with here. Portside Exchange, a card that I'm a really big fan of. We see some Swift Shots, some other options available. That Swift Shot will be going in front to soak up a little bit of damage here, but those life totals almost evened up courtesy of this gigantic attack from Urase.
Yeah, both players have been playing pretty patient so far, and now we've just seen 2 big swings of damage from each side. It feels like we're off to the races now. Both players got their gold set up. I wonder how... I feel like the Treasure Island race has been run. Now we're starting sort of the second phase of the battle, which is positioning for value, positioning for big turns of damage, and Brodie's going to try and do some of that himself. More
gold broken for additional Harpoons. We will... I love this. This is some incredible value from our favorite golden tipple here. You can't pitch those Harpoons, but you can certainly discard them and turn them into additional cards if you'd like.
Yeah, which is such a great way to do that. Turn 1 gold into it, redo it, recycle with this golden tipple. Big fan of that.
Golden tipple here, looking very impressive. 3 go again to start. Really hard to navigate a spot like this. I kind of agree with your sentiment. I think the race has been run on this Treasure Island, but both these players very much at the point where they need to keep their share of this tempo. So a turn here that demands cards from Ryosuke is not what they want to see.
Yeah, and ultimately, I mean, the race has been run in some ways, maybe, but Ryosuke is only at 2 gold. That can evaporate very quickly. Wow.
This bark has been, frankly, obnoxious all weekend so far. 9 more points of damage coming across here. I think I've found the common I'm hoping to open the most in my pre-release pool.
This reminds me of kind of like the Fiendil's Fighting Spirits or the like of previous sets. It's a card that, you know, you really want to see is gonna help you out. Of course, not every deck can leverage it in the same way, but you can set them up, right? Not every deck's gonna be able to naturally get the payoff immediately.
Some value gained here by that Coast Guard, once again making the most of that defensive effect, soaking up that problematic effect, problematic damage, I should say, from the bark.
I like this play from Ryosuke here. Just reset, right? Give Brodie the 5-card hand, say, okay, what can you do with the 5-card hand? You know that there's the Harpoon in Arsenal, right? So you know that there's not an enabler, a go-wide enabler in the Arsenal necessarily. So I like this play. Send it back. Rangers are notorious for, you know, I've drawn 3 arrows, what can I do with my hand here? And I wonder if that might be the case for Brodie here.
I think that's what we're seeing from Brodie. Let's try and take a peek. Blue headshot scored there just before he put it on the table. Looks like a salvage shot, a sinker, and a swift shot. So, no, you're right. Very much rewarded here for the patience for Ryosuke. Not a lot to work with for Brodie.
If only there was a way Brodie could potentially try and find something else, though.
Oh, wait. Is that 6 gold tokens we find on the table? Yeah, wouldn't shock me to see Brodie cashing some of that in here to try and filter through, find something else to do, make the most of those arrows that would otherwise be stuck.
Looks like Brodie might just be positioning for a Harpoon activation here and come in for some unpreventable, or some overpowered damage at least.
I like this. With Ryosuke on 8 points of life, this does seem like a testament to where Brodie expects the game to go at this point. If we continue generating these Harpoons, we have more than enough gold to make sure this happens turn after turn. If we can find enough cards to fuel our Harpoon, it's only a matter of time before we shut this game down.
Yeah, and interestingly, so Brodie has that, he's got 2 arrows left in hand. So realistically, yeah, this feels fine. You put the life totals low. You could have gone digging, right, for the gold, like dig through the gold. But what better are you hoping to find than damage that's close to non-interactable? Or some amount of the damage is non-interactable anyway.
Yeah, outside of the extra bonus buff or something that is almost certainly going to turn up in the next hand regardless, there's just no reason to go digging for those cards just yet. So love to see the patience from Brodie here, understanding the dynamic of the matchup, not phased by the IP1, and that damage leaking through does put Ryosuke to 6. It will be gold being cracked on his side to try and filter through into something better.
Yeah, I spoke to Bryan in round 2. I thought something that's interesting is I think we'll see players IP a lot, I think, in this format, because you give players back the 5-card hands, you try and manage the treasure island, and I think it's actually going to happen more than you've seen in other previous formats.
Very snazzy play here with entangling shot from Ryosuke. Does a great job at tapping down the opposing Marlynn. Will not be making a harpoon this time around for Brodie, as it will not untap until the end of his turn. Paired with nimbleism and a harpoon activation for, quite frankly, an absurd amount of damage.
That's quite a bit of damage coming through, yeah.
11, quite the impressive return here from Ryosuke, rewarded for digging through with that gold. Let's take a look at what Brodie's working with. That swift shot parked in the arsenal. We do see that powder shot that has been so impressive at various points, and yet another bark lurking in the back of the hand here as well, alongside 2 blues. A few things to consider for Brodie here.
Yeah, I think what Brodie's going to line up, though, is just block with the 3 cards, come in with the 1-card 4, and then set up that bark, which would have been so impressive, seemed to be so impressive for a future turn, especially with all that gold. It's so easy for Brodie to trigger. And we're getting these players have been playing at a fairly swift pace. We're getting very closely back to second cycle now.
We certainly are. Ryosuke drawing up. You called it. It will be that swift shot. Nice and efficient here, making the most of the cards drawn. No real punish. It's a whole lot of headshot on the side of Ryosuke Urase here. I'm a big fan of this card. It was great in Arcane Rising, maybe even better in this format. But 4 arrows is not what you were hoping for here.
Yeah, and this is always the trouble with Rangers, right? Is that you can have some insanely powerful turns, of course, with these pumps. You've got the cannon for evasiveness. But when you draw the dreaded 4-arrow hand, luckily, they defend 3. But this is the thing. This is what I think is so smart from Brodie here. It says, OK, I'll block out. I'll come back in with a 1-card 4. Use your hand efficiently. Yeah. Try it. Rangers are not great at using their hands efficiently. So both players understanding the weaknesses and the strengths of their Ranger heroes and adapting in the matchup here. Yeah,
Ryosuke, they may have been asking for 3 of a kind, but I don't think that's what they had in mind. Headpiece cashed in to soak up the breakpoint. No 8th gold from Brodie Spurlock. Can't be having that. But headshot here. Bound to look reasonably impressive. Going to be using those all-important fins to lock and load one of these, get that bonus power as a result, fire up our harpoon, and send in the damage.
Yeah, you see how important that fin is there. Of course, Ryosuke did have access to the gold to draw a card if needed to reload, but this is just more damage. I'm going to save those gold for a future turn and threaten to gain 2 more gold, let alone 10 damage coming in, of course.
I've been incredibly impressed by the sheer numbers that have been presented by Ryosuke Urase this game. It's a bit of a stark contrast to Brodie. He's definitely been playing more of an attrition game, where Ryosuke has been very happy to judge on each situation independently and then just send obnoxiously large numbers.
Yeah, and just taking a peek in here at Brodie's hand to see what we're working with here. A couple of arrows. No, just the 1 arrow by the looks of it, and that's an expedition there. I mean, we've seen Brodie just favor playing these big 2- and 3-card hands here, and I think probably going to be no different. There's a seafloor there, I think, plus...
Yeah, it looks like the seafloor and the go-again arrow likely lined up for the block in this scenario. That expedition, we've seen it time and again, paired with a blue to find 7 points of damage. Been very impressive with Threaten Lethal in this scenario as well. Brodie taking the time to contemplate their options. I think it's still a harpoon in their arsenal. I think it's been there for... no, it's the bark.
It's the bark now.
Okay.
Yeah, the bark is well set up. So I think what we're going to see, Brodie's trying to work towards an end game of throw a couple of 2-for-7s or a 3-card 9, and then going to get back to that bluefin harpoon that we saw pitched earlier and come in with a big final volley of damage that Ryosuke potentially unable to defend. So Ryosuke, of course, knows about that pitch card, knows it's coming back, so needs to put pressure on Brodie and not allow that to happen if they want a chance to win this game.
Okay, so 2 cards kept by Brodie. We know that that expedition is in the hand here to threaten 7 points of damage if they wish. Time for that all-important count. How many cards are remaining? Where is that bluefin?
That's
harpoon?
what Brodie's looking for. Brodie's got this, I think, in terms of like amount of cards, pretty well covered. It's more about where that bluefin harpoon is.
That was maybe the fastest I've ever seen somebody count the deck. Know for certain there's a blue on top, Crack the gold, throw the ship. Beautifully played by Brodie Spurlock.
I think you're going to see just a second cycle and knowing relative information about your pitch deck and your actually your opponent's pitch deck in this format be very important. Again, just another added detail of this new High Seas Limited format and how in-depth and honestly, frankly, complex that it is.
You're so right, Hayden. The more we see these games play out, the more we understand the flexibility that gold provides. It does so much just for these cards alone on face value, but when there's so many ways to understand the top of your deck, be it in the late game from getting back to your pitch stack or just from the compass from Gravy, there's so much to be gained by having perfect knowledge about what is lurking just under the waters.
Yeah, of course Ryosuke here does have still the ability with that piece of equipment, so not completely out of it. Looks like 2 cards going to come down here, including that Siren.
Buccaneer's Bounty is lurking to kind of facilitate a big turn later. Definitely could help pay for something that's a little bit more awkward. Love to see the Siren being used here as well. Cheeky little bit of life gain certainly doesn't go amiss in a matchup that both players have access to overpower.
Yeah, I think 3 is actually quite an important breakpoint as well because of a yellow plus the cannon is going to give you 6 damage, right? So give you equipment plus a card, going to get you to 4 block, you're going to take 2 to 1. So Ryosuke there valuing, being able to stay above 2 life crucially with that piece of equipment still available on defense for a yellow harpoon. Of course, a bluefin harpoon on the other hand
would be a little bit bigger. You can kind of see the awkward decision here for Brodie. They know what the game plan has to be, but I feel like they've got a fairly finite amount of damage left in their deck outside of these harpoons. They're going to have to find some cards to keep to crack these gold and utilize those harpoons, or risk taking a bit more damage here from Ryosuke, I think.
Yeah, so Brodie, I think just tanking on the arsenal there, and I actually think it comes down to because which card Brodie's going to draw, which is interesting. Not something you would often consider, but I think it means that Brodie goes 1 more into the deck than he maybe wanted to with his pitch stack.
What a unique scenario. Having to consider maybe not arsenaling that card to keep the all-important Bluefin Harpoon where it needs to be. In the end, Brodie does choose to line up that arsenal. We're going to be cracking through some gold here, drawing the bonus card once more. Extra blue fired. Harpoon is loaded. We'll be firing yet another gigantic salvage shot. And as that deck is getting really thin for Ryosuke, I can't help but feel like this salvage shot might be very important.
Yeah, it is. And the other thing that's important is just cannon usage, right? That's your weapon, that's your damage. And we've not actually seen cannon activated that much in this game. Wow.
This is a very, very deliberate block from Brodie. I would say disciplined is probably the word I'm looking for in that case. Very hard to give up what was undeniably your primary plan in this spot to make sure that Ryosuke has no ground to gain. And most importantly, there is no salvage shot left in that deck.
Yeah, Brodie knows that he has his own salvage shot, right? Plus this turn can flip into the blue off the gold and then come in. Oh, of course, sorry, it's not the bark, it's just the 2 for 7. Played the bark last turn with that masterful manipulation off the top of the deck, knowing that blue was there.
2 card 7, still pretty good in this case. Expedition of Horizon's Mantle doing a fantastic job loading up that treasure island once more. An abundance of riches available to Brodie Spurlock at this point. Most importantly, that 7 damage, not easily or efficiently covered here for Ryosuke. Only has 6 cards left to work with. And I think there's 1 more salvage shot lurking in their hand as well.
Yeah, a blue one by the looks of it. So this is the thing as well. With these decks having to play quite a fair number of blues, you get to the end game and your deck is just stacked with blue cards. It's quite hard to close out the game. You really need to rely on that cannon to help push you extra damage. But you also need gold to be able to load things into the arsenal, which Ryosuke, only 2 gold left remaining.
Buccaneer's Bounty jumping in the way, looking to find its spot to cover up a breakpoint. It will be the salvage shot that earns the block here in this case. Ryosuke choosing to prioritize their other remaining cards. They know what's left in the deck. As you say, 2 gold remaining, not a lot here, but that overpower from the Harpoon Cannon can score a couple more gold from this treasure island. We can find a way to make this work.
Yeah, and Brodie with a 2-card lead here when it comes to this in-game status of potential fatigue here. Really trying to both players manage what remains resource-wise, card-wise in each of their decks.
Ryosuke taking a moment here to consider all their permutations. That second shot. Oh, you can see the uncertainty. Both of these players, this is an incredibly razor-thin game.
I think we're going to see the Harpoon created. And then we're going to need to draw a card, though, to be able to load this. So that's going to be both the gold going.
Okay, so both gold cashed in, but the drawing the card will load for us, which means hopefully we can score some overpower with our weapon and score those gold right back.
Yeah, Ryosuke should be able to get this through and get 3 pieces of gold back here, which will be important. But the thing is, after that, we're down to just those 4 remaining cards, of course, sorry. But this will demand a card from Brodie.
6 overpower declared will be the quick block for 3 from Brodie here. Understands the assignment going forward. Gold scored, 4-3 in this case, but 3 cards to work with for Brodie Spurlock, and they are the one with all the tempo and the ability to strip these final cards from Ryosuke Urase's hand.
And crucially, that piece of equipment for Ryosuke now gone, so the breakpoint on the Harpoon should be enough here for Brodie, unless there is a block card on the side of the Japanese player here.
Gold cashed in. Looks like we will be cashing in a little bit more. Brodie knows what's left in the deck, digging for something in particular.
Making sure we can load here. He's going to get the load trigger. Oh.
Okay, Sikkim shots. This is very, very scary. 2 go again, no Harpoon activation. You know that means there is almost certainly a very large barrel of damage awaiting for you shortly after this.
Yeah, it looks like the follow-up will almost certainly be drawing a card off a piece of gold, loading that Harpoon and coming in 4-6.
Blocking, in this case, 4-3 with the second shot. It will be that Harpoon very shortly after we crack another gold, draw our final card, lock and load, Harpoon and fire. Overpowered damage will score the game for Brodie Spurlock. One intricate look at the Marlynn mirror.
Yeah. Super interesting there between the 2 players, and I think, you know, interestingly it did come down to that almost fatigue. Like, you know, Brodie in the end had the overpower attack to win, and actually, if Ryosuke on the other side got the chance to do the same thing on a follow-up turn, was also in a position to potentially win the game. So very, very close. You saw how impressive that cannon can be on those overpower attacks, but also just for 4 damage value. It's just, it is what that weapon does.
Yeah, I found myself being very impressed by both players' understanding of when the cannon mattered. It definitely felt like there were spots where you can just play efficient hands, send those expeditions for 7, turbocharge that treasure island. Barks looking incredible once again. And just kind of pick your windows so that when your hands are maybe a little blue heavy, maybe you've just got an abundance of gold like Brodie did, you can find those turns that don't have other options and still make a good turn out of them.
What's been the standout to you? I know we spoke about Sloop. What about just in terms of this format so far? We've seen 4 rounds here at the World Premiere. We've got a calling to cover this weekend, which is super exciting with high seas. What are some of the things that stood out to you?
It's hard not to mention the Bark again, I think, truthfully, in that situation. That card has looked incredible all day. I was pleasantly surprised by how efficient Gravy looked. I think there was a lot of concerns from people that maybe not having a weapon might be a liability in a fatigue endgame state and the cards don't block in your deck. But we saw some masterful play by some of the best players in the world, kind of navigating your hero ability at instant speed, filtering through your allies to be able to block with other cards and still establish a turn on the way back afterwards. So I've been very impressed by, I guess, those 2 heroes more than any. I was quite confident about Puffin going in. She felt like a solid, safe choice in sealed. But the other 2 have looked surprisingly impressive to me.
Yeah, and Marlyn's the one I still want to get my head around, I think, in terms of... We haven't seen the Red Spine yet. We saw the 2 weapons from Puffin. We saw the cannon here for Marlynn on both players' sides. We haven't seen Red Spine yet. So we're leaving something for tomorrow, at least.
Definitely feels like there's something to crack there, one way or the other.
Yeah.
Thankfully, we have some more things to crack today.
I've heard we've got something to crack, and I've also heard that after we crack some gym packs, we've also got a very special guest coming into the booth.
We do. So if you've been missing the godfather of Flesh and Blood, don't worry. James White will be paying us a visit in the booth very shortly to talk about a few bits and pieces. Maybe has a guest you might have met earlier on to catch up through their day as well. But I want to walk you through the next set of gem packs first. These products were a real fan favorite, I found, when they released from the first release at Armory level. They definitely revitalized Armory play around me, gave people an incentive to turn up and just play their weekly event.
I think it's just kind of changed the way that players show up to Armories. You know, I think Armory is always a great time to get together, play in the Flesh and Blood locally, get some games in, maybe with a new hero. Maybe, I'll tell you what, I might be heading along in a couple weeks, play me some Gravy Bones, some Puffin, things like that. But also knowing that actually there's some really cool prizes up for grabs and some really interesting prizes. We've had Series 1, Pack 1, and now we're coming around to Pack 2. New cards aplenty.
Very excited to see what's lurking under the shadows under this one. We can take a closer look at the pack in general. Of course, Murray, maybe a little bit of a tease for what you might find inside. We'll have to find out in, I don't know.
Maybe we'll open some
couple seconds, maybe, you never know. But if you want to get yourselves involved with Gem Pack 2, if you're enjoying the Armory experience, you want to play these new heroes for the first time, you will find them in stores from June of 2025. So no need to wait very, very long at all. These will be in your hand before you know it.
Well, speaking of not waiting very long, why don't we find out what's in some of these packs? Come on,
what do you think?
Waiting all day.
What do you think, chat? Shall we take a look? Shall we crack open some Gem Packs? Gem Pack 2, sitting on the table.
Let's see what we got.
I admittedly love the turquoise color on these. I think it's very thematic for the set. I'm very happy to see the kind of, I guess, yeah, the thematic nature of these continue. I think there was definitely a heavy presence of wanting them to feel set appropriate as these came out. So our cards remain. If you're a fan of these, that one might be a small hint.
Little
riptide action to a few people. We'll have to wait and see if that pays off in spades. Who knows? Other side.
Oh.
Gravy belt. Okay, so these are much the same as they were before. 2 cards. We know there's usually 1 foil extended art treatments on these all around. We'll take a look at the one at the front first. Strike Gold. Okay, this is a card that I know you had some whispers about over the course of the event.
I compared this to in our sort of pre-event briefing. I was like, oh, is this similar to Snatch? Is it going to play similar to Snatch? We actually haven't seen a red Strike Gold on stream today, but I think we're going to see it over the weekend. This card is, of course, common actually in the set, so I think we're likely to see it. This card is good.
Yeah, this feels like the kind of thing that maybe there's a space for in that kind of red liner Marlynn deck we were alluding to earlier on. Definitely more ways to generate gold for you. You can maybe utilize Gold Kiss Rum to really chain these turns together, so I'm excited to maybe see some of this card in Limited.
I also think in CC, right, you think about how powerful Snatch is as a card, draw a card. What about instead of on-demand drawing the card, though, you have an option of maybe I want to draw a card, or maybe I want to turn it into a harpoon, or maybe, you know, I think this card might see CC play as well.
Sounds like a good one to me. We do have a foil lurking just underneath. What do we find? Gold Wing Turbine. That's not bad at all. This card looks pretty reasonable on camera today. Feels like a bit of the bread and butter to kind of making Puffin work.
Yeah, staple, I think. And then that extended art looks amazing, so great stuff.
Big fan. Okay, well, one's not enough, folks. 1 is not enough. You want to see some more?
I definitely want to see some more. I want to have some more hints about this this art as well.
Well, let's see if we can find you some more hints for good measure. Pack number 2 of Gem Pack number 2. Surely that's the lucky one, given that, well, it is the second one. Well, if you're a fan of Puffin, don't panic. Got some artwork for her as well. Marlynn seems to have a similar treatment. So all of our heroes featured pretty heavily here.
Yeah, let's see what we've got.
Underneath.
Oh, I like that a lot. That looks cool.
Now, this is really cool. It's not very often you get a card with no text box whatsoever.
Oh, that's honestly sick. I want me a set of those.
Big fan of this. Yeah, I want to see more of this art style where it's applicable. I think tokens definitely have more flexibility to do that kind of thing. What does our foil have in store?
Whoa, yo-ho-ho-ho!
Aptly named.
And
love this.
Bottle of rum. This looks great. Yeah.
Yeah, these blue go again kind of starters for Gravy have been really impressive today. Blocking 3, very powerful, turning on that hero ability. And frankly, this artwork really shines in this extended art version. You just get a better idea of the jovial nature of this pirate crew.
Yeah, I think we're going to see this card in Classic Constructed as well. The fact that you give that +1 and on hit, get that gold token, it's a 3-block blue from the set. I think it's going to be relevant. So.
Absolutely. So, you know, 2's not enough. How about a 3rd?
Let's do it.
One more shot.
Lucky number 3.
Shall we see if we can open something very, very special in lucky number 3? One more gem pack coming your way. Everybody at home?
I want to see if there's some cards from not High Seas, actually. That's what I'm interested in. I wonder if we might see something not from High Seas.
Maybe.
Oh, Polycranker.
Polycranker indeed. Numero 1. Oh, okay. Sky Skimmer is one that I'm really happy to see. I think this is kind of almost certainly a fundamental part of Puffin's game plan. This one's going to be heavily demanded by those players. I
think so. I think this is, especially for those more aggressive Puffin decks, I think there's going to be a few iterations people play around with once this hero is released in the lead up to National Season. And I think Sky Skim is going to play a big part, especially in those aggressive decks.
Inclined to agree. One more foil
what have we got,
reveal.
Scott? Show us.
What can we find? Red Fin Heart. So importantly, this is EA. This has the extended
Yeah.
here, which
It looks
is
great.
great. Really big fan of this. So
And
I kind of miss this art style on occasion with so many of
Yeah,
the
me
EAs
too.
that we've had so far. I like the art kind of blossoming out into the box here, and this card is incredibly playable.
yeah, this guy, yeah, 100%. I think, this is going to be a staple for Marlynn. The fact that it's, hitting on reds, generally the most powerful linchpins of decks in Classic Constructed. I actually think, funnily enough, I think Redfin is maybe not the best one. I think Bluefin is the best one in Limited. I think in Classic Constructed, though, Redfin is really going to overperform.
Very excited to see where this one lands in Classic Constructed. Nice little taste of Gem Pack 2 there. If you want your own taste, June 2025. Don't miss out. Go visit your local game store. Well, Hayden, it's been quite the day. Thankfully, we're not done. There are a few more things to look forward to if people want to stay with us and enjoy the rest of the world premiere. As I say, we have a very special guest coming on. You might be familiar with James White.
I think I've heard of him, yeah.
Yeah, he seems fairly important if you ask me. But we also have that box break to look forward to if you're hoping to see a little bit more of what's lurking under the depths of High Seas. So don't go anywhere, folks. We're going to be back with more world premiere action in just a few minutes.
Welcome back to the booth here at the world premiere of High Seas, joined by some very special guests. Of course, I brought my friend DMArmada in. I brought my friend James White in. And, you know, Stephen, I told you at the start of the day that we were going to come back and we were going to talk a little bit about how your day went. I figured why not bring in the big guy so you can go ahead and get all your complaints out to him. But also, I'm still lying to you. That's actually not why you're here at all.
Okay.
And I will let James tell you a little bit about why you are here.
The captain of the DMArmada. This guy has been on this adventure with us since the very beginning. You came on board, you believed in Flesh and Blood since day one, and you've been on this epic adventure with us. And look, we're really grateful for that. You have contributed so much to the game through all your content creation. You have been an ambassador. And you asked for a pirate set passionately, relentlessly, for years and years and years. So all you folks at home got what he asked for. So I'm just putting it out there. Blame him.
Yes,
anything you don't like.
Please blame someone else.
Yeah, it's all his fault. Yeah.
Here's the problem, though. You can't take any flack because this set is cracked. This set is so good. Oh my God.
You heard it from the captain, the captain of the DMArmada. Yeah.
It's
but
incredible.
Look, we wanted to give you something special to commemorate this moment.
Okay.
Yeah, where we delivered on your wish of creating a pirate set, and to thank you for all of your contributions to the game, to the community, for 6 years now. 6 years strong.
Yeah.
6 years. I really appreciate it, dude. So we put together something a little special for you. A little special. This is.
Hold on. No reveal yet.
Well, no reveal yet.
No reveal yet.
Okay.
I want to hype it up even a little bit more. We have something special to show you, Stephen. And then we can go with the big reveal.
Okay.
If you don't mind.
Okay.
Please, let's hit it.
I present to you this one of one. This is Cookus, captain of the DMArmada.
Oh my God.
Buddy, thank you.
That is awesome, man. Thank you.
Look,
there he is.
Here he is. Here he is.
That is the guy.
That is
himself.
Awesome.
Yeah. And may the journey continue for many years to come.
Did you think when you got involved with this game, like James said almost 6 years ago, it would lead to sitting in Taipei here and looking at something like this?
I didn't think that me getting involved in this game would do anything except have a blast. And honestly, that's what's happened. I've had a blast, and this is incredible. You don't do any of this stuff for any of that. You do it because you enjoy it. You do it because this is a beautiful game, and that you love it so much. And this is too much.
It's all about the people, and you're a good one. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
And I feel really privileged to have met you, formed a friendship, and I look forward to continuing that for many years to come. And keep making great content, keep entertaining us, informing us.
That's the goal.
Asking for the good stuff like make a pirate set, make a pirate set.
Hey, well,
sometimes we listen and we do it.
You did it. Oh my God, this is incredible. Look at this.
Yeah, if you want to go ahead, Stephen, you put
What's
it
up?
right,
Right
over
here.
in that zone.
I'm
We have
sorry, I'm
a nice
flabbergasted.
close-up. Yeah, there you guys see it.
What?
The one of one.
Yeah, one of
Cookus,
one.
captain
Cold
of the
foil
DM
marvel.
Armada.
Oh
Yeah.
my God, I don't even know what to say. That's amazing.
Yeah.
We were very early on in the process of High Seas. We started thinking about how we were going to pay off your incredible contributions that you've made to Flesh and Blood. And I hope this hits the right notes
Yeah.
for you.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah.
I mean, it means so much to me. It really does. Like, when I started making content about this game, and when I just fell in love with this game, I didn't have any like expectations about what I wanted to do or what I could possibly, like what we would do in the future. And just going to like New Jersey was like this beautiful moment because that was the Pro
Nobody's
Tour.
ever said that before. That's the first time those words have ever been spoken.
That was it was the moment where we all got to see it live.
Yeah,
like
that was
the
special.
pinnacle.
Yeah.
And then going to places like Barcelona, you look at you say, what is this life? And here we are across the world. And this is incredible. It's a beautiful game, and it's full of beautiful people, and this is why. This is the reason.
Yeah. Play the
what
game,
it's
see
all
the
about.
world. Yeah.
Yeah.
Meet great people, have fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beautiful stuff.
Make
Beautiful
gold.
stuff, gentlemen. So happy.
Make gold. 100%.
A lot of gold.
In the game.
Get down to your local game store next weekend and make gold. Yeah. Harvest that treasure island. It's fun, huh?
Oh my God, it's so much fun. I
How
just
about
want to do it
stealing
again.
gold? How do you feel about stealing
Stealing gold wins games. Spoiler alert, it wins games. I heard about this guy. He's like kind of a stowaway, and I just played him all
Yeah.
all
Did
4
you all
hours.
like that surprise? You know, I keep saying there was one more big surprise because there's a lot of juice in high seas, but there was one more big surprise. What do you think about that big surprise out there on the stream? Tell us what you think about the stowaway.
It was so much work. So much
Yeah,
work to keep
to
that
keep it hidden.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it really required just changing
Oh my
everything
God.
about how we do our preview process, but it felt worth it if you were here in the
Yeah.
room.
Yeah.
After we opened the packs together, you took out a version that was like bent.
Yeah, it was
You're
just
like,
in my pocket.
just in case
I
we didn't end up
had to
finding
back up.
one. He just he carried one like in secret through like security and just like
did.
folded a little bit. I was
True
like,
story.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I was
was
absolutely
peak.
hiding that. And thank you, chat, for your kind words about that. Anything else you gentlemen would like to share to close up the day here? We do have a little bit more for you, but anything you would like to add?
Play the game, see the world, and play Pirates because why
Have
would you
fun.
not?
Yeah,
at this
right.
point?
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
incredible.
Yeah. Thank you again, buddy.
Thank you.
Good job.
It means a lot.
Thank you, gents. We're going to take a short break. We're going to get Scott and Hayden set up. They're going to do one more box break to wrap up the day, talk about what they did over the course of the day, how they find high seas so far, and they'll also set you up for that calling coming up tomorrow. You do not want to miss it. Don't go anywhere.
Taipei, Hayden with Scott, and we are going to end the day with a bit of a box break. We're going to crack open some of our very own, finally, high seas and see what we think of it. Scott, I want to know, as I start this though, how's your day been?
Everyone likes to ask that question when we step in the booth, and it's always hard to give an accurate answer because I don't think I could ever have expected this going in. There was so much we didn't know, so much that we kind of learned posthumously alongside the community, which is brilliant. But I just had a ton of fun. Between casting with yourself, casting with Bryan, seeing the responses of people, figuring this format out in real time, like, it's just my favorite part of Flesh and Blood. There's no event I would rather be at given the choice. How about you?
Honestly, it's been incredible. Like, I think I had high expectations for high seas, very high expectations. And I think they've kind of been blown out of the water, honestly.
He's on a roll.
Honestly. I reckon, why don't we start with this? Let's start with the treasure bag.
You got to leave it till last.
Okay,
Surely, surely this is the big reveal.
All right, let's get into it.
We're going to save that library marvel until the very end.
If you were playing tomorrow, sitting down, of course you're going to be in the booth with me as we cover more of this World Premiere weekend with the calling, but if you were in the booth, you were in the booth with me tomorrow, what would you want to see in your first pack when you started to look sealed?
On a common level, it's hard to argue with the amount of high tide attacks we've seen today. They seem to be the pinnacle kind of common I'm looking for, regardless of hero. On a majestic level, I mean, well, we saw a few goodies over the course of the weekend. I kind of still want to find that Whaler Humperdinck for myself and see what Gravy's really about.
Yeah, so from I guess a playing standpoint or winning standpoint, you want to be barking up the right tree, so to speak. But otherwise, you would like to see some nice
He's
shiny
putting
goodies.
me to shame. Yeah, nice shinies are great, but I think the bark has been maybe the most impressive kind of common we've seen over the course of the weekend. 9 damage is just so much, but even the sloops and the like, I just think they are much better than I gave them credit for on face value. Kind of enable you to go wide. They just really reward you for these blue heavy decks, and I'm excited to see how much of the format stays about that going forward, and how much people kind of tap into this mysterious red line approach we've heard so much about, but not really seen so far.
We haven't seen much of it, have we? We haven't seen much of it yet. I'm excited to see what Marlynn can put together tomorrow. I did see some red spine while I was walking the top tables throughout the day, but yeah, nothing in our game, so to speak. Nice little foil HMS Marlynn there.
Not bad, not bad.
But I just pulled out Money or Your Life, a card I hadn't seen yet. If you
I don't think I've seen this one either, no?
Yeah, so Money or Your Life is when this hits a hero, deal 2 damage to them unless they give you a gold token that they control. If you're a thief, repeat this process once. It's a 3-cost, 4 attack in blue. I think this card's pretty good.
This is really sweet. I think this is sweet for most of the heroes, to be honest. Like, you don't have to be a thief to make this valuable.
But if you are a thief.
If you are a thief, I mean, it's pretty incredible. And I think that's just a recurring theme we're going to see more and more as people start to explore our little stowaway. There's cards that are just like very serviceable in our other heroes, but they really shine when, well, you can steal a gold away from your opponent at instant speed.
As we get a bit further into these packs, this is a card I thought was quite good today as well. Being able to look at the top card of your deck on defense. We saw people then, Brodie for instance, in that last round, right? Pitch my blue, draw my gold, play my bark off the top. Very impactful.
Yeah, I think we've seen it from the Compass, from the Helmsman's headpiece as well. It just turns out knowledge is power in a lot of these situations, and players are quickly finding out that knowing the top card of your deck is one of the best things you can do in this format.
It's pretty good, right? Give no quarter. Pulled myself a nice one there. Ready to build my Gravy Bones deck.
I expect a lot from this card in Classic Constructed. 6 reduction on a blue is not half bad.
I agree massively. I don't know if we'll see, I don't know what role it'll play in Limited, honestly. I don't think it's quite at the level of, you know, I think the other Blue Majestic, which I've just,
there's a few. So.
Yeah, for Gravy Bones, I think is quite good.
If you're Chart the High Seas,
Chart the High Seas,
yeah,
that's what I'm looking for. You know, we're still learning these card names.
No, I'm making sure I'm talking about the right Majestic, that's all.
That's true.
A good number. Talk about cards I can't wait for.
This. Cog in the Machine. Yes, if you haven't already seen Cog in the Machine, this of course was previewed prior to the High Seas or Premiere weekend. But I think we've got more context about just how good this card could be now.
Yeah, I think this is obviously at its best in Puffin, but as a known Dio enjoyer, I'm very excited about High Cogtane. This is like very much what I need to make the deck come together, spinning up those action points, finding a way to get the most out of your Symbiosis shot. So I'm looking for a few of these myself. This is a nice one.
I've heard this referred to as low octane by some people.
Okay, maybe not quite as high opinion on it as I have, but I'm really excited by it, and I hope it has that kind of level of impact I'm expecting.
Chatacor's a card that I've been very impressed with over the day today as well. I think, you know, the blue one we didn't see as much of, but being, you know, we saw people going wide today, and this is a 0 for 3, if not more, because of the gold activation and a blue card. Very, very powerful.
I think I've been kind of impressed by all of these putting extra counter onto Treasure Island cards. I think that you kind of reach a critical mass eventually where, yeah, I don't want to fight you anymore, you can have it, but suddenly there's 4 counters back on Treasure Island again, and I'm not sure if I can let you have it now. And it creates a really interesting dynamic I didn't expect. I wasn't very high on those cards going in, and they pleasantly surprised me.
Yeah, agree massively. Keep going, some more packs here. There's a red chart, the high seas. Patch the hole. That's not a piece of equipment that I think we saw on stream today. But bear in mind, right, what we saw today is that everyone had access to these pre-release or these world premiere packs that will be available pre-release as well, which gave them a lot more equipment than you're going to be seeing tomorrow because they don't have these packs. They're going to be playing with what they open. And I think we'll see more of this card like Patch a Hole because of that.
I think so. It's a serviceable role player, gives you a lot of flexibility to kind of park cards that maybe aren't the most efficient in your arsenal, pick those blues back up to fund the cannon. Yeah, all kinds of tips and tricks, I think, that can be explored with that one.
Yeah,
so.
we know, you cycle for gold, you dig for things, you might not find what you're looking for, you find it on these blues, or we spoke about being IP penalties because people throw back 5-card hands at you and say, what can you do? Well, okay, I have this bad blue that I wouldn't otherwise arsenal, but I've got Patch a Hole here to be able to sort me out on that one.
Yeah.
That's quite good.
Seems like a rather aptly named card for patching those situations.
Seems like it. We'll keep going here. We'll see. We, of course, saw that beautiful full art Rusty Harpoon.
I was really impressed by how good that looks, I'll be honest. It's caught me off guard a bit.
Fiddler's Green, not a card we saw as much of today. I'm interested to see what role that does play.
No, revealed by my friends at Pitch Perfect, and great reveal video for it as well. So, lovely foil one. Beautiful card. Lots of vibrant greens and blues in that. So.
100%. The set just looks absolutely beautiful.
I think we've said it time and again when things kind of appeared on camera for the first time. Some of these cards just look better than I ever expected them to. Especially some of these cards from the gold packs as well.
Found myself an expansion slot card. Got myself an undercover acquisition there, Scott, a card that we spoke about very much at the start of the day. We talked through those expansion slot cards, and I think this is a card that we're going to see have some real impact in Classic Constructed.
Yeah, this one scares me. Definitely feels like a good fit for...
Give me your potions.
Please no. It slips through the cracks. These kind of decks we saw having success back at London and definitely have the room to kind of breathe now. And they make the most of these stealth attacks with niche on hits. So,
Agree.
Excited to see what it can do.
Some of the allies today, what ally were you most impressed with? You casted a Gravy Bones mirror, the only Gravy Bones we saw on camera today. Of course, bearing in mind 4 rounds just today.
Yeah, of course.
We'll see much more Gravy Bones over the weekend. But your favorite ally?
So there's a few that I thought were going to be good going in that definitely impressed me. Things like Limpet were great, and I expected them to be great, but I was definitely the most impressed by Kai Shark. I didn't rate the card very highly going in. It was not one of my preferred allies, but we saw a couple of board states kind of stall out where the fact they could answer each other because they can buff themselves to clear the opposing shark was really relevant in how the game played out, and it looked like more of a factor than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Here's a card we saw have a starring role on stream today, Plantair Aeronaut, cast by our very own Pro Tour champion, Shoma Yamamura, with an onboard trick, dispatching Paul von Gijssel. I think Paul will remember that one when it comes to the high seas.
Yeah, might know what this one
tomorrow.
doesn't be calling. I mean, yeah, never say that a 13-2 life deficit can't be cleared if a couple of cogs aren't available to help you out.
Yes, that was certainly very true in that instance. As we rip through some of these packs here, I might go a little bit faster on some of these. Another bark, which we love to see. Anything good for me here? Wow, we've got double board the ship, a foil and a non-foil
Another
there.
money all your life in red, which is always nice to see.
Again, a card that I just hadn't seen until we literally opened these packs. So
Yeah,
look forward to
crazy.
seeing more of that tomorrow when we get into our main event.
Thief and Varmint's in there as well, when we kind of talked about the Thief synergy earlier on. I'm really hoping to see more of our stowaway in the calling. Hopefully someone gets a bit ambitious in draft, would make for a good storyline.
I would like to see that. Pill for the Wreck, I think, another card. All these, I tell you what's impressed me, honestly, is just all of the 2-card 7s and how players utilize those through the game. Every time that an opponent, so if I'm a player, every time my opponent blocks with one of these, I am cheering because I think they're so impactful in the game. And you've got to really find that balance of how you use them, how maybe you even give up life to maybe keep them in certain matchups, I think is also very interesting.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. I think obviously these cards have always been very solid and limited. They're kind of bread and butter plays, but the introduction of Treasure Island has really kind of given a new level of depth to them and how they play out and what to expect and how much respect you have to give them. Leaking 1 damage might be make or break in a lot of scenarios, and Herald II might be make or break in a few scenarios too. That's not a bad one.
May well be. One of my favorite cards of the day, Blue Sea Tricon. I think this is one of the best pieces of equipment in this. It's very thematic for our very own Scott here. One of the best pieces of equipment, I think, so far we've seen.
It looks great. It looks really strong in Marlynn especially. We kind of saw it leveraged to its best there, getting that extra load in, which seems really important in those kind of cannon-centric builds to get an arrow into your arsenal as cleanly as possible.
Massively agree.
Big fan of that one.
Rally the Coast Guard, another card that's played a starring role today through this High Seas World
It's
Premiere.
been really impressive. I think I always thought it was going to be kind of good, but then you factor in how impressive Overpower has looked, and it's like, well, this is just a great remedy to that as well.
Yeah.
Gets these no-block cards out of my hand. The red one just comes in for 7, so it does that same kind of play pattern we've been talking about. It's a really solid role player, and very happy to see so many of these splattered throughout the set.
I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong, Scott. And I think at the start of the day, you asked me about Scarf or Scar, and I said, it looks a bit awkward in this set, given the fact that you're really trying to control Treasure Island. But what we saw throughout the day is that it's okay to let you let your opponent take some counters from Treasure Island sometimes. Maybe you don't let them hit for everything, you give them some. And I think you can manipulate your life total a bit better than I thought maybe you could, a bit more effectively than you could. And Scar for Scar I still think is a very good card.
Yeah, I think a few of these generics really surprised me. I saw these Gravy players rocking Ravenous Rabble in these blue heavy decks, and I'm like, well, I guess when you always know the top card of your deck, maybe there's a little more control over this than I expected. And yeah, these iconic generics, a lot of people just assumed they were going to be good, and we're quickly finding they're good for different reasons than maybe we expected before, which is kind of cool.
Yeah, whereas in the past, wow, there we go.
Polly want a cranker?
Polly want a cranker.
That's not bad.
I've found myself a nice little legendary here, and honestly, I am excited to play around with this card. In Classic Constructed, I think Puffin has not only looked really cool today in Limited, but I think with some of the cards that we've seen added this weekend, what we knew previously before we came here to Taipei, now with the extra information, I'm looking forward to it. So
Absolutely, yeah. I know there's a lot of hype around a mech that maybe doesn't want to be mono-mechanologist for a change, kind of leverage some of those, conquer at the high seas, maybe some defense reactions along the way. And Puffin feels like she's the one with the potential to do it, and Polly's going to play a big part of that, I think, in a lot of those matchups. So very happy to see Polly coming out to play.
Found myself a Scurv, so if I wanted to play Scurv with my full box break,
full box sealed,
I could.
I feel like you might see a little more Scurv in full box sealed than you do in 8-pack sealed, but I have no rationale for that, no data to back it up.
It might be mono Scurv, to be honest. We'll find out. What do you think of Scurv in reality? So we saw it once, round 1 on stream. How much of an impact do you think Scurv is going to have over this weekend?
I think Scurv is going to make for some very interesting draft pods where it's open, and it wouldn't surprise me to see it going quite late after pack 1. And I think there's a lot of reward maybe to speculating on a few of these thief cards that are okay in other heroes, but really good in Scurv, and being like, well, I took all of these, so if anyone opens Scurv, I'm the only person that's going to get them. And it's going to create a really interesting dynamic in that draft. When do you take that risk? Do you take the specialization and cross your fingers, or not? It's going to make for a very interesting experience.
Not so fast. The card that we saw have...
I love this card.
Maybe one of my favorite plays of the weekend so far. Stealing that gold and completely shutting down, I think winning the game, honestly. I think that Not So Fast basically won the game.
I think the players made it for me as well. The reactions to, not only did I not know that was a thing, but also this is the worst possible thing that could have happened to me right now.
Yeah.
Joyful. Memory I will keep for a long time.
Nice to see these tokens. It was. I was a big fan of that moment. I'll be honest with you. As we go through here, mutinies. I think we've seen. The how you manage your mutinies has been very interesting.
It's all been very impressive.
Yeah, I think we're going to see players continue to understand this, play around mutinies in some cases, especially second cycle where they know manage gold to play around other gold effects like other yellow gold effects as well.
Yeah, I'm very curious if players start aggressively burning their gold early to prevent opposing mutinies from having an active effect.
Yeah, or the 0 for 5, for instance, at yellow.
Yeah, the less gold cycle in general as well.
Yeah, all of them. There's a go again one, of course, which has massive impact. So yeah, as we get through these last few packs here, kind of rattle through. Another Pulse Exchange, I think, is a very strong card, but we've got Escalated Bloodshed, a card we spoke about at the start of the day as well.
I've seen a lot of hype for Kasai with this one. I think people are very excited to give this a spin in our beloved Golden Sand hero.
We do know that the Kasai players love to hold on to a little bit of hope, I think, so hopefully I hope so too.
Really good for them.
I don't disagree, actually. Nothing too crazy in this pack. Little foil chart the course. We get into the last 2 packs here. Scott, what are you looking forward to most tomorrow as we get into the thick of the calling out of World Premiere?
I want to see how players evolve from today. I think we have a lot of baseline strategies and a few that have been alluded to. We have the Nimbleism deck we kind of talked about a few times. We've got this red line version of Ranger. We've got these almost ally-less versions of Gravy that are kind of on the cusp of the format right now, but people aren't comfortable enough to flesh them out. And I am really excited to see players go away tonight, study the tape, come back and think they've cracked it and really go in on an archetype, especially in draft, that they might be able to leverage that other players just don't know exists.
I mean, that's the thing. Having played a couple of World Premieres myself in the past, tonight, the players, if you haven't been to a World Premier before,
Totally.
they're going to go and grab their sealed pools. They're still on our left or right here, depending who you're looking at.
Yeah.
They are playing away in another sealed event.
There's like a 250 player super armory, like just next to us, which is great. They're all drafting high seas again. It's like Flesh and Blood players want one thing, and it's to play Flesh and Blood. They don't stop. No one's dropping from event. No one's gone home. No one's going for dinner. There's more games to be played.
And there's more to learn, like you say. They're going to play games. They're going to go back to hotels, accommodation, etc. Get some dinner, play some more games, learn more about the format for tomorrow. And we're going to see players be significantly evolved when we show up to round one
I can't
tomorrow.
wait. I really can't. It's going to be so impressive to see what they've learned overnight and make us look foolish, I'm sure.
Oh, I'm sure. We're going to play some. All right, the time has come to open this treasure pack to close out our stream here. Let's see what we've got. I haven't had the privilege of opening one of these yet. This is going to be my first. Let's see if we can add to this Polycranker. We've got, of course, this map card that we've seen here many times. Love this artwork. We've got a gold token. This gold looks so good,
It's
honestly.
so crisp. It just looks so clean. And yes.
All right, what do we got? To end the day, Helm's Peak.
Okay,
Cold
cold
foil.
foil.
Nice. I hadn't seen a cold foil yet. This looks great.
Yeah, obviously some of these are exclusive to these treasure packs. They're going to be quite coveted, I think,
Yeah.
is the truth. And yeah, this is a really sweet one. Happy to see it turning up. So,
Well, that's my
good
box.
stuff. Yeah, not bad. Poly's obviously the highlight there, I think. But
I think so too.
a
Well,
good first taste of high seas.
exactly. And we're going to be back for more high seas. We've got 2 more days of action to take us out. We've got Sealed tomorrow. We've got Draft on Sunday. There is much more to come. So much more action.
Tens of thousands of dollars, PTIs, gold foils. The pressure's on for our players. Today was the warm-up. We learnt all the lessons. Tomorrow is the main event. These players are going to be playing for very large sums of money in a format they're only just learning about. I can't wait to see it. I'm sure you can't wait to see it. And I know the folks at home will join us, no doubt. So, until tomorrow, I have been Howling Minds. That has been Hayden Dale, and you have been amazing. Take care, folks, and we'll see you again very soon.